Oh, okay. Yes, we will be going over the FFF stuff in a bit here. Just let people trickle in so I don't have to repeat myself as much. Hey, Palace. There's still some more trees to plant. There. I think I'm gonna run one up here. We'll worry about the rest later. So like here. Alright, how far out do I want to put this shit? How am I out of undergrounds already? Where the fuck am I going? I'm lost on my own base. Hello, Stalin. Nice to see you still got it going. And I have no undergrounds. Even though I went up there specifically for undergrounds. Hey, I'll give it another 5 minutes or so, and we're gonna go over the FFF, and we'll probably be spending quite a bit of time on that. In fact, we'll probably spend half the day discussing it, because there's a lot to discuss. A lot more than last time. Yeah, that thing uses a lot of fucking gears. Yeah, we're gonna discuss it in a minute here. We're gonna have people coming in all night asking me about it, so yeah. We're gonna discuss it in a minute. I'm just waiting for people to trickle in. Give it another 5 minutes or so and we'll hop over and talk about it. In the meantime, I make tree. Did we get all the ones around the yellow? Kinda. I didn't do the top side. I guess I could stand to have some up there. That's a blue, not yellow. What am I saying? Yeah, it was up here. Yeah, I hadn't done those yet because I wanted to redo all of this. And that's going to get removed once we switch to the new purple. So yeah, it's ship fully loaded. Go to... Oops, no, you're at the right planet. I'm at the wrong location. Where are you fucking going? Come back. What are you doing? Hey, Whistler, what's my mining prod at? About 5,000, give or take. Ruben, congrats on your 8-0. Very nice. They finally fixed the thing. It actually displays right in my thing. Like this part. This didn't used to display right. They finally fixed it. I need to delete this. The part where, like, it repeats the damn thing through my own username. The problem is, at this point, I can't remember how I added it to begin with. So I need to look up, like, where it was actually added in, and then... Yeah. Was it under an action or something? Oh, wait, I think I found it. Oh, wait, I think I actually found it. Alright, so this appears for you guys, right? Like, when you guys see this, there's still the other message that shows you the streak, right? Like, the default message? Like, you guys see this, and then the default message, right? If I remember correctly. Someone confirm for me before I hit the delete button here. Still early Megabase? Yeah, something like that. You only see YouTube? You don't count. I'm talking to the Twitch people on Twitch. Not the guy who has Twitch in his name but is not on fucking Twitch. No, YouTubers, shut up for a minute. Twitch people. There's a line displaying the watch streaks. That's not this line, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this now. Yo. I'm just making sure because there's like a bunch of commands in here, and if I delete this, I'm not fucking... like, you know, trying to figure out how to re-add it. Okay, it's gone. I hit the delete button. It's toast. Do I have undergrounds? Yay. I missed a spot. Yeah, we'll talk about it, man. Let me just finish planting some trees. How many do I want to run this out to? Probably a bit more than that. Let's do 2 more for now. Add this Nixon to Warcraft 3. Nice. It's funny you mentioned that. Warcraft 3 is actually the reason why I was SF Hobbit for so long. I think a lot of people like probably thought that I was SF Hobbit because, you know, Stupid Fat Hobbit was taken or something like that. But that's not how it actually started. SF Hobbit actually started because Stupid Fat Hobbit was too long of a fucking name for the original BattleNet tags. Like, the original BNet tags had like an 8-character limit or something like that. So I had to abbreviate it. That's how SF Hobbit began. But now SF Hobbit is dead. Yeah, they eventually fixed it, but, you know, I'd been using it for years at that point. Anyway. Good song to listen to while we FFF here. Let that run. Okay. FFF talk. So, full disclosure, I am in beta. I did get in. Funny story about beta. Turns out I was always in, and I didn't realize it. It might be a little too loud. But yeah, it turns out I was always in, because it's the same beta from Space Age. So it's like, once you're in, you're just in. It's not something you have to, like, opt in every time, so... Yeah, this whole time I've been actually a de facto part of the beta. All I had to do was download the client, and I didn't fucking realize it. But yeah, I finally downloaded it on Monday, checked things out. So, they don't want us discussing things that are not released on the FFF yet. So I won't be talking about anything that I've seen there that has not been discussed. They've released a bunch of the more important things in this FFF, though, so we'll be looking at that, but yeah. You can see we got the beta file right here. Those all the fucking save games are from the same location, but... I will say this regarding the beta. Like, I can't discuss, like, anything, like, specific in terms of stuff that hasn't been shown to you. But I can discuss, you know, the beta meta, the meta beta. So I would let you know this, because I think this is rather important. Things are still changing quite rapidly in the beta. Like, when I downloaded it and checked it on Monday, it was version 2.12. They've released 2 updates this week. 2. Like, one they released, like, Wednesday, and then I think, or one, like, Tuesday, and one, like, Thursday, something like that. But, yeah. Since I checked it out on Monday, they've already been 2 new versions. I've been making a big list of things that got put in the beta, that, you know, we wanted, that didn't get put in the beta that we wanted, that got put in the beta that we didn't ask for. That's a good thing, and that got put in the beta that we didn't ask for. That's a bad thing, because, yeah, there's a few of those, too. But my list is rapidly becoming out of date, because, you know, one of the things that wasn't in the beta on Monday was the separate reading of red-green circuit connections on assemblers. And I actually put that on my list as, like, yeah, I need to, like, hammer them about this and update it. And then when I checked the FFF earlier today, it was in that. And I was like, wait, what? So I went and checked the beta client again, and yeah, it had been put in, like, you know, on midweek. So yeah, they're still adding features left and right. So what we are seeing on the FFF, and what I even know right now, is obviously not final by any means. So yeah, we can talk about the things that they've displayed, but I can't talk about all the other minor things. But the single biggest thing that was in the beta is obviously the quality change. And so with that being discussed on FFF, we can now talk about it. So here we go. Where are you playing Patchet on Whoop's Demand? Where are you playing Patchet on Whoop's Demand? Can you English a little better than that, please? I hope they'll add visible planets in space to the base game. Me too, man. Me too. I'm super happy with what was revealed today. Yeah. How's the migraine thing going? It looks like the shit that I did on Sunday took care of most of it. It was still a little bit on Monday, but I've been mostly fine the rest of the week. I actually slept, like, a lot this week. I slept a lot, like, today. I slept from, like, 6 a.m. to, like, I don't know, like, 2 p.m. So I slept for, like, 8 hours, and then got some food. And then, took a nap at, like, 5 p.m. and then didn't wake up till, like, now. So I guess I can finally sleep again. No more like, sleeping 2 hours at a time. I'm actually passing on for extended periods of time again, which is nice. Although it's the stream schedule is dead and buried at this point. We just stream when we want to stream. Yes, that's way more than 6 hours, but I've been dealing with insomnia for the past couple weeks, so it's a welcome change. There is no R there, so can you instead read English better? What do you mean by where am I playing patches on Woob's demand? I don't understand the question. That's why I said what I did. I'm in beta, but I can't talk about things that you guys haven't seen on the FFF. So, what will be the next best casino alternative? Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about. You can mod it back. Yeah. But like, I don't think you're gonna feel the need to mod it back because of how the changes were implemented. Okay. Anyway, enough about that. Enough rambling. Let us fucking million tabs open apparently. Alright, so I'm kind of just going to operate under the assumption that if they've talked about it on the FFF, then I'm free to talk about the feature in its entirety, and I'm not going to have to worry about what exactly has been, revealed and not. But I don't think we're going to run into any issues on that front, so let's cover it right now. So, yeah, we can flip just about anything now. Like, you can do a flip. You can do lots of flip. Assess your message. Okay, I don't know if you're trolling me now or what, like, but yeah, if you want me to answer your question, you need to rephrase it. Anyway, so yeah, this I actually wasn't aware of. There is a list of patch notes in the beta, but like I don't think they have like absolutely everything, and maybe they did have this, and I just kind of glossed over it. I remember reading about inserters being flipped in the beta patch notes, like this stuff. But I mean, when I loaded up the beta, I was so preoccupied with dealing with the issues that popped up that, yeah, that like I kind of didn't check this out at all. Because obviously the quality change kind of breaks a lot of the Megabase. Grats on your 4-0, John. Did Woob ask me? No, I was in the beta and I didn't realize it. It wasn't Woob that asked me, it was Will. Like, Will, like, was in here last Sunday, and he was saying, like, that there's not a lot of Megabasing voices in the beta right now, and there's some things that he basically wanted to advocate for that he was, like, the only one advocating for. So he was asking me if, like, I could come help check it out and evaluate it from that point of view. And I did, but Will is, like, terrible at responding to Discord messages. First of all, he said he would DM me. He never did. I had to DM him. And then I was trying to, like, figure out, I went through the beta, went through the changes. Whatever change he wants me to look at, like, I don't know what he's... Like, he was talking about something being missing from the beta that was, like, big for Megabasing, and I couldn't figure out, like, what he was talking about. I know that he's in favor of the quality ships getting removed, so... It's definitely not that. But yeah, I messaged him going like, wait, can you tell me what it was that you wanted me to look at? And I haven't gotten a reply from him, so I don't know. I don't fucking know. But yeah, it was actually Will that asked me to check out the beta, but like, I still don't know why. But no, Woob didn't ask me to check out the beta. I was in the beta, actually. I didn't realize it. The beta access from Space Age, you know, like a year and a half ago, it's the same beta Discord. It's all the same beta. Like, once you're in, basically. So I was actually in and I didn't realize it. All I had to do was download the client. There's a fair number of people in the beta, I will mention that. Probably more than you're expecting. Music's a bit too loud. It's such a good song, though. Turn it down a little bit. A more crude upcycler? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are they going to remove the thruster stacking? I don't think I can comment on that. There's been no Woob comment in public, and there's been no FFF comment. So yeah, I don't think I can comment on that. I wish I could. It would certainly be a lot easier if I could talk about it, but yeah, I can't talk about anything that has not been publicly revealed by Woob. There's no like official NDA, but you know, like it's not like I'm gonna get sued if I talk about it, but they'll probably revoke my beta access if I talk about it. So, but in a couple weeks we'll be able to talk about everything. And I'll probably wind up making like a YouTube video covering like the 2.1 major changes for when it releases. Because I have a feeling something like that is going to be necessary. Yeah, you guys can speculate whatever you want in chat. You know, you can type what you want. You know, I'm sure people will be, you know, they already have, in fact, talked about things that, you know, are still in, that aren't still in, etc., etc. You can speculate all you want. I just can't confirm anything as much as I would like to, you know, evolve the discussion. Like, I just can't talk about it. So, anyway. So we got flippable inserters. You can do a flip with your inserters. So yeah, you can allocate, so the whole, like, directly unloading the belt, I don't know if you guys remember during the hamster project, during the speedrun shit, but I became a very important design consideration when designing a lot of blueprints was making sure that you never had an inserter leading directly onto the back of a belt like this, or the front of a belt. Basically, an inserter should never be parallel to the belt, always perpendicular, because this kind of stuff does not work if you flip it. If you do any kind of flipping or mirroring or anything like that, this stuff would break. So they fixed that. It now will always pick one side, and then you can adjust which side it goes to, and it also works now properly when you flip it, as seen down here. So that is no longer consideration. Very nice, you know, long overdue. You know, we're not quite at Bob's inserters yet, but, you know, it's a little step. When I saw this, I was initially kind of hoping we'd get something where it could put on the far side of the belt, too, but, yeah. We don't get that. So, more inserter changes. It's good. You know, not much to talk about here. They've applied it to just about everything that can do it. So, mining drills, burner inserters, etc., etc. This could potentially unlock some new mining drill layouts, because you can now do something like this. Like, pretend these are mining drills. Well, you can basically now do this, right? You can now do shit like this. And that would work with the inserter set properly, but, you know, it's like, how much it matters is a whole other story, because you know, foundries and whatnot. But hey, for modded Factorio, for doing modded stuff in 2.1, when you don't get foundries, I'm sure it'll be nice. I hope for Hamster 2.1 someday. Someday. It was a very involved project, and we kind of accomplished everything that we meant to do. I don't know if, like, any of the 2.1 changes would really warrant me revisiting the Hamster project. I think the Hamster stuff survives 2.1 pretty intact. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how vague and how specific I can be here. But yeah, maybe better if I just keep my mouth shut or something. Here, I'll be as vague as I possibly can. I think this will be okay. There's other things in 2.1 that are gonna cause you to have to make changes to your base. Like yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. It's so yeah. There are other things in 2.1 that are gonna cause you to have to make changes to your base. Aside from the quality stuff, and that's it. That's it. No specifics. Please don't ban me. But yeah, I'm just letting you know because it's going to be kind of a brace for impact kind of thing. Anyway, I think the drop on the input side of splitters is somewhat important. The drop on the input side of splitters. I can't decipher anything you're saying today. Even the pipe changes? What have they talked about? Yeah, well, we'll talk about that in a minute. They did talk about... Oh, wait, maybe they didn't. Wait, what did they say in the previous FF already? Like, fuck, I've, like... I need to, like, keep everything straight of, like, what I know from the beta and, like, what they've actually discussed so I don't accidentally reveal anything. Did they... What all did they reveal with the pipes? Nothing in the previous one. Yeah, they didn't reveal anything pipes here. Oh, they did. Okay, they did. Okay, that's what I was. That's what I was looking for. I was like, I can't remember if I can talk about whether you can circuit like fucking pipes now, but yeah, you can circuit like any pipe. Yeah, they're here. Okay, let's just go top to bottom. I'm fucking jumping all over the place. Oh, on the input side of splitters. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can, whatever. Let's just fucking read it. You need to stop jumping around. Left side or right if perpendicular, but you can't just far over near. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense, yeah. Is there a keybind for changing the output lane? I'm pretty sure the horizontal flip, right? Because there's no horizontal flip on inserters, right? Like, if you press H, it does nothing. So yeah, it'll probably be the horizontal flip button. Vertical does that. So yeah, I would expect it to be horizontal flip. But I have not tested that in the beta myself yet. So, but yeah, I haven't checked it out since Monday. I spent like maybe 4 hours on Monday, and then I haven't checked it out since then. Other than like earlier today when I briefly loaded it up to see this change because that wasn't in on Monday. I already played the beta. Yeah, I'm in beta. I think it has something to do with pipe temp. Yeah, you can read temperature. You can see it right here. You can read the temp straight off the pipe, which is really in Factorio only actually useful for Steam, I guess. Maybe modded stuff. I don't know. We're slowly creeping our way towards Oni territory. Probably just a new playthrough. Yeah, we need to finish the current Megabase before 2.1 releases. We need to finish 2.1 before before I mean, obviously, I can still play the Megabase once 2.1 releases, but obviously, people are gonna want to see 2.1 changes. So ideally, I'd like to finish up the entire current Megabase before 2.1 releases, and then we'll come back to Factorio. Originally, I wasn't planning on immediately streaming when 2.1 released because I didn't think it was gonna be as many big changes as there were. I was like, yeah, you know what, we'll just like maybe check it out briefly here and there and focus on other games, and then once it fully releases, we'll, come back. But there's enough 2.1 changes that I think doing a stream or two where I incorporate the 2.1 changes into the current Megabase will be educational for people. And yeah, as I said, I'll try to have some YouTube video ready to go for the 2.1 release as well. That will help smooth things out. What's the circuit option? What? This? Yeah, hold on. One thing at a time, guys. I'm scrolling up and down, left and right. We need to just go top to bottom. They can merge Flora into one? They're not gonna. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. Let's do some DSP before 21. Yeah, ideally I would like to, but my IRL shenanigans have been fucking up my sleep cycle and my stream hours for a couple weeks now. So it's like we should have been done with this Megabase, honestly, by last weekend. But I keep having shorter weeks and even starting late on top of that. So I've been streaming way less hours per week than I usually do, and it's becoming a problem because, I'm getting way less done per week than I usually get done. But, I mean, I've got the headache thing resolved now, hopefully. I've been headache-free for most of the week, and I'm headache-free today. I feel fine right now. My sleep cycle's still a bit fucked up. But the good news is I'm actually sleeping properly again. And I'm not, I'm not, up for 8 hours after the stream kind of thing, unable to sleep. So hopefully we should be back soon. I know I've said that a lot, but this time I hopefully mean it. You got a headache? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it was the shit I did on Sunday actually seemed to do it. But, I practically, OD'd on my headache medicine. You're supposed to take, 3 pills a day, but I never take that much. I'm usually on a way lower dosage. Where I take, 1 pill, every couple days kind of thing. Because that was enough. I wound up taking, 3 pills in the span of, 2 hours on Sunday. I basically just straight up fucking borderline OD'd on this stuff, but it seems to be, that's what actually I needed. I just needed, to shock the body or something, because, yeah, I was pretty much fine after that. I load my Megabase 2 World on 2.1 and it would just work? No. No, the quality change alone. The quality change alone means it's not going to work. Remember, we're on quality white science. Remember when I said I spent 4 hours on Monday? Like, playing the beta? Most of those 4 hours was trying to fix my base. Most of it was trying to fix shit. So that stuff kept working. But yeah, we're on quality white science, guys. We're on quality white science. This completely breaks. Yeah. This completely breaks. This doesn't work anymore. There is no quality space science anymore. So we're definitely losing a little UPS efficiency in that regard. Right, like, or effective SPM would be effectively a bit lower in 2.1 than now because we're losing legendary white science. I say would because there are other changes that I can't talk about, and I don't know how it's all going to balance out as to whether it's going to overall, you know... Well, actually, I kind of do, but I can't say anything more because if I told you which direction or, you know, any more details, then, yeah, my lips are sealed. But yeah, the quality ships do not work. That means the space quality ships do not work as well. So yeah, I basically loaded up my Megabase, and it's like nothing was running. Well, it ran for like 5 minutes and then died because there was no more quality white science going in. All I could do was run mining prod. So, yeah. We probably need to design a better version of this at some point. I'm not sure if I really can. I'm already using a lot of the surface area on that hub. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I can design a better version of this. We might just need 6 versions of it. Well, more than 6. It's only 1 million. I would need 10 of these ships. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I would need 10 of these ships to run the base at 10 million SPM. So yeah, we're definitely taking a big, you know, UPS efficiency hit regarding white science once those changes hit. There's a reason I'm saying... Oh, the one big thing I have to say about 2.1 is this. Say, if I have to sum it up in 3 words, it's brace for impact. There's a lot of changes that are, you know... Some things break things in a good way, some things break things in a bad way. But, yeah, there's a lot of little things that break. Yeah, I can tell you one other thing that's going to break right now because they talked about it. Because they added this output red-green, because they added this, it no longer does the magic subtraction for when you read and request on the same wire. So basically, my automall just straight up breaks. If you just straight up load the game, the automall doesn't work anymore. Fortunately, it's a very easy fix. It took me like less than a minute to figure out how to fix it. But yeah, you just have to set the right wires to read, you know, red and green for input and output. But yeah, like I'm just letting you know, like giving you an example of something else that's going to break in 2.1 right off the bat when you load your game. Like if you've got fancy circuitry that's relying on the magic subtraction stuff, it no longer does the magic subtraction because, you know, we have the ability to control the red and green wire outputs. So, yeah, if you're using my automall, you need to make an adjustment. Now you understand why I was saying, like, I'm going to need to make a video telling people how to fix their bases, especially if they're using some of my blueprints. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100% toxic. Well, I don't think there'll be people who will go back. I think they'll just mod the stuff back. I think they'll just mod in the stuff back. Like, if you want quality ships, if you disagree with the quality ship removal, like, people will just mod that back in. But yeah, I think there's enough good stuff in 2.1, especially with the radar, planet-wide circuitry, or galaxy-wide circuitry, and the reading and the output and inputs, being able to specify. They only showed output here, but I mean, it's obviously pretty safe to tell you guys. You know, because this is only showing on a pipe, right? This is output only, but obviously it separates these into output and input, right? Like there's one box for the inputs and one box for the outputs. So when you hook something up like this, like this is an input, this is an input, this is an output, this is an output, this is an output, this is an output, and they're all in one box. In the beta, there's two boxes, and you can see here, this is the output box, right? There's no input box because it's a pipe, but yeah, it's separated. It's not per line. I was asking for a per line thing. That's what I wanted. I wanted after every line, like a red and green checkbox. So it's not quite as good as what I had suggested, but it's still like, you know, it's still basically good enough. It's good enough. It does what we need it to, you know, help prevent signal contamination, that kind of thing. But yeah, ideally, in a perfect world, I could specify, say, read working to one wire, and then read ingredients to another wire. That would be the perfect world. But yeah, this is like 90% of the way there, so I'm happy enough. This is a simpler option, right? Rather than having to check the box for everyone, you just, you know. But yeah, it might require you adjusting how you do your circuitry to accommodate that change. You got access, or someone told me the changes? I got access. I mean, I've had access. I've had access for a year and a half. I just didn't realize it. Basically, if you were in the space age beta, you're like in every beta from now to the end of time until you reveal too much information accidentally on Twitch and get banned, at least. But yeah. Yeah, Conage, I was telling you should get in the beta too. There's like a lot of people in the beta. Like, I think you and Vader, at least, you know, because both you and Vader have very, very large space age designs. Um, you know, you between your clocking setup and I guess your Prometheum chips, and Vader with his Fulgora Islands and the hub system. But there are, again, without revealing anything, there are changes in 2.1 that affect both of your guys' designs. That's why I was telling you on Discord you should try to get in. There's a lot of people in. Like, I see no reason why you can't get in. It's not just a content creator thing. There's like 600 people in the beta Discord. Okay? There's like 600 people. There's a lot of people. So, it's cloning, apparently. You need a message regarding beta. And yeah, if he gives you any shit, then I can vouch for you. A birdie told you the changelog? Oh, someone's leaking secrets. Someone's leaking secrets. It's not fucking me. I'm not the birdie. It was already mod basically instantly after the FFF came out? Yeah. Combinators have the selectable wire? Fuck. I actually did not check them. Well, I mean, combinators already have the different connections. Combinators don't really need it, right? Because combinator, it's like you already have the output here and then the input here. It's the issue with buildings only having, you know, one set of connections. Right? Like, this only has one connection. This has two sets. But I don't think there's an output here. I don't think. I didn't check, and I obviously can't load up the beta on stream. I can try to... I don't know. Am I even allowed? Like, I don't know. I don't know where the line is. I don't know where the fucking line is. They specifically said on the beta, like, don't talk... Here, I will fucking go find the line, even, on the beta Discord. It tells me what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. Yeah, it says specifically, don't talk publicly about anything that hasn't been shown about Factorio Friday facts. Don't post screenshots and videos. Those are the only two lines they said. But, like, if the feature has been revealed, am I allowed to talk about the, what all it's been applied to? I think I should be okay, right? Like, they've revealed the feature. So I think it would be okay, but it might be slightly gray. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Like, what I'm saying is, like, if there is a change to an inserter, like, or the combinator, I think I should be okay discussing it. Because the core feature is the red-green output. Yeah, I would assume it's okay. I would assume it's okay. If the beta Discord randomly disappears from my list, then we'll know why, though. You wanted per line, they said it was too many check marks? Yeah, I feel like that would be, it would be a little overwhelming, I guess, but could make a setting so those who want too many check marks can get it. Yeah, that would be nice. It would. But yeah, like, there's a lot of people in beta, so it's like, it's not like just a content creator only thing. Like, Will has a bunch of Will's regulars are in beta, so I see no reason why, like, I couldn't get a bunch of my regulars into, like, not just you, Conage and Vader, but like Piano, Artelis, if you guys really want to go check out beta, like, I'm sure you could probably get in even without me needing to recommend you or something. I think you probably just need to ask. Just tell them, like, I have 3,000 hours on Factorio and I'm a regular on Hobbit stream, and that's probably enough. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they're not going to let everybody in, but Will could talk about anything. Yeah, but it's like, I was just wondering, like, if this feature has been revealed here, like, I should be safe discussing everywhere it's been applied, right? Or hasn't been applied? Or am I literally supposed to stick... I don't know how super rigid it is. He couldn't talk much about the wiring changes since it hasn't specifically been mentioned. What wiring changes? These? I mean, I already mentioned the subtraction thing. If that was a wiring change we're not supposed to talk about, because that's directly relevant to this. That's directly relevant to this. Like, the magic subtraction thing being changed is literally a direct result of this, so I assumed that was okay to talk about. Like, that they're directly related. One is literally a change as a result of the other. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I know it sends all outputs to both wires. Yeah, I just don't know if there's going to be a way to change. I haven't checked. And I obviously can't load up the beta client on stream. I'd have to end the stream here. But yeah, I'm kind of gonna go. I'm just gonna operate under the assumption that if the feature has been revealed, I'm free to talk about the feature in general and how it's been implemented. If the feature has not been revealed, then my lips are sealed. That's what I'm gonna operate under. Because, like, saying, like, because, seeing this, you can infer that, oh yeah, there's also an input box, right? And if you know anything about how circuitry works, removing magic subtraction is the next logical step, so that there's no hidden mechanics in, like, that sense, in that sense. The stream randomly end today. It fucking restarted. I don't even know. Hopefully my PC boots up if it restarts again. I wish I could just turn off Windows Update. some beta access. The first kind of Factorio thing I'm going to easily understand with the back. Yeah, the self-subtraction is a very non-intuitive mechanic. It's effectively a hidden mechanic. It's a completely hidden mechanic. So, you know, you just have to kind of like figure it out the hard way or have someone tell you. Couldn't talk about. Wait, what are you referring to, Andy? Anything that hasn't been revealed that I'm excited about? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely some unrevealed shit that's going to change some shit in some major way, and that's a maximum vagueness, I know. But yeah, there is some unrevealed stuff that's going to make everyone's head spin. But it's unrevealed. You can still the equivalent of match subtraction. There's no need. There's no need, because you can set one wire to being the input wire for your combinator and set one wire to being the output wire. So there's no need to do a magic subtraction anymore. To do the visualize pipeline, when you click that box, it's really simple, guys. You're probably overthinking it. When you click that box, it just makes that visualization stay static. Like, instead of me having to mouse over to see the pipeline lines, you can just click the pipeline, click the box, and it'll stay, like, permanently, those lines will be permanently lit up. That's all it is. A button in the top right? What button? What button are you talking about? This? No. No. It lights it up in the in-game interface. This lights it up on the map. When did I toggle that off, by the way? I never realized I toggled that off at some point. I used to like to have that on. Fusion reactors look a lot cooler with it on. Magic subtraction is that when you read contents and set recipe on an assembler, it will not, you know, it will not send the red contents back to the assembler and set the recipe on it. Like, it will magically subtract. That's why it's called magic subtraction. It's a hidden mechanic. That's very counterintuitive. It was stable when I played it, but I only played it for like 4 hours. And most of that was trying to fix my base, like the quality stuff and whatnot, so that it would actually run. I don't even think I actually finished it. I started getting the ship set up, and I didn't actually finish setting it up. I did give them some feedback on a few things, including one thing that was a very, very bad change. At least I did not think it was a good change. That was causing major issues. That I brought to everyone's attention. I think I was the first person to bring it to everyone's attention, because of the way I tend to play the game is a little weirder than other people. So I picked up on something that no one else had. Gave the feedback, and they did not revert the change, but they made another change to compensate for the original change already. But obviously, you know, I'm being vague as fuck because I can't tell you anything. But yeah, they are listening. I have given feedback. They are listening. They have made changes. Yeah. Bit worried about single pipe advanced oil output? What do you mean? What do you mean single pipe advanced oil? Yeah, I don't know if they've read your poll or not. I don't know. The thing is, like, I mean, obviously, I'm not the first person to think of stuff. To think of certain changes. So, when something gets implemented, I don't know if it came from me or someone else. I don't really care at the end of the day as long as the change gets implemented. Anyway, I don't think there's anything more to talk about with the inserter stuff. They spent a lot of time on the flipping stuff in the FFF, but yeah, I think we've talked about everything that could be talked about. The change regarding mixed fluid pipes? Um, but what does that have to do with the heavy oil? The boiler? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by the single pipe advanced oil output, though? I forgot to test sushi pipes. Yeah. Yeah, there's a fluid mixing prevention. I remember, like, I need to test sushi pipes. I think they should work, though. The speedrunning community will fucking burn the Czech Republic to the ground if the fucking Germans will be invading the Czech Republic again 100 years later. if they were to like get rid of sushi pipes. Like, sushi pipes are way too important to speedrunning. All three fluid? Yeah, I mean, as I said, like, I didn't test that, but I doubt they would nerf that. It's kind of a big change if they do that. He specifically said it? Okay, yeah. Mm. Alright, that's the inserter stuff. We have some new graphics, and we can do diagonal flamethrower turrets. I don't. More of a Death World thing, I guess. I did not build a single flamethrower turret in this entire Megabase run, and I see no reason to build them in the future. Just doing mines into Spidertrons, I think, is the most efficient and fastest way to protect your base. So, yeah, if you just love flamethrower turrets or play Death World or some shit like that, then yeah, this will be nice. Diagonal flamethrowers. Yeah, they specified that, Ernesto. I'm pretty sure. In they said that. So they said something somewhere. Yeah, here. Yeah, look, hold on. It's down below. We'll get to it. Ah! Too much jumping around. Okay. No more reading. No more replying to things in chat. Let's go through it all, then I'll answer questions. Okay. Well, I'll answer questions if it's about the thing we're talking about, but no more jumping around. So, flamethrower turrets are now diagonal. Yay. That's cool. Yeah, there's some graphical improvements as well. I'll be a little cheeky and say there are additional graphical improvements which they're not showing here as well. This is not all of them, but obviously I'm not fucking telling you what. You'll have to find out for yourself. But yeah, Fulgora's got ruins now. I don't know if this generates... I tried looking for these in my current world. I don't know if you have to like start a new world to have them generate. Or like go through like a new unrevealed territory. I didn't go to Fulgora to check that out specifically, but when I looked at my Fulgora, I did not see these in my save in the existing areas. So yeah, you probably have to go like reveal new territory for them to generate or something like that. They won't automatically be there in existing ones, I would imagine. Better graphics. I like this. They look more like metal-y and more like they were like built up over time by, you know, things being deposited as opposed to just kind of being a blob. It's essentially the same graphical style, but just a little bit better. So yeah, that looks nice. They changed the Vulcanist rocks. Previously, they were just reskinned Novice ones. Yeah, they even said right here, it's just recolored Novice, made them darker. They've now given them, like, you know, different kind of rocks that look more flat. They look more like, you know, built up from, like, lava blobs falling down, right? You can see them looking a little more layered. That looks nice and all. Didn't really get to see this very much in game because, I mean, all the fucking Vulcanist rocks were already removed in my run. And as I said, I was spent most of my time putting out fires. So, yeah. They look like ass. I'm kind of okay on them. I don't think it looks as good as this does. I think they kind of look a little too... I think they kind of blend into the background a little too much. Like here you have these very sharp shadow contrasts between where the rocks, so, you know, shaded the darker interior where the no light reaches versus the exterior part where the light reaches. You could see more of a contrast. And these are more like one kind of... There's less contrast, so... I mean, it's nice that they're different. I feel like it's definitely harder to see rocks. Like, these here, that one there, they definitely blend in a bit more than they did before, for sure. I don't think it's the detail, I think it's the contrast. I think it's the contrast. That's the issue. They need more contrast. Oh yeah, I missed this too when I looked at the FFF earlier today. Yeah, in the hotter areas, the rocks still have a little glow. That's kind of nice. Watch them make it so if you accidentally deconstruct one of them, you start taking fire damage. I didn't think the Demolisher needed changes, but yeah, they decided to make some aesthetic changes to the Demolisher. So it looks more plated now. The orange glow lines are thinner, and it just looks way more armored. Let's see some more rock changes up there, too. I don't know why those aren't glowing when those are that close to the lava, but hey, maybe they have to be very close. More stony and more cloudy? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely kicking up more dust and shit. Dust? Smoke? Who, like, I don't know. I mean, the things are basically on fire. It could just be smoke. Still gonna die to one railgun shot, so who cares? How the rocket pad looks like? I can comment a bit on that since I've seen it in game. Having an animation that plays when the rocket is being made is nice. The hole still looks a bit weird. Like, when I looked at it in game, when I looked at, like, my big Vulcanus fields, rocket fields in beta, like, having a hole, like, everywhere on every silo still feels a bit weird to me. Because it's like a bunch of holes in the ground kind of thing. But having an animation that plays when rockets are being made was definitely very nice. And looked kind of cool. And it has a nice little glow in the dark, too. Because it's a welding torch. Alright, so that's Demolishers. They also drop the new rocks as well. They don't drop the old ones. Alright. Now to the big fun part. QUALPOCALYPSE! So here we go. This was the one big change that we've been talking about for the past year. You know, that they've hinted at, that they've hinted against. Back and forth, back and forth. So it is happening. It is happening. Yeah, you can play vanilla with quality now if you want, apparently. Although, you'd have to enable the recycler mod too. Okay, so first off, they are making quality and recycler separate mods. So you can enable a quality and recycler without enabling space age now, I guess, or something. But yeah, we've decided to make it possible to play space age without quality, and yeah, splitting the recycler to its own tiny separate mod, etc. You know, might affect some modders. Don't think it's really going to affect most people. Space Casino. Okay, so this is the important line here. So, always could play vanilla quality? Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't care. I don't care about vanilla. I don't care about vanilla quality, non-quality. Yeah, just... But yeah, you can, like, enable the recycler, all, like, by itself now or something if you want. I don't know how it would work if you enabled the recycler without enabling space age. Probably some different novice-only recipe. I have no fucking idea. Well, I guess the recycler doesn't take any Fulgora ingredients, does it? Yeah. It's what? Steel, gears, blue chips, concrete? Yeah. So that's fine, I guess. But this is the important line right here. So, a lot of when we talked about quality in the past and what would happen if things get changed, I was heavily operating under the assumption that if they nerfed quality ships, they would nerf LDS. And, you know, maybe like the blue chip shuffle or something somehow, although I don't see how they could nerf that without breaking significantly other stuff. You can't really, like, nerf the LDS without creating logical inconsistencies either, because the LDS shuffle is just a byproduct of, you know, if you use a solid ingredient and liquid ingredients, the quality is based off the solid ingredients. So, you know, if you nerf the LDS so it suddenly couldn't output a quality recipe, you know, there's other recipes that use, say, like one liquid and one solid to create a solid product, right? Like, God, what's a good example I can think of? I mean, there's some that use 2 solids, you know, like blue chips, for example, red and green. Are there any other recipes that I can fucking think of that use 2 solids or 1 solid and 1 liquid to create something? Solid to create a solid. Explosives is 2 solids. That's 2 solids. I guess technically the barrel recipe, but rocket fuel. Yeah, if you use legendary solid fuel, legendary light, or normal quality light oil, you can make legendary rocket fuel. Foundry concrete, yeah, that too. Yeah, there's a few. Is it 300 prod? Yeah, but like, the reason those prod researches exist is because of the sheer number of rocket parts you need in space age. I don't think they have any intention of removing those. I don't think they have any intention of removing those. So it's like if they were to disable, say, 1 solid plus 1 normal liquid turning into 1 solid, if they were to disable those recipes, being able to select legendary quality, they'd have to logically disable it across the board, right? Whereas in the meantime, restricting a recipe from using quality modules, that already has precedent, right? Anything that, like, for example, like fluoro, right? If we do fluoro, that can't take quality modules. Or it can, I guess. It just doesn't do anything. Are there any other recipes where quality modules are actually disabled? Are there? Barreling can't take a quality? Is that the only one? I can't think if there's any others. Seems like thruster stack will survive. I cannot comment on whether a feature has been cut or not. At least I don't think I can. Foundry underground pipes? Really? That can't take it? Even though it's 1 solid, 1 liquid? No, they can take it. They just don't do anything. Well, I guess it would do something. Yeah, they can take it. Almost got beheaded. Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about that today. We have enough to talk about with the other FFF shit, but I've seen the aftermath of that and what's going on with that, and the aftermath is even more unacceptable than the incident, so... But anyway... Flagora liquids, maybe? Holmium is 2 solids. I mean, these produce liquids, though. Yeah, these produce liquids. And obviously you can't do holmium plate. There's no solid input. Quality barrels should hold more content. Added to the suggestion list, man. Added to the suggestion list. Quality liquids will solve most of the broken shuffles. I mean... I don't think there's any plans for that. But anyway, regarding the quality ship, so they're nerfing the quality ship, but they're not nerfing the LDS shuffle. They're not nerfing the blue chip shuffle. They're not nerfing the calcite from concrete. So basically, every time I've talked about this in the past, I would always kind of assume that the LDS shuffle would be going sooner, mainly because, you know, you needed very little in order for it to generate, you know, massive amounts of copper and whatnot. In terms of the amount of material it generates, it's very high, at least for copper. Now, granted, like, part of why I'd argued that it was never that OP was because copper is kind of fucking useless on its own. Like, you can do a lot with just iron. You can do a lot with just iron, but you can't do a lot with only copper. It's just kind of, you know, there's nothing you can really do with it by itself. Any recipe that takes copper, you know, takes something else that's also needed. Yeah, BC Shuffle needs only acid input, but BC Shuffle... All these shuffles, like BC Shuffle, LDS Shuffle, they're a product of the research, the productivity research. They're a product of these. You know, there would be a rocket fuel shuffle, too, if it wasn't for the fact that rocket fuel, I think, recycles back into itself. Oh, no, it does recycle into the solid fuel. Yeah, I mean, you could do a rocket fuel shuffle, too, if you wanted to get legendary solid fuel and then legendary rocket fuel. Just nobody ever does it because there's just not much use for it. I can't remember how we produced legendary nuclear fuel last run. Like, I remember I was producing it, but I can't remember the method that I used. Obviously, we didn't use it this run because we didn't do trains. How is a blue shuffle? What is a shuffle? A shuffle refers to the blue chips or the LDS essentially using a bunch of different recipes to create essentially a lossless progression. Like, if you look at this, what happens here on the blue chip shuffle is we take normal quality green circuits and red circuits. Those are all mass-produced over here. We have shitloads of these. So we have mass-produced... There's a lot of extra boxes and shit I hadn't removed. So we mass-produce red and green circuits, and then all we need is acid. And we get the prod, the blue chip prod, to 300 with research. So that requires level 25 research because it's done in an EMP. And what we do is we make a blue chip. Right? We make a blue chip. And then this makes 4 blue chips instead of 1. So we put in X ingredients, so we get 4X back. We then recycle those blue chips with quality, meaning we recycle that 4X and we get back to X. However, because of the quality module, some of the ingredients are now in higher quality. So basically, just using power and just using acid input only, we've effectively turned normal quality ingredients into higher than normal. And then you just keep repeating that. You know, we got 2 normal, 1 uncommon, 1 blue, epic, and legendary. And it just proceeds up the chain where we make 4 normal chips. We recycle back down into, like, you know, 1 uncommon chip. Then we make 4 uncommon chips. recycle back down, you know, into 4 rare chips over and over. So basically using only power and acid and the basic quality ingredients as input, we're able to generate legendary blue chips in relatively decent quantities. It's not completely free, but yeah, it's legendary materials from a lower number of inputs than would be normally required with a more brute force method. The LDS shuffle is similar, and the LDS shuffle is less lossless actually. So with these, you still have to input like, you know, iron and copper, you know, and acid, and those are being consumed, right? Like it consumes the normal quality iron and copper, but it returns an equal amount of eventually legendary after, you know, consuming a ton of acid and power. So if you put in, you know, 100 normal green chips, 100 normal red chips, you'll eventually have 100 legendary of each. The LDS shuffle is you input legendary plastic, which is made, you know, with coal from casino chips or from, you know, this, which is a setup that you should get very used to seeing because you're going to start seeing a lot fucking more of it, you know, once 2.1 releases, and even before that, because, you know, we're going to start planning around that as well. So with LDS Shuffle, we make that legendary plastic. We then cast an LDS using that legendary plastic and iron and copper, which are liquid, and then we recycle that. So by inputting legendary plastic only, we get legendary LDS. But then when we recycle the LDS, it uses the default recipe and not the foundry recipe, so it outputs back oh, sorry, I had to blow my nose. Yeah, so we recycle the LDS using the original, it recycles using the OG recipe, and that gives you copper and steel and plastic. But remember, we have 400% prod on the LDS. If you see it on there, it's at 300, so plus the 100% base means it makes 4 times the LDS that you put in. So when you recycle it, you actually get the same amount of LDS back, or plastic back as you put in, and that plastic just kind of goes in a loop. There you have to do some circuitry, you know, to make it not back up. But yeah, you can see like the plastic is going out through here, and then right back into the machine, just goes round and round and round and round and round. And then it pulls out copper and steel as needed. The circuit controls, you know, are here, which tell it, you know, whether it needs to make more or whether hibernate or not. This does still need some plastic input because of, you know, what is it called? Gambler's Drift, I believe. It's kind of like if you start at 100 coin flips, and every time you flip a coin, you land heads, you add 1 flip, and every time you land tails, you subtract 1 flip. You'll eventually hit 0 every time, you know, pretty much. You know, because of Gambler's Drift, because things will drift up, drift down, drift up, drift down periodically. Eventually, they'll drift down to where that 0 mark is. So, yeah, you do have to have like a plastic input still occasionally. It's not completely lossless in that regard, but yeah, it generates a very decent amount of, very large amount of copper, and I would say large amount of steel. But as we learned through this Megabase, why do I have 140,000 steel? Holy fuck! I need to clean up Vulcanus a bit. course. Yeah, I don't know. I have 140,000 steel. That's a ridiculous amount. Apparently, I have some cleaning up I need to do here. How do I have 500,000 rare? It's not even normal. I have 500,000 rare GCs. What is going on, man? Here, just throw them all down there. You asked Clonin? Yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, I think both you and Vader need to get in because you both have, especially because you both have very large, complex designs that are being impacted by 2.1 changes. I can't say any more than that. But yeah, that's actually part of why I wanted you in, because to discuss some of that stuff. And I can't talk about it with you till you're in. Did I talk about alternative casinos? We're in the process of talking about it right now. I was just going over what the LDS shuffle and blue chip shuffle was because some people didn't know. Oh yeah, let's go back to here. Okay, so as I said, LDS and blue chip shuffle and all these shuffles are not being removed. So previously when I talked about a lot of the quality changes and all that, I had kind of been operating under the assumption that if they nerf quality, they're going to nerf like all of it. And we're going to like wind up relocating everything to novice and essentially doing this kind of setup over here everywhere on novice, right? Like there's going to be like copper, stone, etc. But I had been operating under the assumption that the LDS shuffle was going to get fucked, the legendary calcite and legendary stone was going to get fucked, etc., etc. It being only the casino ship and nothing else makes it nowhere near as bad as you might think it is. Because you have to think about the materials that the casino ship produces. There's only 4 materials it actually produces. There's iron, sulfur, carbon, and calcite. That's it. Only 4 materials. First of all, for legendary calcite, we can just do this block on Vulcanus. Right? Like, we just do this, except on a calcite field. Boom, legendary calcite solved, no problem. That can remain on Vulcanus. And in fact, arguably needs to remain on Vulcanus. Well, it has to, because, I mean, where the fuck else could it go? There's no other planet with calcite. It's not like you have a choice anymore. See, this is part of my problem with, like, nerfing quality ships, is, like, I feel like it reduces choice in game design and, you know, makes things less interesting, but you've heard me talk about that plenty. But yeah, so calcite, out of the 4 materials, calcite, you just do an upcycler bank on Vulcanus, boom, calcite. For the carbon and sulfur, 99% of what these two are being used for is making coal. Legendary coal. That's the majority of it. So again, on Vulcanus, you just slap down one of these things. You know, I already actually had slapped them down to get additional legendary coal, because we were running really low on legendary reds for legendary speed modules during the 10 million expansion. So that yeah, so that also is basically solved by just doing a legendary upcycler bank on the other, you know, field you have on Vulcanus. Well, at least that's not tungsten, I guess. Yeah, calcite is really only used for stone, so you don't need that much of it, that's true. And that stone is really only used for, like, legendary landfill. I guess you need a decent bit for that, but once you're done making biochambers, you know, you're done making them. So out of the 4 materials, 3 of them can be solved on Vulcanus. A few other notes before we talk about the last material. We don't make legendary explosives. We don't make legendary of any of this. So you're fine. Well, actually, I think we do make legendary railgun ammo. But you can get carbon from coal pretty easily. It's easier to get carbon from coal than coal from carbon. For carbon from coal, you need sulfur... Sorry, from coal from carbon, you need sulfur and carbon. But if you start with the legendary coal, you can make carbon literally from just coal and acid. No second solid ingredient needed. So yeah, you will still need to get legendary carbon for things like you know, your heating towers and okay, and your tungsten carbide. Yeah, your heating towers and your tungsten carbide, because you need these to be made in legendary, which is currently normally being handled over here. Yep. Which is, you know, we've got our legendary tungsten coming in, and then our legendary carbon coming in. Our carbon's being synthesized, or is being, yeah, synthesized from, or not synthesized, it's coming straight from space right now. That will need to be changed to be synthesized, but again, fortunately, you don't need very many legendary triangles. It's mainly just used for these two, and I guess these. I guess you need a fair amount of these, but these only take 1 triangle each, so hopefully it won't be too bad. And yeah, these only take 1 carbon each. And I think the recipe is... fucking blind. Fuck was I gonna say? I just blinked out. Oh, the recipe's up here, yeah. I'm like looking down here for the alter recipe. Yeah, I always forget, for some things it's recipe and item combined in the same entry. So yeah, we just take our coal. It's 2 coal per carbon. So you might need a couple of these. 1 might not be enough, especially in the early game. Right? Like in the late game, you'll probably be fine on 1, as long as you have decent sized buffers. But in the early game, you might need more than 1. Carbon fiber. Everything I do with carbon fiber, I do via gamble circuits. Because everything that takes carbon fiber is obnoxious. Like, this is gamble circuits. These are gamble circuits. Yeah, these are gamble circuits. These are gamble circuits. These are gamble circuits. Yeah, I do everything that takes carbon fiber with gamble circuits. Did I react to it? I'm literally in the process of reacting to it right now, if you would watch for like 30 seconds before you started speaking. The only real loss is Q5 Science. Yeah. Yeah, Quality 5 Space Science being lost is, I think, one of the biggest hits. Especially with regard to UPS efficiency. As I said earlier, without spoiling anything, there are other changes to how UPS efficiency is going to work in Space Age. Multiple change, or in 2.1, multiple changes in that regard, but I cannot talk about those changes specifically yet. Hopefully, they reveal a bit of it next week. Some of the changes I do want to talk about that I do think need to be talked about, I am expecting to get revealed in either next week's or the week after FFF. One change in particular we really need to talk about. And yeah, I think it's definitely something that they'll reveal at some point. Guys, you can speculate Prometheum stuff, hub output, you know, fucking like better UPS optimized fish farms, whatever. I cannot confirm or deny. You type comments like that in chat, I'm just not going to reply. I can't reply. I can't confirm or deny anything. I can't. I actually feel like it's harder to talk about this stuff now than before I got into beta, because before I was in beta, I could at least speculate. You know, I could at least, like, rampant speculate, right? Like, now I feel like I can't even speculate, because if I'm like, oh, I speculate this might happen, and I'm talking about something that's actually in the beta, I think that crosses the line. Why'd I join beta then? I was asked to. Kind of jiggling. I've been jiggling on everything. There's some things that you guys, I think, are expecting in 2.1 that are not going to be in there. There's some things you're expecting which are. There are some things you are not expecting in 2.1 which are going to be in there. And there's something which you are not expecting which aren't, I guess. There, I covered all the bases. What is the expected timeline for 2.1? It's end of this month. It's end of this month. Given the fact that I've missed a fucking lot of streams this past month, you know, we kind of... Yeah, 3 days a week is a pathetic stream schedule, and I should be embarrassed. But, yeah, I mean, as I said, hopefully the IRL issues which have kind of been leading to this clusterfuck have now finally been resolved, and I should be back to a more aggressive schedule soon. But, yeah, there's a good chance we might wind up doing 2.1 up until, or not 2.1 Factorio stuff up until 2.1, because I kind of don't see the point of, like, doing Factorio weekend after weekend, then doing, like, one weekend of DSP and then right back to Factorio for 2.1. It's like, we might just wind up doing Factorio all the way through June, and then doing DSP early in July. Because once 2.1 gets released, I won't be doing another Megabase immediately, obviously. Although, I imagine there'll be some people who want me to. You know, we'll take our time. Well, I mean, I'm not going to do a Megabase till 2.1's, like, fully released, right? It makes no sense for 2.1 to be in, like, a public beta and fucking start a Megabase then, only for them to do other major changes that, you know, change how the Megabase works, right? Like, we'll do we'll only be doing the 2.1 Megabase once 2.1 is fully released, which will be sometime in the fall, most likely. I think they're shooting for the 2-year anniversary. It's the 2.1 year anniversary. Oh ho ho! Melon Toss, I swear to God, you need to start just watching my VODs instead of, like, watching the stream. Look, everything you ask, I've already answered. Yeah, exactly. It takes your time and not my time. You got it. Instead of answering questions, I've already answered 4 times the stream already. But yeah, for those of you who missed it, I will be doing a 2.1 update. Both a live stream, and I will ideally be doing a YouTube video as well when the 2.1 experimental branch releases, basically when the beta goes public. I will try to have a video prepared that covers all, like, kind of like a 2.1 crash course, how to fix your Megabase kind of video, as well as a, you know, be doing a live stream that day where you can watch me update my base, you know, from the 10 million SPM to the new one, and see everything that I have to do. How much SPM am I up to? We're at 7.5. We'll try to get a bit done today. hopefully, I mean, if I just get red and green science done today, I'll be happy. Today's going to be a bit of a shorter stream. I got on kind of late, slept too much. But yeah, if we can just get through the FFF and then get red and green sorted and belted up and, yeah, get all the belting going, then or most of it, I'll be happy today. Maybe start doing the circuit shit as well today. Maybe. Why are you... Oh, those are the upper labs. I was like, why aren't those working? Yeah, it's so nice that they gave these a... It's so much easier to tell which labs aren't working now. I'm so glad they changed that graphic. If I edited VODs to 10 minutes, do you have any idea how much time that takes? Like, me editing my live stream VODs down to like 10 minutes is like, the chances of that happening are 0. Ever. Like, the only way that happens is if I start making enough money from streaming to hire a full-time editor. And they can, you know, do the editing for me. But I still haven't even made, like, the regular YouTube content, you know, the 5, 10, 20-minute videos I like to make. Like, yeah. I will never edit those VODs down, ever. It just takes way too much fucking time. But, I mean, today's VOD was only, what, an hour, 47 minutes long? And I've pretty much spent the entire time discussing the FFF, minus the first 10 minutes. So, I mean, it's pretty all relevant information. What else? But yeah, again, like, Prometheum chip changes kind of thing, like... Well, first of all, I didn't even test Prometheum chips in the beta because, you know, my space science was broken. I need to sit down and finish setting it up. But I don't think I can comment on any changes regarding that because it hasn't been discussed yet. So whether there are changes or aren't changes, that's the thing, like, I can't tell you guys there's no changes. So, like, telling you guys there's no changes is, like, a form of leaking information. So, like, you know all the things we've speculated on these past years or whatnot. And I'm able to tell you a little more based on what's in the FFF. You know, if a feature is discussed in the FFF, I can talk about how it feels in the beta. At least I'm pretty sure I can. You know, I can talk about, you know, its implementation, what I think, that kind of thing. And that's the additional information I'm trying to give you. But all the other stuff we've speculated on, as I've said, there's some things we wanted badly. There's some things that we really expected to happen, which haven't happened. There's some things which, you know, we didn't expect to happen, which have happened. There are some good things, there are some bad things. Like, there's a fair bit, and they're still making more changes. I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but this change, this circuit connection output, which we asked for a lot, this was not in the beta on Monday. When I checked it on Monday, this was not on the beta, and when I was making my list of things that were not in the beta, that should be in the beta, that I need to, you know, give to the devs, this was on that list. I never wound up sending that list to the devs yet. You know, I didn't get around to it. Like, I was still compiling it. And then, you know, on the FFF, I'm like, oh, it's in, apparently. And then, before the stream today, I went and quickly loaded the beta client. And yeah, it was in because there have been 2 updates since Monday, one of which added this. So there's still a lot changing, you know, constantly. So yeah, like, I can't confirm or deny things. Like, I'm just trying to stick to elaborating or talking about things that would... Yeah. I said too much. Woob came for me. They activated one of their sleeper agents in Los Angeles and hunted me down. Alright, give it a second for people to hit F5 and whatnot. Things that woo. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like, if we speculated about something, I feel like I can't really, like, confirm or deny it, right? So, because there's things you guys have mentioned where you're like, he's confirming it and you're wrong. And there's also been things where like, he's confirming it and you might be right. I'm not going to tell you, like, you know, you can speculate all you fucking want. I can't confirm or deny anything. Like, you know, obviously we've talked about potential 2.1 changes. Probably more than just about anybody else. So there's a lot in terms of that list. You know, we had Konich compile that list and all that, etc. But yeah. Yeah, we got to stick to what's actually been revealed. But yeah, for the radar change, yeah, you can select like any channel. I didn't play with it too much, but yeah, you can select like tons of different channels. So I mean, even if for the radar they had made it so you can only select planet signals as channels, that's still plenty, right? That's still like 5 different galaxy-wide channels. That's huge. Not to mention having like a per planet channel for modded runs and whatnot. I can't say anything about Prometheum. That's not been discussed yet. Looks more than 2.5. I mean, you have to remember, they stay really low on version numbers. When Factorio 1.0 was released, we got a 1.1 and that was it. You know, we got a, you know, same with 2.0 getting released. All the other updates were like 2.01, 2.02, 2.03, etc., etc., etc. They reserve like the .x for like big updates. And apparently they're only doing one big update for Space Age, you know, the same way 1.1 was the one big update for Vanilla, 2.1 is the one big update for Space Age. But no, it's 2.1, it's just 2.1 by Woob's definitions, not by other developers. No point in us guessing. I mean, I've been pretty careful not to confirm or deny anything, so I think I'm pretty safe in that regard, I hope. Please don't ban me! But, so coming back to the space casinos. So yeah, the way I think you're probably going to be handling it, Legendary Coal and Calcite, you will just upcycle Brute Force directly on Vulcanus with quality and big mining drills. Iron, unfortunately, I think you have only 2 choices. I'm not sure which is better. I haven't really tested them against each other. It's kind of hard to test them against each other. I mean, you can test them now in the current client. You don't need beta for it. But your 2 options would either be doing a upcycle bank like this for Iron on Novice, and then launching it by rocket to Vulcanus, you know, assuming that's still going to be your quality planet. And that's the solution that I temporarily set up in my beta run. Or you could do something like casting underground pipes with quality and then recycling them over and over and over. Which might be better, I'm not sure. But yeah, it would be underground casting pipes or, yeah, casting underground pipes or something. What do underground pipes recycle into? Yeah, it recycles into both the pipe and the iron plate, yeah. So it'd be like the blue chip shuffle, kind of. Cast normal pipes except without all the prod bullshit. So you would cast, you know, pipes with quality, recycle them with quality, cast them again with quality out of higher quality ingredients, higher quality iron plate, over and over and over. It's obviously a more complicated method, but yeah, it's that or this on Novice are kind of your only two options. But that's the good news. Iron chest upcycling? Yeah, that could work too. That could work too. I think BC Shuffle might be too many steps. I think you might be better off doing something like this. As I said, I just set up these on Novice. I set up 2 of these on Novice. But yeah, I need to play beta a bit more to see if it was... The thing is, it's hard to tell because I don't need that much iron at this point of the Megabase. Something you'd have to see during the ramping phase. Whether it's enough. Sulfur looked fucked? Sulfur is already fucked even in normal space age, what? And you only really need sulfur for coal anyway. That's it. Consumes more iron? Yeah, I mean, iron box, iron undergrounds, or just brute force, you know, it's something we can test at some point. See, you know, what produces more per number of entities or some shit like that. How do you make legendary sulfur now? You don't. Why would you? I mean, I think the only thing you need it for is legendary explosives for legendary railgun ammo, and legendary railgun ammo is kind of a luxury anyway. Yeah, it's kind of a luxury. I guess you could just hard upcycle it since you don't need that much. But yeah, obviously the other thing that we haven't really talked about yet, we talked a bit about the white science. But this is a big, big, big hit to all quality science. At least we got quality trains. Yeah, at least we got that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Although, you know, if you've ever heard me talk about quality trains before, then you've heard everything that I possibly could say on that. No, legendary bioflux is not the way to go. Guys, why are you worrying so much about producing legendary sulfur? Have you looked at what it's used for? Hello? There's only 4 things legendary sulfur is used for, or sulfur is used for. That's a liquid. That you don't need to do anymore, because you're just going to directly produce the coal now. Legendary science is a joke now, you know. And, as I said, it's just explosives for, like, railgun ammo. Which is something that's kind of optional anyway. You know, if you lost legendary railgun ammo, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But this is made in, like, such low quantities that you could probably just hard upcycle the sulfur anyway. If you really wanted to keep having it. That's correct. That's correct, Sen. Yeah, you can do it via... You can do it via regular crushing if you wanted to try to set something up for that. Yeah. Because that gets to like 80% return, yeah. 8.68 to 6.94. But then you also have to dispose of very, very, very large amounts of regular iron and then uncommon iron. And then rare iron and so on. Like, you're going to need to be venting massive amounts of iron. I don't think you're prepared for the sheer amount of iron that you're going to have to vent. Like, just look how much this produces. To turn fucking 8.68 asteroids, I mean, obviously you'd take out, like, the prod modules. You just have, like, no modules, like, speed only. But it's like, it makes 600 fucking iron per second to turn 8 into 6. Well, you'd have qual modules, what am I saying? Yeah, you'd have qual modules. Yeah, that's also true, yeah. Yeah, I actually didn't even think about that. But yeah, you're still going to have A-bomb upcycling. And that's going to generate, you know, some legendary explosives. There's a bit in here. There's about 100 in here. Yeah, there's about 100 in each one. Which isn't that many when you think about it, but... yeah, if we look at the total, it's not that much. But if it's only used for legendary railgun ammo, then... yeah, it's workable. I mean, how many fucking legendary railgun shots are you firing off per run anyway? Well, yeah, you'd obviously be doing that, Zen, but it's still a lot. It's still a lot. Remember that an inserter can only handle 180 or so items per second when outputting no, space is an instant up. It's 120 items per second for a stock inserter putting straight into space. So for this even to go full tilt, you would need, you know, crushers are only a 3x2 building. Even if the long side is facing space, the max you could output is 360 per second. But yeah, I don't know. I think quality in miners is like a relatively high potential solution because you get so much quality stuff coming straight out of the miners directly. Right, like your first step, you're already getting a bunch of uncommon shit and whatnot. Q2 explosive rockets for prom? Q2 explosives? What does quality even do? A wee bit more damn? So it'd basically be like, instead of getting your explosive research to 31... yeah, I don't know. Doing anything with quality modules on platforms is a nightmare because you can't beacon and speed it anymore. You don't beacon quality crushers? Yeah, but that only hyper-emphasizes my point, doesn't it? You know, if you have... I mean, look how many crushers... Look how many crushers we have here. This is like 1 to 0.44 or something. Is there one on board? No. You guys have extra crushers, right? Yeah, you always have extra material. It's 1.25 to 0.87. That's going to be a bit slower than that with quality modules. It's like roughly 1 per second being processed. But yeah, I guess it would be like only one inserter to dispose of the material. I don't know. We can play with some different methods. I was planning on doing a day or so where we did some like ship design stuff, you know. Shattered planet ship, normal quality prom ship, looking at Artelis' design as well. I guess at that point we can also try designing a iron only quality ship using the processing recipes and see how bad it's going to be. Like companionship that produce all quality or media ups, like I talk about. Yeah, yeah. Anybody who like hard committed to any space science based quality or space based quality, their bases are completely fucked. Like their runs are basically ended with 2.1. Like Yu's run is basically dead because he did quality on everything. I think Trunk was also doing a quality heavy run. Yeah, his run is basically dead too. Those are people I could see staying on non 2.1 for a while. I did recall by Nimmo using nade upcycling. I don't know. I think this is a good. I think this method is good though. Like as I said, like these recycle banks are simple. They're easy to scale. They make a fair amount of stuff. I think that if you have the option to use this, it's going to be a strong contender. But yeah, at some point we'll do some testing with, you know, iron box upcycling versus iron pipe upcycling versus something like this versus an iron quality processing chip. If you play with that, they're gonna nuke it too? Yeah, probably. They just lurk my stream and nuke stuff. Their ship design in FFF 441? What? Oh, that one? Yeah. See, I can't do shit like this, man. I just can't. My bricks are too efficient. I see something like this now, and I'm like, look at how efficient, inefficient that is. Like, it's got the aesthetics, but look at how much belt there is. Look at all that fucking ridiculous amount of belt. That's how I see it now. Like, to me, like, I see this and I see spaghetti in an aesthetic container. Oh, and it's slow, too. Thruster's not fully spanning the backside. Yeah. It's a nice looking little ship, but the unfortunate reality, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Complete brick. No belts. Maximal direct insert. But yeah, it's a cute little one. I'll give them that. What can I say, man? I do make spaceships, okay? Before anyone says you don't make spaceships, you make spaceships. You make you make bricks. No, I do make spaceships. They're just all Borg cubes, okay? And Borg cubes are still spaceships. They're actually very good spaceships. They tend to kick the other ship's asses. Whoop doing whoop things, embarrassing, obviously, and simple solution came to me in a dream. Yeah, yeah, we'll cover that in a minute here. We're almost to that. I kind of doubt they'll make quality science any better. Next topic. Blah, blah, blah. This is for fluid flow scaling. If it went for a billion levels of mining prod, it'd basically be useless, yeah. Direct upcycle is 2700 to 1. Yes, but that's not counting the quality miners. It's 2700 to 1 when you don't have quality in your miners. With quality in your miners, the initial step, like a lot of it's coming out in uncommon. So that makes it way better. But coolness factor, brick, yeah. Hey man, I am an excellent board cube designer. Belt equals storage on platforms? Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Storage in collectors is better than storage on platforms. Right? Just have a collector for each material. The way space exploration sail ships? I don't know, I was watching, God, who did we raid the other day who was playing SC a bit? Who did we fucking raid? I can't remember. I'm very bad at, like, remembering who's playing what, specifically. But someone we raided was playing Space Age, and I was looking at the space exploration ships briefly. They seem a lot simpler. They seem way simpler than, Space Age ships, because you don't have to collect asteroids. Yeah, in space exploration, there's no asteroid collection. There's just some, like, onboard fuel process. I don't know if it's getting launched up or what. And then, like, solar power, and that's it. Might have been mucky, yeah. Yeah, I think it was mucky. Live in houses? Guess what? Brick? Hey, a house is just a brick with a slanted roof. Everything's just a brick. It's all just brick. It's kind of like how in physics, everything's a fluid when you get down to it. You know, metals are fluids. Your table is a fluid. You are a fluid. All ships are just bricks. You have to supply... Yeah, you have to pre-fade it. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Had to be. Yes, legendary trains, the next thing on the list. Okay, so I think that covers everything for the quality changes. Since they are talking about the quality changes in total in here, this was all of it. This was all of it. You know, they've talked about everything here. So, yeah. Alright, quality trains. Since it's being discussed, like, you know, I'd see no harm in, like, giving you a little more, you know, details of the stuff they've already talked about. Yeah, this one was 100, which is what you would expect, because it's 40 by default. You know, normally jumping from normal quality to legendary quality is a 2.5x multiplier, right? Like, if you look at most things, it's 2.5x. Some things are higher, like accumulators, or, you know, like 6x. Asteroid collector arms are like 6x and whatnot. But most things go up by, some things go up by a bit less. Like the fucking power poles. But, most things go up by 2.5. So this is 40 by default. And yeah, that they can confirm right here. It goes up by 2.5 as well to 100 legendary. The fluid wagon is also 2.5. Going from 50k to 125k. So that one's cool as well. I forgot to check this. I didn't really use trains in this current Megabase. Like, I didn't use a single artillery wagon the entire run. So I forgot to check if that's a 2.5, but I would expect it to be the same as what the artillery wagon or the artillery turret is. Which I always forget. It's located over here. And this is going from, you know, this is not going up by 2.5x, right? This is going from 224 to 336. So it's going up by 50%, by 0.5x. They already scale with quality? Oh yeah, that's right. Not very much though. Yeah, the scaling's way lower. Oh wait, no, it's the same. 224 to 336. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Yeah, it's the same. So yeah, I don't know why that's there. I don't know why that's there, but yeah, I guess it already does scale. Never used Arty trains? I used them a lot last year. I used them quite extensively last year, but I haven't touched them this year. So this I didn't test in game, but you know they described it pretty clearly here. Obviously, I didn't test it because as I said, I just loaded my current Megabase into 2.1 and tried to see what changed. And in my current Megabase, I didn't have trains. But yeah, I mean they've made it clear using an upgrade planner on trains now works. And if you have bot coverage over the station and a legendary wagon is available, then it will try to swap it out. The one thing that I will elaborate a little further on that they didn't give the details here, the speed increase here is, don't get your hopes up too high, it's pretty small. It's pretty small, that speed increase. So for all of you guys who are thinking like, oh yeah, we're going to have 2.5x speed increase trains, you see it in the screenshot? Oh, you do. Do you? No, it only shows the base. Or is that... Hold on. I guess that is showing how much it goes up by legendary. I mean, usually there's no information after the diamond. Usually you have to mouse over the diamond to see how much it goes up by. But yeah, this has that plus 39. Yeah, it's from the fuel. Yeah, it's from the fuel. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, sorry. That's correct. Yeah, it just shows 259 here. Nuclear fuel already increases train speed, for those of you who didn't realize that. By a little bit. Higher quality fuel. No, I'll go ahead and tell you guys that number because I see no harm because they've already revealed the quality trains. Obviously it's a beta and, numbers might be subject to change. Fully legendary locomotives, I think, were around 300. So it's not a very big increase. They're going from like 260 to 300. So it's not a very big jump. Well, with legendary on top of that, it'll probably reach like 350 or something. So that's probably what you're looking at roughly for the top speed. I think. As I said, I didn't look at trains like in too much detail when I fucking opened it up. But I guess I can make a short list of things that I can check after the stream and then tell you tomorrow. Stuff that should be safe to discuss. Double check. Train top speed. Is the red, green select applying to combinators? I think that was it, right? Just those two things? Because those have been discussed in the FFFs. So that should be okay. But yeah, it's a small speed increase. You're definitely going to still want to get legendary trains. If you're doing a Megabase. Like, if you're bothering with nuclear fuel, then you're legendary nuclear fuel, then you're obviously going to bother with legendary trains. How much more speed does the legendary fuel give you? Like 15%. 15%. You can see that in the base game right here. Right here. It goes from 115 to 137. The acceleration goes up by a lot more. That's the bigger difference. Basically doubles the acceleration, which is really important for shorter trips, right? Longer trips, it makes less of a difference. Cloned said yes. Very nice. Did you have to name drop me, or did you get it on your own? Just curious. Just talked about various stuff. Okay, very nice then. As a Megabase player, will you use more after Transit 2.1 or not? I guess I could put on my speculation voice without confirming or denying anything. If quality trains are the only thing that's changing, if we don't get a better unloading system, I will not be changing how I approach trains in my Megabases now. Like, we need a better unloading system. I need to, like, clip the stuff from the when we went over Satisfactory briefly a bit last Sunday. I need to, like, clip that part where I talked about the Satisfactory unloading system and just fucking post that in the train feedback channel on the Discord. But yeah. Yeah, like, there needs to be a better train unloading system for me to consider that. We want supersonic trains that clip through the intersection, yeah. Something like that. We need trains actually breaking the sound barrier. I want to see a shockwave in front of the trains when they're going fast enough. Elevated rails being able to dump their content. Yeah, I mean, we just need the Satisfactory system. I've been saying this for the past year. We need the Satisfactory system in 2.1. Like, it's needed really badly. There are no commands in YouTube? No. No, the bot is on Twitch only. I mean, there might be a way to get a bot set up on YouTube, but like I kind of view YouTube as the VOD archive platform, honestly. Like, Twitch is the main show. YouTube just exists for VOD archiving. If Twitch had permanent VODs, I would have never bothered dual streaming. Most likely. But yeah, if you want music, I mean, see, that's the other thing. Like, I don't have any desire to, like, extensively set up things on YouTube. Because we don't even have music there to begin with. That's like half the fucking stream, man. And there's no music on YouTube. How does the Satisfactory system? Yeah, it's a building with an inventory. If you check my VOD from last Sunday on YouTube or on Twitch, I guess it's still on Twitch. We spent like an hour touring the Satisfactory base. And I talked about the unload system there. It's pretty easy to find, right? You know, it's just a small 1 hour section, and it's pretty easy to find the train discussion. It's right at the start of the Satisfactory discussion. But yeah, you can see that system being demonstrated. But yeah, that's the system that we need to have in 2.1 if they want trains to be Megabase viable. Yeah, we're paying our respects to platform gambling, but as I've discussed, I don't think it's going to be as bad as it could have been because they're leaving LDS Shuffle and Legendary Stone from Calcite in. If they were removing Legendary Stone from Calcite and if they were removing the LDS Shuffle, then it would be a lot worse. Satisfactory trains suck at all the other things? They're not that bad. Same reply, Smitty, as to everything else. I cannot confirm or deny any speculation like that. I would like to see a solution in 2.1 for that, but I cannot confirm or deny. So all I can do is echo my same sentiment as before, which is that I would like to see one. Ugh, quality fluids would change a lot of things. Quality fluids would change a lot of things. Like, that would be an absolutely enormous change if it were to be implemented. Even consider better unloading? I can't confirm or deny at this point. The fact that I am like in beta at this point means I cannot confirm or deny things that I could speculate on before. You know, like before this week, you know, I could happily speculate on the things I would like to see, and I can echo that speculation. You know, I could say I would like to see this, I would like to see that, knowing whether it's in or not in, but I'm basically just, you know, repeating the speculation, but I can't confirm or deny that kind of stuff, guys. If it's been brought up in the FFF, it can be discussed. And I think it's totally safe for me to elaborate further on things that were discussed in the FFF. Like, for example, they didn't reveal the max speed of trains, of legendary trains in the FFF, but they talked about legendary locomotives were a thing. I've gone ahead and revealed the max speed because I think that's safe to discuss. Although, as I said, you know, all of this is still in beta. Those numbers might be subject to change. So always remember that. But, yeah, if it's something where it's like, oh, God, we really hope this solution is, it's like, as in, all I can say is the same thing I said last week is, you know, yeah, I really hope that solution's in too, regardless of whether I know it's in or not. My tongue's been tied. Completely tied. Like a Looney Tunes character. Do I like that they destroyed space casinos? I've given my stance on it a lot. I have been well prepared for both outcomes for a while. And it's not as bad as I thought it could be. Basically, I can still keep my quality planet as Vulcanus. That's the big thing that I was worried about. Was that I would feel forced to move the quality to Novice. Like, if we didn't have the LDS shuffle in, and I was forced to make Legendary Steel via the upcycling banks, via these, I think it would have to be on Novice. Because otherwise there's just a lot of fucking iron to launch. To make for steel. I mean, I guess you could process it to steel before you launch it, but still. Yeah, like having that shortcut for steel is still pretty valuable. As I said, out of all the things getting hit in the casino ship, the iron is the worst part. The others are relatively easy to supplant. Yeah. Yeah, and as I said, features keep getting added. Like, if I were to just... If I had full disclosure to talk about everything, and I had talked about my experiences based on Monday, I would have been like, oh yeah, the red-green read didn't get put in, but now that's in. I have no idea what other features are still remaining to be added. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make the end of June release date for 2.1 as well. I would not be surprised. if it gets delayed a bit. If they're still adding features like this, you know, I would not be surprised. But we'll see. They haven't said anything about that yet. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about delaying the release of the experimental. But they haven't said anything regarding that yet. Yeah, they can release it, but they're going to want most of the features in before they release it. But yeah, I mean, like, we're like, what, 2 weeks away from it being potentially released? They're still adding new features. So we'll see. We'll start trashing less stuff on Fulgora? Nope. No, Fulgora will never be a quality planet. Not in that sense. I played with that last year, I'll never fucking deal with that again. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway. Keeping on going. Yeah, I can't comment on thruster stacking. Yo no puedo decir. Okay, what else? Fluid system updates. Is Ravager here? This is one thing he really fucking wanted. Oh, he's not here today. Yeah, he was the one. He was the one really begging for some fluid changes. And I was the one saying that I doubt it'll happen. Turns out it did happen. Okay. They admit the 2.0 fluid rewrite was rushed, and with such there were a few holes left in the process. This is Rygaard speaking now. One of the most obvious chasms was that past reports wood filters would not prevent unrelated fluids from passing through them. So this is basically how it should work, you know, it passing through water. But this was a side effect, as you can see. It's passing holmium because it rotated it. We've run into this bug a little bit, or I don't know if you'd call it a bug, this jank a little bit in runs before. So they're fixing that, so you'll no longer see fluid dumped into whack pipes when rotating through things. So this is the whole internal logic of how it actually works. The root of the issue is that pass-through ports, such as the boiler's water input, have two fluid buffers. The buffer which is a member of the pipeline, and the buffer which it uses for the operations. The internal buffer has a filter, but the output has no filter. And that part's completely hidden. Yeah, we ran into this consistently on the hamster stuff. I don't know if you guys remember the hamster videos. But on a kilo, when I would swap out a couple of the cryos for the EMPs for the quantum production in place of the science, yeah, every single time I would do the run, I would have to clear the pipe because of this issue. The solution seemed obvious. Remove the hidden double buffer and set the filter directly on the pipeline. However, this introduces a rather large issue. Setting a fluid filter on a pipeline. Pipelines are made up of multiple fluid boxes that are added at different times, so the pipeline must keep track of the filters, yada yada yada. Furthermore, what happens if you add a fluid box conflicting? The game needs to reconcile them. So they're like expanding on the fluid mixing prevention. Like the game already had some fluid mixing prevention, but now it's more expanded, I guess. Apparently, they have independently confirmed that sushi pipes will still work, which is good. I don't think they would be allowed to release 2.1 with a nerf to sushi pipes because of how much it affects speedrunning. As I said earlier, you know, if they actually nerfed sushi pipes, the Germans would be invading the Czech Republic again. So, yeah. I like whatever they're doing here. I don't think it's changing that much. The nice name lining up there. But yeah, this just seems to be a more robust thing to prevent newbies from shooting themselves in the foot, because you know Factorio has this thing where with new players, when they shoot themselves in the foot, you know, they tend to blow their entire leg off at the hip. Right, like there's all these ways you can get fucked up as a new player that we don't even think about anymore. You know, like contamination issues, right? Like we don't even think about contamination issues anymore because they never happen for us because we are disciplined and have learned the hard way over many thousands of hours. But to like new players, yeah. So the way I see this is it's just more safety prevention against like new players or some shit like that. But it seems like if you super force build, it'll remove the filter. Setting filters on pipelines is fucking weird. I will just say that right now. Like, setting a filter on an individual pipeline is fucking weird. It does make me wonder if you can do a sushi system without pumps or something like that, right? Like, could I do something where I have something like this, and then like that, right? With like, you know, I'll just do it all on one side. You know, one with light oil, heavy oil, petroleum. And then it would automatically flow if there was room, or if it would just dwindle down. I think it would probably just dwindle down, right? Like, it would have to completely empty the pipe. I think you'd probably still need pumps. But I can't, I like, you know, this isn't even something where I have to, like, refrain from telling you the truth. Because I didn't even test this myself. I can make a note of that, of things I need to look at more. Because, yeah, it's been discussed in the FFF. Check. Filtered pipes. With sushi. Bullshit more. Might be great with new flow rate changes. Yeah, I don't know. But essentially the idea is if you had a sushi pipe here, and then a filter, like that. Could you just do like this? And not have pumps anymore? Because that could potentially make sushi a lot more UPS efficient. I think, maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's the pump specifically. It's the constantly changing material inside the pipe. That makes it, yeah, you would need to consume the entire volume, I think, yeah. You'd probably still need the pumps. But yeah, filters on pipes are fucking weird. I will tell you that right now. Yeah, this is what it looks like now when you have a circuit hooked up to a pipe. That's what it looks like. You can read contents. That's nice, so you don't need to have tanks anymore. I feel like most of the time you're still probably going to want a tank just because of how much they buffer it, how much simpler it makes everything. You can read pipeline contents. I mean, that seems like something that's probably more similar or more useful for modded Factorio, because I'm very hard-pressed to think of a time where I want to read the pipeline contents, or the fluid temperature for that matter. off a pipeline, but I guess for modded shit, it's there now if you really want it. Yeah, we already talked about the red-green thing. I've already talked about it a lot. It was one of our most... It was actually one of my top 5 most demanded features. It was actually one of those features that I would have fought for really hard if it wasn't in. There's a couple other things that I still need to fight for really hard. I'm sure you guys can speculate, but yeah. There's a few things that I really think absolutely need to be in that aren't in. But that's another story. You can obviously still trash off a pipeline. And I think you could trash off a pipeline before, right? Yeah. Yeah, you can trash. Yeah, but the UI is a bit improved. It shows you how much is in the pipeline now. Well, this shows you too as well. I guess it just shows you a more specific amount. Yeah, basically new fucking UI. Just shows you the same stuff, but in a slightly more comprehensive manner. So there's our pipes, and the stuff I skipped over. Yeah, they said you can still create smoothie pipes. Okay, I really hate the term smoothie pipes for some reason. It's sushi pipes, god damn it. We have sushi belts. The pipe equivalent of that is sushi pipes. Why the fuck are we trying to come up with a different name? Kebab pipes. Yeah, they're not quite kebab pipes yet. But I really hate the whole, like, it's smoothies now. No, it's sushi. Sushi inherently has a bunch of different ingredients already rolled together. I can have a smoothie with just one ingredient, right? I can have, like, a vanilla smoothie or a strawberry smoothie only. The name Smoothie Pipes doesn't even make sense. Gonna release 2.1 Bravo a week after? Yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna delay it at this point or something. You can't actually mix the fluids, just film one at a time? Yeah. I mean, as I said, it shouldn't affect the early game sushi pipe speedrun stuff. Liquid sushi sounds something like... Yeah, exactly. It's perfect for Factorio. Highly dystopian. Alright, and then we have one other big change we need to talk about here, which is fluid flow scaling. So, yeah. So, basically, the reason this was originally coded at 6,000 a second with 100 a tick is because each pipe segment only holds 100. That's where that limit comes from. Each pipe segment only holds 100. And there are 60 ticks per second. So therefore, that's how you get the limit of 6,000. But in reality, you never actually hit 6,000. You know, they even say around here it was more realistically 3,000 a second. In my experience testing it, I never could get it above 4,000 or so. Like, usually I would just plan for around 3K because, yeah... or slightly higher than 3K because, yeah, I've never actually seen a setup which consistently generated 4K. So this is what happens before. It's kind of funny that they had to use a mod for this. You would think they should be adding this to the debug list at this point. Or I think that is the debug, isn't it? This is from Bottleneck. What is that one for? I don't even know what setting that is. Let's fucking find out. You're like, show fluid buffer. I search for buffer. Nope. Does anyone know which ones that is? It's his own mod? These vertical lines are a mod? I kind of thought they'd be a debug. That seems like something that would be in debug, not modded in. There it is. Found it. Can I see it on something that's actually working? Go to here or so. No, it's not showing it on the building. Look at the yellow? What? No, you see these green bars that are going up and down? That seems like a debug option. Which option is it? Oh, yellow science build, yeah. Well, that one's not working. But this is only showing it on the pipes. No, I already tried that. It's just numbers. Yeah, it might be a new 2.1 thingy. Yeah, that'd be my guess. Because it seems like it should be under this. Because this is showing the pipes, too. Anyway. So this is the old and this is the new. But yeah, I mean, you can see essentially the issue that arises here. These are limited on input, even though that still has output. Right? Like, these still have steam in their buffers, but they're being limited by these. So these are significantly limited on input, even though these have plenty in their output. Because you're being bottlenecked at about 3,000 or so. And then you go over here, and you can see the improvement. So the bug sat around unfixed for a year until recently an embarrassingly obvious and simple solution came to me in a dream. It's like that one fucking dude. That mathematician, I can't remember his name. What's his fucking name? Ramunajan. That's just, I had to fucking look it up. I was blanking out on it. Yeah. There you go. It's like Ramunajan. The Factorio Ramunajan. It came to me in a dream. God told me the answer. So, You can see the improvement right here. So now these buffers are completely empty. And these are much, much happier. You can see they're getting much more full. You know, it's still not fully saturating the output here. Because this probably requires like 10 billion steam per second. Right? I mean, you can just fucking... what is it? The water? Yeah. It's this. And then condensation, yeah. That is the same backstory? Fascinating. Anyway. Yeah, you can see this produces 23,000 per second. And this is with no beacons at all. Literally just speed modules in a legendary building. That's it. And then these need 11,000. So in a perfect world, this would be able to supply enough to saturate both of these. So it looks like it's still a little bottlenecked, I think. Maybe. Or maybe he is just sucking down enough water at the end to, yeah. But yeah, anyway, simply derive the max flow from the fluid buffer volume. And the fix the crafting machines, yeah, to scale their output volumes. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm not a developer, so I don't know the code behind all this. I mean, even if I was a developer, I'm not a Factorio developer. But, yeah, I mean, it just makes sense, right? It shouldn't be based off one pipe, but the entire buffer itself. So this was something I did not expect to get fixed. This was something that I was not expecting to have for it to get fixed in 2.1, but since it does change a little bit regarding very fast machines. Obviously, it impacts this stuff because we can have like way less machines, one just producing an insane amount of steam. And then, you know, just one producing an insane amount of water with some beacons. It potentially impacts the mining setups as well. Like these, maybe. Because we could get more than 6K potentially out of one of these. I don't know how we'd add more beacons to this fucking layout, though. It's kind of a little packed already. There's a few spots we could maybe try to add in a few more. Corners and stuff. Yeah, you could squeeze a little more liquid metal out of these. It'll come this year for sure. You thought GPU was dying? Well, I mean, I would just settle for a lesser GPU. Like, if my current GPU died, I would probably be buying some, like... Yeah, some lesser one, unfortunately. Yeah, LDS too, yeah. Yeah, I remember, yeah, that was a big fucking problem. Because it only has one copper input, and yet we're, like, significantly over on the input there. So that should hopefully be nicely resolved. It'll be a little smoother now. Liquid voiding was also limited by the input speed? Yes. Yeah. You could arguably liquid void even faster now. Although the liquid voiding we came up with was already insanely fast. The 4 to 5 tick one. 4 out of 5 tick one. It's hard to imagine like you would possibly need any more than that. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, if you have any more questions about the FFF or anything you think you want me to answer, hit me now before we get back to building stuff in the Megabase. I can answer anything related to stuff that was on the FFFs. But if it was not discussed on the FFF, I can't give you an answer. Trains are poggers now. They're better, but as I've said before, there are three big issues with trains. A, not multi-threaded. B, no quality cargo wagons. C, no new train loading unloading system. And we ideally need all three of those for it to be better for megabasing. We're getting at least one. The other two are a question mark. How do the radars work on the platform? That was answered pretty concretely in the previous FFF. You have this little panel now that pops up where you choose between surface and universe. And you can select your channel if you select universe. I think you can select things other than just planets. I think you can select any symbol here. I forgot to check that. That's something that, like, you know, there should be no harm in me. Like, you know, I'll check it after the stream today and tell you the answer tomorrow. That's kind of what I'm going by. If this isn't cool, if what I'm doing isn't cool, then someone at Woob needs to let me know. But, like, yeah, generally what I'm going by now is that if it's been discussed in the FFF, then I'm cool to discuss anything regarding it. You know, that's currently in the beta. If it hasn't been discussed in the FFF, my lips are sealed. But yeah, this, I'm pretty sure you can select any channel, but I did forget to test it. I can check that after the stream today. But even if you can only select planet channels, that's still way more than you need. Like, us expecting, like, separate channels for universe was not a feature I was expecting to have, but it's a nice one, that's for sure. Does the green fluid meter show up? Yeah, I'll check that. I'll check that too. Normal tank doesn't scale with quality. I forgot to check. And they haven't said it specifically. They did talk about fluids. They talked about the fluid changes, and they talked about the, you know, quality changes relative to fluids. Like, yeah, if they talked about the train wagon thing changing, the fluid train wagon, then I guess it's safe for me to check that too. Yeah, do normal fluid tanks. Scale with quality, I can check that too. I feel like that's starting to maybe be a little borderline, but yeah, I mean, if they've discussed fluid train quality changing, and if they discuss the fluid changes, then it would make sense to discuss the fluid tank quality changes too. But I don't know, man. I need somebody in Woob in chat, like, moderating me, telling me what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. But yeah, if there's any doubt, then I'm going to err on the side of caution, obviously. Yeah, I think the dev said something like that, but I haven't checked it myself. That's all I'm saying. Their pinheaded decision to make mining cards. What reality happened is the miners kept buying the game. Yeah, they just need to upscale like production. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's why TMC's like monopoly needs to fucking die. Like just like the only hope is for the Chinese to catch up, and they need a few years for that. They will catch up though. Like 10 years ago, they were 20 years behind. 5 years ago, they were 10 years behind. Now they're like, a year ago, they're like 2 years behind, etc. They're catching up, and they're going to pass TMC at some point within the next few years. Most likely. And once that happens, the prices should come back down. But it probably won't happen until then. Because TSMC just can't scale anything, apparently, to save their lives. They just can't. For some reason, they have machines that can make X product, and they don't know how to copy-paste. We're Factorio players. Like, we should be able to teach them a thing or two about copy-pasting, right? Just copy the factory and paste it somewhere else. How hard is it, right? It's simple. But no, TSMC and NVIDIA are happy producing limited runs and selling graphics cards for $4,000 each and becoming billionaires, apparently. Graphics cards are not for crypto mining. They are for video gaming. It's going to be the next Chinese slogan. Their next 5-year plan. Yeah, we did get quality wagons at 2.1. They have announced it. I can confirm that. Well, the FFF confirms it. Yo, Derek, how you doing? It's weird to me that the Wagner scale, but not the normal version. Yeah, I can check that. I think it should be safe to talk about whether that's there or not. Because if it's not, then like it very much should be, and I should be advocating for that as well. Yeah, it makes no sense that legendary. It would make no sense that normal chess scale with quality, cargo wagon scale with quality, liquid wagon scale with quality, but the normal liquid tanks don't. Like, yeah, that would make no fucking sense at all. So yeah, they really should. If they're doing the liquid wagons too, then yeah. Yeah, I can check that. The prices which were artificially raised by scalpers never went back to normal, yeah. Yeah, they never stabilize because, like, the corporates see the increased profits, and the entire point of corporate profits and shareholder primacy is that line must go up, profit must go up. Like they'll never have we're gonna slash our profits by half this quarter. This is like a big part that I keep trying to teach people about markets that I think very few people understand. Markets do not optimize around supply and demand. Markets optimize around maximum profitability for the producers, for those that own the means of production. It's something I've mentioned before, like when talking about usually I talk about this when I talk about housing, but it applies to graphics cards too. Like people who have like zero economic understanding, who think like the market will solve anything. The market just needs to be more free. Doesn't understand that markets don't optimize around providing goods for everybody. They optimize around maximum profitability. Like the example I always give is, say you've got a village, of like 100 people, and in that village you have one dude who has a monopoly making sandwiches, right? And he makes all the food for everybody in the village, right? He's just every day he makes 100 sandwiches. 100 people in the village come by, each buy their daily sandwich, and everybody is happy and fed. And he's selling the sandwiches for, let's say, $10 each, which he finds to be, the price he needs to sell in order to, make a profit and recoup the cost of his ingredients, etc., and live a comfortable life. Well, the problem is that the price doesn't stay at $10. What happens is that he realizes eventually is that if he sells those sandwiches for, let's say, $12 instead of $10, he's going to make more money. But like, let's say the bottom 10 people in the village can no longer afford it. Let's use a more drastic example to make it clear. Let's say he raises the price of the sandwich to $15. But now only 90 people in the village can afford it. The poorest 10% can no longer afford their daily bread. So what happens is that the guy who's making... I'll catch up on chat in a minute, by the way. Let me finish this little fable. The guy who's selling sandwiches is now selling 90 per day at 15, so he's making 90 times 1.5, so, $135 a day, over 100. He's raised his profits by 35%. On top of that, he's only making 90 sandwiches per day instead of 100. So he's saving money on ingredients, too. He's saving money on ingredients, too. So his profits are actually up by more than 35. His profits are up by like 40, 45%. Just by increasing the price a little bit. And, people will be like, oh, well, why doesn't someone else just open up a sandwich shop? And that's a very good point. Because it goes to show that this kind of mode of production, this economic mode of production, only works such that the means of production are available to a wide variety of people. Like, to say it in more concrete terms, competition only works when other people can start those businesses easily. Like, right, like, if you want a good example in real life, there's a lot of... I like to use a lot of hot sauce. I put hot sauce on almost all my food. With rare exceptions. Like, I don't put hot sauce on, like, steak. But, just about every goddamn thing else, I put hot sauce on it. I know a lot about hot sauces. I've tried hundreds and hundreds of different brands at this point. They're all very consistently, in that same size standardized bottle. Some places have their special bottles. But they're usually around $5 to $7 a bottle. If somebody was charging too much for their hot sauce, it's very easy for someone else to just step in and be like, well, I'm going to go buy some fucking peppers and, make some hot sauce. The barrier for entry for making hot sauce is extremely low. It's one of the easiest businesses you can possibly get into, is hot sauce making. But now if you look at the other end of the spectrum, say something like housing, or something like graphics cards, where the average person can't just start a fucking construction company, or start a graphics card company, or start an oil processing company. Because not only these things require lots of capital, but a lot of times they require, exclusive access to natural resources granted to you by a sovereign government. Which requires connections, which requires, bribes and shit like that. And so on. You can't easily get into those. So that's the problem that you run into with this kind of thing, and that's what you're seeing with graphics cards and housing, etc., is the people who have these monopolies, who control these means of production, have realized that their profits are much higher if they raise prices, and fuck the bottom 10%. Fuck the bottom 20%. Fuck the bottom 30%. Like, how much more money would the sandwich guy be making if he sold his sandwiches for $20 instead of $10? What if he sold them for $30 instead of $10? If half the village can still afford it, he's still making more money than would he sell them for $10. His incentive is in maximizing his profits, not in feeding everybody. And that's why you see these crises that are popping up, regarding housing and whatnot. Is because in the West, houses are not for living in. Houses are investments. 401ks replaced pensions, and investing in houses, like, it replaced 401ks. Like, investing is now people's retirement plan. It's your actual retirement plan. You need to invest. That's what all these fucking, financial guru retards always keep telling you. You need to invest. And I have 3,600 messages on chat. Give me a minute. When I get going, I get fucking going. You need to invest, but that's just not how things work. Because competition only fundamentally works when the barrier for entry is low. As the barrier for entry gets high, monopolies eventually take care of take ownership of everything. Because the point of competition is to declare a winner. That's the part like people don't realize. Like, oh, competition. Yeah, when businesses compete, one eventually wins, one eventually loses. One eventually has a better product. One eventually has better supply chains. One eventually has better marketing. One eventually gains enough advantages over the other that the second one can't keep up and gets bought out by the first one or just goes under, by itself. And then its locations get replaced by the second one. And there is a lot of entrenched capital that keeps these businesses going. For example, if you have an entrenched business that's been going for a long time, you can't easily just break into it because the business that's been around for a long time is sitting on massive amounts of capital, and they can do things that you can't do, such as deliberately tanking their price and taking even a loss for some time just to put you out of business. Like, you come up, you're like, oh, I think I have a slightly better product, et cetera. You start your own little business. And then the big corporation goes, nope, we're slashing our prices. They're now 20% lower than yours. We've got a more established supply chains. We've got, fully vertically integrated because we bought out our suppliers a long time ago. You're having to pay more for ingredients. You can't afford that same level of flexibility, and you wind up crashing. So, yeah. There's a little thing there. Oh, hey, Matthew, on YouTube now. I see I had to stop my choice to join from my phone. What the fuck did they do to space casinos? Murdered. You can always double check with them on the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah. Double check with devs. I'll make a note of it. About degree, I can talk about things. I'll just ask them if it's discussed on the FFF. Can I discuss everything related to it, or is it like super hard restrictions? But yeah, I'll check with them tomorrow. It's the last actual container that doesn't scale size with quality. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with what you said, 0 point. Yeah, with the latest AI craze, NVIDIA has basically told gamers, get fucked, because we're the 10% now. Like, in the analogy I just put forward, gamers are now the 10% that can't afford sandwiches, and sandwiches are the graphics cards. We don't matter, because to us, a GPU is only worth maybe $1,000, like, absolute maximum, unless you're, like, really rich, right? But to most people, like, even $1,000 is an insane amount to spend on a high-end GPU these days. But to the crypto people, they're worth a lot more than that. So the price is set by the crypto. There's also a little story on how a lot of like game economies tend to mirror this kind of behavior. Path of Exile had a very good example of a virtual economy mirroring the real life behavior very well. Was when the Uber fragments were the same as the regular fragments. And so basically, it would be, you spec into it on the passive tree, whether to do the Uber version or not. And so what would happen is that you would, what would happen is that the prices for the fragments themselves would get set by the Uber drops, which made normal bossing basically impossible, from a financial point of view in a PoE trade league. Because you're paying essentially the Uber prices for the frags, but you're only getting normal drops, which are worth a lot less. So yeah, it's a perfect example there. It's the same phenomenon going out. This is what actual basic economics is, not the bullshit that they these econ majors are filled with who don't know a thing about anything. But that's how actual economics works. All right, I have 60 new messages that I have not read while I was talking about all that in the last 10 minutes. So give me 1 second and let me catch up on everything. And I will reply to the appropriate parts. But will you play Factory game after Chinese save consumer PC market? Of course. Why not? TSMC staff are banned from holidaying and chatting for fear of getting anything poached? Yeah, because if they saw what the conditions were in China compared to Taiwan. Yeah. Assuming China doesn't jump on board for the subscription data center paradigm? China's economic system is fundamentally different from the American one, so yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. You have to look at it through that lens, otherwise you'll never be able to see it clearly. TMC are making chips, but not making the thing that makes chips. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the specific details behind that chain of production. You can't copy paste talent. Yeah, but the talent comes with developing the chips. Once the factory, these things aren't being assembled by hand. They aren't being hand assembled. It's all completely automated. Allowing GPUs to massively parallel computing was a huge win for a lot of industries, but yeah. That tells kids how to use drugs even when they're explicitly? I don't know. I keep, occasionally dicking around with Gemini. Not because I choose to, but because, it's always at the top of every Google results. It's so wrong, man. There was even something earlier today where it was just wrong, and I just kept telling it over and over, that's not correct, dig deeper. And I told it 5 times before I finally just gave up and told it what the truth was, and it's oh yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. It's impressive the only impressive part about LLMs is, the ability to, parse language, I guess. The fact that I can ask it questions the way I ask a person questions is impressive. But it's the cognitive power is just not fucking there. It's just not there. It feels like it's just rearranging puzzle pieces, not ever doing any actual thinking. Are expensive and they're very expensive, definitely. Yeah, but it's just yes, I know what you're saying, Whistler, but it's a production chain all the way down. Okay, so you need to scale up the chip, so you need to scale up the production that scales up the chip, so you need to scale up the production that scales up the production scales up the chips. Just start at the fucking bottom. Just start at the goddamn bottom. This is not something that just happened last year, and they haven't had time to scale up. We've been dealing with almost a decade now of elevated prices, and they have not scaled up anything at all, which is why I want the Chinese to fucking bankrupt them so badly. I'm absolutely rooting for the Chinese over TSMC 100%, because TSMC has had their chance. They have absolutely had their chance to scale things up, and they just shown they're just not capable of doing it. GPUs are becoming the most high demand, low supply tech item on the fucking planet at this point. In fact, they've been that way for a long time. Willing to pay that for a used one? Yeah, 5800 XRD prices are crazy. When I heard about that, I panicked because I was oh god, are the new ones going up as well? No, they're not. No, the 7800 X3D and 9800 are actually cheaper than the 5800 because it's all the people buying 5800s because they can't upgrade their RAM. They can't upgrade their RAM because it would cost them $1,000 to upgrade their RAM. So they're just buying, 1500s. It's fucking insane, yeah. Is that the law that companies must increase the stock? Yeah, it's an American court ruling. American court ruling called shareholder primacy. It was Ford versus Dodge, I believe. Yeah, this was it, I think. Yeah, court ruling 1919. Almost 100 years ago. Michigan Supreme Court ruled that Henry Ford had to operate the Ford Motor Company in the interest of its shareholders rather than the benefit of his employees or customers. Yeah, the affirming principle of shareholder primacy. If you are not familiar with this concept, you absolutely should be aware of it. Because it's a law in the US, but other Western companies essentially function that way as well. Even if there is no direct ruling. It basically enshrines in law that the purpose of a corporation is not to provide products to its customers and is not to provide living wages to its employees. The purpose of a corporation is to maximize profits for its shareholders. It has been legally enshrined. That is to say, to put it in more blunt and direct terms, the point of a corporation is to accumulate capital. To more accurately say it, the point of corporations is to serve capital accumulation itself. That's the point. That's why everyone talks about enshittification and all that this year. These days, it's really just an end product of stuff like this. All right, I'm almost caught up. Oh wait, no, 40 new messages. In Village, we can kill the person. Hey man, I like my Mario Brothers too. Okay. Then he decides to put the sandwich shop in orbit, something like that. Will you make a movie theater for 100 people and the ticket price is 10, or 10 people and the ticket price is 100? You can't blame people who draw the line. But yeah, but it just goes to show the direction society is trending. You can't say oh, this is the system, society itself, the way we have deliberately and undeliberately allowed the systems that rule our lives to be constructed and run. You can't just say oh yeah, the system says people should die from lack of health insurance, therefore that's a good thing. It's not the way things work. At that point, you have essentially you're using legality as a basis for morality, and we all know how that turned out. Remember that slavery was legal at a time, child labor was legal at a time. Remember the Holocaust was also legal. Everything the Nazis did was legal. Legality has never been a basis for morality. Yeah, I don't know about the whole every company that isn't using this falling behind. I don't know if I believe that. Appropriate song. Do you want to change it? It's the only question that matters. Are you brave enough to see? Do you want to change it? Do you see what is going on? Do you want to change it? Or do you want to stick your head in the fucking sand? Spin your little hamster wheel your entire life, getting angry at those who spin their wheels a little slower than you, and jealous of those who spin their wheels faster than you do. If you stay on the wheel your whole life and never get on it, never get off it, and only see the wheel and nothing else. You know what a wheel looks like when you're on it? You know what a hamster wheel looks like when you're on it and you never see it from the side? If you only ever see it from the inside, what does it look like? Who can figure out what it looks like? I have to scroll down and see the answer. AI has no understanding of anything? Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to compile information with similar terms. Feels like I'm listening to a TED Talk? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I give those vibes sometimes. Did I get into your question, Agro? What was your question? I'm scrolling up. Just repeat your question, Agro. I think I missed it. Oh, you guys are popping off right now. Fucking 73 new messages. You guys are typing faster than I can. Than I can keep up. Hold on, let me just try to get through this real quick. Oh, Cat rated me as well. Shout out for Cat. There you go. You have a friend that's about to scam by SpaceX? Yeah, I expect that. Like, it's a bubble. It's just another bubble. Like when capital runs out of places to invest in the present, it gets more and more speculative, and even investing into the future. To get drunk and play ping pong, pretty much. Alright, I'm catching up quick. No, what 0 Point said is correct. Again, they're good at repeating patterns. If it answered a question answered based on similar questions answers, it's been trained on. Yeah. Yeah, like if you ask it, how to do quality in Factorio, it'll like, here, like, it didn't even give me an AI. I didn't even try. It just kind of tries to, like, look for matching terms on the internet and look for answers. That's essentially how it works. But it's very bad at, like, fully parsing information. It, like, misses stuff a lot of the time. Yeah, I can't keep up. I'm trying, man. I'm almost caught up. Hold on. Exactly. Yeah. What Insomnia said. TMC didn't want to scale because they want to keep the prices up because they're making an insane amount of bank. It's the sandwich analogy, the sandwich allegory that that everybody needs to memorize and remember, because you will start seeing that phenomenon more and more once you understand it. Industries that have monopolies are slowly pulling up the ladders more and more and saying, fuck the bottom 10%, we make more money, catering to the wealthy. Because the amount of money that the wealthy have is way more than the amount of money that the poor have. It's like what you're seeing with houses, as I said, this applies very well to housing across the Western world in general. Housing is now an investment. Housing as an investment caters to people who already own a house, right, or own multiple houses, and are using that to accumulate wealth via passive income. Housing, as for houses to be lived in, caters to people who actually need to buy houses. So basically, you have two groups. This is one of the many contradictions of capitalism. This is one of the many fundamental contradictions you see in our modern system. You have one group which doesn't want housing prices to go down. They want them to keep going up and up and up because they have invested wealth in that. And then you have another group which wants housing prices to keep coming down. The West has, or at least the U.S., has already very publicly declared which side they stand on. Trump has literally publicly stated, we are not going to do anything. He has stated that people have a lot of money in houses, and we're not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize those people's investments, jeopardize those people's financial plans. Translation, we're not going to do anything to lower housing prices because we care more about the people who see housing as an investment than people who see houses as something to live in. This is in direct opposition to, what another major superpower is doing, which literally did the exact opposite, which deliberately destroyed their own housing bubble, their own housing market, to crash housing prices so that they could provide houses for everybody. I live in the U.S. Something like 40% at most. People in their, their 30s, 40s have their own house at this point. Most people a lot of people are either living with their parents or living with roommates, etc., multiple roommates. Yeah. This is the system that we chose. This is the system that we have allowed to exist. Passive acceptance is the exact same thing as open declaration. If something exists and you're just like, oh yeah, I guess it's fine, I don't really want to change it, that's no different from saying you're full-throatedly in support of it. It was in response to anything but my... Okay, yeah. It looks like Aggro was talking to Konage anyway, not me. If not, yeah, I guess he can repeat his question. Hold on. Oh my god. I need to catch the fuck up. Every LLM is the most sycophantic yes man? Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Any correction you ever give it, it accepts, ever. I've never seen it reject a correction. Alright, I think I'm caught up more or less a bit. If I missed your question, feel free to repeat it. Don't you know how to find an entity in a modded game? I have an entity spiking and you can't tell which mod it is. I don't know how to find a specific entity. Yeah, I can't tell. Cage? A wall? Never-ending hurdle? This was in response to the hamster thing? A cage, a wall, a never-ending hurdle? Not quite right. 9 Inch Heels kind of got it. I feel like he was memeing a bit, but yeah. If you stay on the hamster wheel your entire life and only ever see the hamster wheel from the inside, with the outer 2 wheels and the, inside part of it, it looks like a ladder. It looks like a ladder. If you stay on the wheel your whole fucking life, it looks like a ladder, doesn't it? You think you're going somewhere, but you're not. The problem with the example is sandwiches don't need a 200 million. I mean, that's... I addressed that. I literally addressed that directly. As I said, like, competition only works when the barrier to entry is low. When it's low. Right? When anyone else can, like, start that business. I don't like the price of gas. If I could just start my own oil company and make gasoline, that would be great. But, it's not that simple, isn't it? But yeah, that's why I use that analogy, is because I'm illustrating both that, the competition can work when the barrier to entry is low, but it completely falls apart at higher levels of industry. I don't have the correct DeepSeek one. Yeah, I've never used it. Facebook didn't make a profit when it first launched, and it started selling you, and it's all about long game. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'll never pay for AI, though. Not in its current state. Like, I would have to be, like, very, very impressed by AI before I thought about paying for it. And my thresholds are pretty fucking high. But yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing, like, the hyper monetization, the Ferenginization. The Ferenginization of society is not a path we want to go down. I mean, go fucking watch Deep Space Nine. Like, something I think people never really understood about Star Trek is that the humans in Star Trek are not represented by, or the humans in reality are not represented by humans in Star Trek. And this was done from very early on. Did you guys ever realize that, like, what does a Star Trek ship look like when you look at it head on? Like, here, this actually plays so nicely into my wheel analogy. Into my wheel ladder analogy. This fucking dovetails into it so fucking perfectly here. But what does a oh, we got a song request, hold on. Endurance, yeah, okay, it's cute. Yeah, we went over the whole Friday Facts. Spent the first couple hours of the stream on that. How unjust your countries of distribution of wealth is? Yeah. Yeah, I have the graphs shit saved somewhere or something like that. Here, actually, see if I can find it real quick. These folders are not organized though. I'll spend a minute trying to find it. If I can, I can't. If I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. But yeah, I need to sort everything here. I think I saved it. I've tried to become a lot more disciplined about saving things. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. It's one of these map pictures. I could have sworn it was yellow. This one? Nope, that's U.S. and military CIA. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I had a map somewhere which showed if wealth was evenly distributed, how much richer would people be in certain countries? It's somewhere in here. I could probably find it on Google real quick. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, there you go. If their country's wealth were distributed equally, an average person would be this times richer. U.S. 6 times. Canada 2 times. Russia 7 times. These are all countries with high levels of wealth inequality. Like, yeah, just goes to show. And then if global wealth will distribute it equally, you can see the difference. Just how much poorer certain countries are than others. Yeah, I read the whole Friday Facts thing. Yeah. Yeah, you think the U.S. average kid just wait to hear where they're showing out cheap bananas? Not even cheap bananas, though. It's not even cheap bananas. It's not even cheap bananas. It's so the banana companies can make insane profits. It's like, it's just wait till you hear about the shit we did so banana CEOs could be billionaires. So banana board of directors could, have hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, there's always this, like, false dichotomy where it's like, oh, we did this for cheap products. We don't do it for cheap products. We do it for higher profits at the highest levels. Every time we invade for oil, does the price of oil go down in the U.S.? No. But the profits go up. The profits keep going up. The profits keep going up, man. Yeah. Yeah, this was something else, like, I think that we can't really dodge, yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk he might be the first trillionaire. He might be the first trillionaire. Like, people just don't genuinely understand how much money that is. How much fucking money that is. Like people would say, like, if you ask someone if is $50 an hour a lot, they would be like, oh yeah, that's pretty high, right? $50 an hour. They would say, like, that seems like a pretty high wage. Yeah, minimum wage should not be $50 an hour. $50 is ridiculous. If you make $1 million a year, only $1 million a year, you work, let's say, 40 weeks per year, divided by 40 hours per week, you're making $600 an hour. $600 an hour. And we're hand-wringing about paying people more than, like, $10 an hour. That's for $1 million. If you make $1 billion a year, you are making $625,000 an hour. you're basically making more money in one day than most people make their entire lives. Virtually all people make their entire lives. People genuinely don't fucking understand exactly how high, because the human mind is not naturally well equipped to deal with, these levels of astronomical numbers. We're just not. We're fucking biologically wired to fucking run around in the prairies hunting deer with spears like we're fucking playing Valheim. That's what we're wired for, Valheim IRL. We're mentally wired to count, 1 deer hide, 2 deer hide, 3 deer hide, etc. Not like billions and trillions. You never have to deal with billions and trillions of things. Like, ever. And there's no, like, amount of evolutionary pressure you can apply to people to make them start to think that way. Evolution just doesn't work that way. It's a good song, by the way. I like this. I'm adding it to the list. Nice request. But yeah, that's why, like, I just, people that defend this kind of wealth accumulation, they just don't understand. We are taking the entire productive force of society. We are taking all the capital of society. All of it. And instead of building public transportation, instead of building schools, instead of, having clean streets, instead of building houses, instead of catering to people's needs, we're, having people buy their, like, fourth, like, $50 million house. Their 10th $100 million yacht. We have structured our society to create an extremely rich oligarchical class. And the rest, everyone can just get fucked. Everyone else can just get fucked. Not even a trillionaire. 2T? 2T is the valuation, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just so fucking... It's so much money. Like, the United States military budget, which is an insane number by itself, is already like $1 trillion a year. And that's a country of 300 million people. It's actually just insane. Like, how much is too much? When people were defending billionaires, I would have been like, how much more are you going to defend? When they're trillionaires, are you going to defend them too? Well, guess what? Now we're at trillionaires. What's next? Quadrillionaire? Quintillionaire? Sextillionaire? How much, at what point is enough going to be enough? At what point are things going to finally snap? At what point are you going to realize that people like him being rich are the reason that you are poor? They're the reason. Is locked up in stocks? That doesn't matter though, Ironbound, because you can just take out loans against your wealth. They can just take out loans with extremely favorable rates against their wealth. Yeah, exactly what Ivan said. Yeah, exactly. They borrow it against it, and then they can spend a lot, yeah. But yeah, like, SpaceX doesn't bring in any money. It's all a bubble. It's an enormous bubble. Like, if you're investing in that kind of shit because you think you're going to get some quick money, I would not keep my money in there for long. Because, like, it's going to burst. Like, remember what I said earlier. When capital runs out of places to invest in the present, it tries to invest in the future. It gets increasingly speculative. This is how bubbles form. Is because there's nowhere to invest in the present. There's nowhere left to invest. There's nothing being built. There's nothing being made. There's no investment to be made. You don't invest capital unless you expect a return. Like, fucking go watch the Parenti Yellow lecture. It's the first thing I linked in the political channel. Everybody should have watched it by now. I should be, like, fucking Clockwork Oranging chat with that lecture at least once a year, honestly. If not once a fucking month. Capital does not move unless it can return a profit. This is why everything is profit-based. We can't have public transportation because it's not profit-based. We can't have, solar panels because it's not profitable enough, etc., etc., etc. When what we could be doing is just taking the productive forces of society, all that massive amount of wealth, The 300 plus million people in the U.S. and other countries, apply this to your own country too, and redirecting it towards things that actually benefit society. But to do that, it comes back to that nine-inch nails lyric, Are you brave enough to see? And more importantly, do you want to change it? The Iraq War was not about oil, it was about funneling U.S. tax dollars to military industrial. Yeah. No, yeah. I'm obviously giving like a much, I'm a very heavily like reduced version of it because I'm not, trying to get like so much into it. But a big part of the Iraq War was not just about us trying to get oil for ourselves. It was about us restricting the flow of oil to our geopolitical competitors. Like, that's what Venezuela is about now, and that's what Iran is about now. Is because they're trying to stop the flow of oil to China. China has a lot of natural resources. The one thing they don't have is oil. The one thing they don't have a lot of is oil. They import oil. Like, the Iran and Venezuela stuff always had a China endgame at the end of it. Assenger makes some good stuff. Yeah, that was a good song. Why are people focused on Musk being a trillionaire from shares prices instead of companies that actually moves the fucking money to make, like Vanguard and BlackRock? I'm focused on all of them. Musk is just catching a lot of attention right now because, he is of the sheer amount of wealth that he's accumulated. But yeah, like Vanguard and BlackRock are just as bad. Vanguard and BlackRock are the reason why housing, is so bad. You have companies like United Healthcare, which is why healthcare is so bad, etc., etc., etc. It's not just him. He's just the tip of the iceberg. No, it goes way deeper and way broader than that. Yeah, it's why I'm talking about, we're talking about the flow of capital in general. Not just one man. Although that one man is definitely the biggest offender. For sure. If you made $1 for every second you lived, you wouldn't be a billionaire for 32 years. So to become a trillionaire, you have to... Yeah, exactly. Like, people who defend billionaires need to go back to fucking high school and actually pass their math classes this time. They need to actually pass their math classes. Like, 620... 1 million, remember. 1 million... Remember that number. Anytime someone talks to you. And this was at 40 weeks per year. Like, if you work, 25,000, over 50? Well, I guess, just 500, right? If you work 40 hours a day, 50 weeks a year, and you earn $1 million a year, you are earning $500 an hour. Most of these bigwig CEOs and, people earning that kind of money, they don't work anywhere near those hours. No, they go golfing and they consider the fact that they're on call during that time to be working. Like, bite my shiny metal ass. Like fuck off. No CEO has ever worked as hard as a janitor does. Don't fucking come at me with that shit. As above, so below. Okay, we can do another one. I'll take some more Assenger. Is this still part of the FFF React? Yeah, basically. More and more people are getting fucked, though, Melon. That's what you don't understand. And again, going back to the sandwich analogy, right now it's, the bottom 10% who can't afford the sandwiches. Then it's going to be the bottom 20, then the 30. And you're going to see this happen to more and more industries. We've already seen it happen with housing. More and more people can't afford housing as time goes on. Now you're seeing with graphics cards, more and more people can't afford graphics cards. We're seeing rising price of groceries, rising price of oil. Everything's going up and up and up, and it won't come back down. Because they're making the highest profits they've ever seen. You have some mental deficiency? I mean, it's one way to look at it, but I think that's... And there's definitely some truth in that the most psychopathic people in society tend to do best in it. Like, capitalism rewards psychopathy. It rewards immorality. It rewards, dumping waste in rivers. It rewards, bombing other countries and overthrowing leaderships so that you can install a fascist dictatorship, so that you can extract the resources for pennies on the dollar, turning them into a banana republic economy. Yeah, there's definitely a reward for that, but, like, it's not like this happened because, a bunch of psychopaths just so happen to be in charge. The system directly rewards those kinds of people. The system directly encourages those kinds of people. The system that we have, chosen or not chosen, however you want to describe it, it doesn't matter. The system that we have allowed to exist. No administration would let it burst. Even remember what happened during the bank bailout back in Obama. Yeah, we took all the taxpayer dollars and gave it to the corporations. The corporations ran out of money. We take taxpayer dollars, gave it to the corporations. How about we take corporate dollars and give it to the taxpayers for a change? I've heard of affluenza, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's profitable. Like, it makes like $20 billion a year or something, and it's valued at $1 trillion. Like, the profit to wealth margin is not even close. Like, Walmart makes like $900 billion a year. They're valued at like $1 trillion. SpaceX makes like $20 billion a year, valued at like $2 trillion. It's a bubble, guys. It's like the most transparent, obvious, most desperate bubble this world has ever seen. Just a bunch of fucking desperate, like, investors, private equity, et cetera, trying to throw shitloads of capital at the one of the few things they think that can still give them a return on their investment. They are probably kicking it. Yeah, I was just using it as an example, to illustrate the sheer difference in solar panel construction between the U.S. and China. Because China has built, like, an insane number of solar panels. Like, I remember during the month of May, like, last year, so in, like, 2025, they were installing solar panels at a rate of something like 50 per second. Yeah, 50 per second. And we're talking, like, big solar panels, like 2 meter by 2 meter panels. Like, that's how insanely, because they took all that capital, that private capital, and capital in that country is not controlled by private interests. Capital is controlled by the state. The state directs capital there. So they can engage in projects that don't have to be profitable. Because they'll take money from what's profitable and give it to what's non-profitable to create a better society. Where in the US and the West in general, nothing is allowed to happen unless it's profitable to begin with. And that's why you're seeing the slow decline of Western society. Although it's not so much slow anymore. Golfing is how they work out business. Oh, hold on. What's going on? I don't know who you were replying to, Zero. I don't see the message. I'm a good political streamer? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I do put in some effort. Almost Melon not working CEO, yeah. Melon, I'm like done replying to your bad faith like messages here. Yeah, like these kind of like the problem is people like you think that they'll never be under the boot. People like you think they'll never be under the boot. And yeah, I'm actually kind of done with your bad faith raid. Like, I've got, yeah. No CEOs worked as hard in general, having worked as some high level leadership in a major company. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean though. Like, janitors work very fucking hard. And I don't consider, like, leadership stress to be the same, honestly. I really don't. And it absolutely doesn't justify those compensation levels. Like, nobody is saying that the CEO should get paid less. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that the CEO should be paid the same as, like, somebody brand new to the company. Nobody is saying that ever. But there needs to be a fucking limit. There needs to be a limit to how high we allow these things to scale. There needs to be, there needs to be changes to the system that decide how wages are doled out so that the person at the top of the company can't just give all the money to himself. The people who operate the company itself need to have a higher say. Like unions, that kind of thing. But, unions are heavily defanged in the U.S. If you're not familiar with the Taft-Hartley Act, I recommend familiarizing yourself with that. Heavily recommend, yeah, I can pull that one up too. This one, if you're not familiar. Yeah, read this one too. This one basically made it so it's illegal for unions to strike, to call for a general strike in the U.S. Essentially removing the majority of union power. When did it pass? Immediately after World War II. Most people in higher management positions have antisocial? Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, what is being an effective manager? It is working your people as hard as you can, extracting as much wealth from the working class as you possibly can, giving the working class as little money as you possibly can, and just replacing those who fall off the wheel. Let's go build 10 million SPAM. I think that's going to happen tomorrow, dude. I'm not going to run super late tonight because, I want to actually, like, try to get back to a proper sleep schedule tomorrow, or stream cycle tomorrow. But yeah, I think we'll do the red, green, and the other 10 million stuff tomorrow. I think we're off the rails now. On a different set of rails. When American bitches cry about state coverage and state, why does the country support the industry? The American country does support the American electrical vehicle industry, just not in the way you're describing. The American government heavily supports Tesla. Not only did they give them massive amounts of subsidies in the past, and I think they still might. I can't remember if they're still ongoing. It'd be insane if they were. But they ban all other vehicles. Well, I thought we lived in a free market. Let the best competition win, right? Chinese vehicles have something like a 100% tariff or something like that in some places, and I think they're just straight up banned in others. Like, you have to pay twice as much for a Chinese EV if you want it in the US. Twice as much. They do support the American industry. They support it by keeping it shit. By making it so it never has to deal with competition. By making it so companies like Tesla own a near monopoly on electric vehicles. And your options are restricted to being mainly them. Oh, it was a hypothetical quote? Oh, okay, I thought you were, like, replying to someone in chat. And I was like, who the fuck said that? Because I was about to smack them if someone actually said that. Yeah. Wealth distro is bad in China? Wealth distro, yes, China does have a lot of wealth inequality as well. China does have a lot of wealth inequality. It's something they are heavily working on. The thing is, though, the difference is the Chinese government has decided to directly address it instead of just ignoring it like the American one does. And you're also ignoring the fact that the quality of life, the baseline is much, much, much higher in China than in the US. Like, you should see the prices of food in China. Like, you pay $20 for a meal here, you'll be paying like $2, $3 for a meal in China. Food is incredibly cheap there. You should see the public transportation there. You don't need to worry about driving a car, like, paying for a car and all that. Because you can just take high-speed trains everywhere. You should see the housing situation there. They're actually building housing. Because just as Trump said, houses are for investing, not for living in, Xi Jinping said the exact opposite thing over 5 years ago before he burst the housing bubble, saying houses are for living, not for investing in. And that is the stance there. Is that they will manage the supply of housing such that everyone can afford housing. Something like 80% of Chinese can afford their own houses. Chinese have more disposable income than Western people do, who have much higher salaries. Like if you could be paid $100K in the U.S. or $50K in China, and assuming the culture wasn't a factor, right? Assuming you were fine living in either culture, which one would you pick? Most people would probably be like, well, I would pick $100K in the U.S. They would be completely wrong. $50K in China is worth like $200K in the U.S. Because you don't have to pay for your housing. They have no property taxes. How much do you pay in property taxes? How many people here own a house? I know we got some old folk in here. For those of you lucky enough to own a house, how much do you pay in property taxes? They don't pay any fucking property taxes. None. They don't pay property taxes. They don't have to pay rent, at the same levels that we do. When they do have to pay rent, like, it's usually much, much, much cheaper. Like a token sum, if even that. So yeah, just because there is wealth distro issues in China doesn't mean like that the wealth distribution issues are equal everywhere. They are way, way, way worse in Western countries right now because the floor in Western countries is so much lower. So much lower. Did I mention they also have free education over there? What are we talking about? We talked about the FFF. That kind of led into a graphics card discussion. Supply and demand markets, and yeah. Anything above a 2x? Yeah, I mean 2x is even more rigid than I would put it at. But yeah, generally I think anything more than like... People would say 10x, but I would say 5x is not justifiable. I don't think the highest paid person in the company should get more than 5 times the lowest. I also think stock markets should be illegal, but that's another story. Like wealth accumulation should come from working, should come from contributing society, from doing your job. You should get rich just from doing your job. It's not like, oh, you get paid kibble from your job and then you have to invest perfectly in order to not be poor. But yeah, doing all that requires a completely different system, obviously. But yeah, the point is, the gap right now is not 2x or 10x or 5x. The gap right now is 100x. The gap is 1,000x. Right? We're talking 1 or 2 orders of magnitude difference. We have like not even talking about the big fish, like not even talking about people like Musk, and Vanguard and BlackRock. Like there's so many other like examples that people don't realize just how insane executive compensation is these days. I live in California. We have an electric company called PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric. They are effectively the only electric company in the state of California. Basically, we only have one choice for electric producers. They own all the power lines, they own all the power plants, etc., etc. You want electricity in California, you're going through PG&E. So, with PG&E, you want to know what the executive compensation is? You want to know what that bitch is getting paid per year? $50 million a year. $50 million a year. You might check how rich the Chinese government, they're super rich compared to the US. I think you've got that backward. They're well off, sure. But, like, have you seen the levels of corruption that the US has? Have you seen the levels of wealth accumulation? Not even Trump, but look at people like Pelosi. Like, come on, man. No, it's way worse than the US, for sure, 100%. But yeah, like this PG&E executive, a privately owned company, a privately owned utility. So this is a public utility being run for profit. That is to say, the point of PG&E is not to supply electricity
for the people of California, but to make a profit. This bitch is getting paid $50 million a year. $50 million a year. The janitors at PG&E offices, probably getting paid $50,000 a year. So you have a 1,000 degree difference right there. 1,000 times difference. You know? People don't understand. Like, unless you're getting paid like 10 million like plus dollars a year, your salary will go up. Your salary will go up under like a restructuring of the system. People are like, "Oh, I'm making $100K a year. My salary would go down." No, it would go up. Because you don't understand the sheer fucking amount of wealth that has been concentrated at the highest percentages. At that 0.1%. It's insane. Comes at expense of the individual. China's wish 996. 996 is illegal. 996 is illegal. It is against the law to do 996 in China. If you are caught trying to make your employees doing 996, the CPC will fucking like, you know, bust your ass. But yeah, that's been illegal for many years now. I think it was made illegal in like 2020 or something. I can't remember. Yeah, there definitely was some exploitative work practices in the past, but yeah, they've clamped down. They're clamping down on that hard. It's never really been like tolerated, but they became much more strict about it. They became much more strict about it. Yeah. Nobody expects communism. I'm not even talking about communism. Yeah, Evergrande was the big company that was like hugely inflated. They were like, God, I had some note on them. Let me find it real quick. I had a specific note on Evergrande specifically. Oh yeah, Evergrande was taking massive loans from the government to finish building apartments that were already bought, and then would sell future apartments to speculators that hadn't even been built yet. They were like super fucking corrupt. And they were like one of the companies that the Chinese government targeted and destroyed when they popped the housing bubble. Don't even talk about the rent. It's like less than 100. Yeah. If you're in a government like, you know, sponsored apartment, the rent is basically nothing. You can get like a fancier apartment if you want to pay more, but if you can't pay for like the fancy ones, you get like some pretty good baseline ones that are, you know, pretty solid, right? Like they're like nice, decent, you know, 1-bedroom apartments, 2-bedroom apartments, depending on, you know, what you request, etc. Wealth accumulation should it be illegal? Capital accumulation. I never said wealth accumulation should be illegal. Like you should be allowed to accumulate wealth as an individual. Like what do you mean? Like how would you even make that illegal? You're not even understanding what I'm saying. If that's your take, it's not the system. It's the society. No, it's the system, dude. Like Japan is such a horrible example. Like I swear to God, like people don't understand like how bad Japan actually is. They have like incredibly horrific working conditions, very low salaries, and very high cost of living. Like, there's a reason Japan has like a crashing birth rate and one of the highest suicide rates in the world. Like, the Japanese aren't having kids and are killing themselves at record pace because that's how miserable Japanese society is to live in. But all these fucking weebs just look at, you know, oh look, you know, streets not designed around cars and no billboards and everything and some wooden construction, and they're like, oh, it's paradise. Japan is hell if you actually have to live and work there. The USA and Japan are a lot more similar than you might think. A lot more. So no, I completely disagree with that statement, Ivan. Sorry. It is entirely the system. The nature of the society grows from the system itself. The economic system shapes society. Have the luck that someone doesn't say the wrong word and tanks the stock and you lose everything. Yeah, something like that. Oh, it's cracks me up because whole master's degree cost me just shy of 1.5 monthly paycheck. Where do you live? Well, you have Borscht in your name, so I'm guessing like Ukraine or Russia. Maybe Poland. The Borscht Belt. Anyway, the stock market mostly works when it's rational and becomes irrational. It's always been irrational. It's always been irrational. The stock market has always been purely vibes based. I mean, have you been paying attention to what's been going with Iran and oil prices? Like, Trump says peace, prices go down. Trump says war, prices go up. Trump says peace, prices go down. And this is repeated literally like 30 times now over the past 3 months. They're just gaming the stock market left and right. But everyone is doing it? No, everyone's not doing it. Chinese companies do it with crunch time till. If those companies get reported to the government, they will get their asses kicked. They will get their asses kicked. It can still happen if like the employees like kind of agree to it and nobody notifies the government, but if even one person reports it, you know, someone has to report it. There's not a Chinese official in every fucking company, only the larger ones. Like if you're below a certain size, there's no government official looking over your shoulder. So those are the companies that tend to have more exploitive conditions. The large ones do not have those conditions. I've been nicely on YouTube in today's world. You don't get rich without fucking someone ever. So I'm going to say comfortable and pay employees a good wage and kill money and be rich. Yeah, I mean, and that's good if you can stick to those principles. If you can stick to those principles, you know, more power to you. But it's very hard once you're in that situation, you know. China never really popped it? What, the housing bubble? I mean, it definitely got popped. I mean, you could argue there's still a little bit left or something like that, but no, they popped it, dude. They popped it. They stopped extending lines of credit to construction companies. That's about as popping as you can get. They stopped extending lines of credit to construction companies in a country where all the capital is state-controlled. They said, no more money. We're not giving you any more money. It's it. It's out. You know? We'll keep a few small ones running, and the rest of them, you're done. Well, I'm talking about capital accumulation from a capitalist point of view, Melon. Like, you're fucking hearing me saying this, and you're thinking like, oh, like people shouldn't be allowed to get wealthier. That's literally not what I'm saying at all. That's a complete bastardization. I'm talking about capital accumulation by private equity and the people that own capital itself. Which is not you. Just so you're perfectly clear. I'd never work in Korea and Japan. Yeah. Culturally and as far as work conditions go, I've kind of stopped differentiating between South Korea and Japan because they're so goddamn similar in terms of these late-stage fascist countries that have completely destroyed working conditions for their people and really don't have much of a future. Not without major systemic change, for which there is none on the horizon. No, you understand it a bit more than you think, Weiser. You were pretty close. Yeah. They own stock, and then they take out loans against that stock. If you're being sick and you can't work, you sometimes gotta pay the employer. Man, I haven't even heard about that. That's fucking insane, yeah. You work here? Work where? You realize Japan has half the suicide rate as the USA? That's not... First of all, I don't even think that's true. Let me check. Nope. Nope. You're wrong. You're wrong. Japan's suicide rate, 17.2 per 100K. US suicide rate, 13.5 for 100K. You're wrong. Japan's is higher. And also, that's not a defense of Japan, because I'm not saying like USA good, Japan bad. I'm saying Japan bad, USA bad, in terms of economic systems and working conditions. Anyway, Japan is hypercapitalism. It's yeah, you could call it hypercapitalism in its final stage, but what it really is late stage fascism. Because like fascism is not just holocausts and gas chambers. Fascism is an economic ideology that enforces certain conditions and attitudes amongst the people, that prioritizes the interests of certain groups than others. This is something I write about a good bit in the political channel. If you actually want to hear more about this, you should join the political channel on Discord and read the stuff I've been writing, especially the stuff I posted a couple weeks ago. I posted a good bit about, the functions of fascism and what it actually does from an economic point of view. And I think those are very important things to learn that very few people learn. If you don't want to join the channel, I can here I'm gonna link this one fucking video for those of you who don't want to join the channel, and you can watch it on your own time. We're obviously not watching it on stream because it's long, but let me just find this link here. But it's very important to understand. Here we go. This video. This is How Fascism Serves Capitalism by Michael Parenti. I'll play like the first minute or two. All right, I forgot. He goes through all the history of it before he gets to like the meat of it. But yeah, just watch it on your own time. Maybe it's someday. I think I'll probably do a stream where like we can watch this stuff on stream as well. But yeah, like it's very important you watch this video and you understand what's actually going on, because as I said, it's more than just it's more than just like as I said, it's more just like death squads and pogroms and shit like that. There's a lot more to it. That kind of like extreme version you see in like Nazi Germany and so on, that's just kind of like, that's like the highest stage of fascism. That is like fascism at its most degenerate. Since when communism is organized worker movement, truly an expert? I'm not sure what your comment is even saying there. Places have problems and unless acknowledged will not improve. Yep, exactly. Yeah, in order to understand, oh, it's a YouTube description? What? I mean, socialism and therefore communism, by the way, which I know you don't know the definitions of either of those fucking words, and which I'm not going to get into right now. But those literally come about as a result of organized worker movements. What do you think the Chinese Revolution was? What do you think the Russian Revolution was? What do you think the Cuban Revolution was? If not an organized workers' movement. If you don't think it was an organized workers' movement, then you just don't understand any history. Like this is not something that's up for debate. This is either you've read the history or you haven't read the history and have just, I don't know, heard nothing but propaganda or something. But yeah, it's not really up to debate, yeah. But yeah, he does talk about other organized worker movements, etc. But yeah, this is a very good lecture. Parenti in general is very good. If you join the political channel, like you'll see me like refer to him a lot. But he's a very, very good educator in that sense. He's a PhD historian. But For those of you who are not aware, since I guess I haven't talked about it on stream in a while, yeah, we have a political channel on Discord. It's not visible by default. It's opt-in. If you want access to it, you need to DM me on Discord, requesting access. And if your name is different in Discord than Twitch, you need to tell me what your Twitch name is. But yeah, I post a lot of longer form stuff. If you want to watch more stuff like this, read like books and stuff like that I recommend, listen to podcasts that I recommend. That's basically a place for me to post longer form content that people can consume on their own time. I also do some analysis of current events as well in there. But yeah, there's a lot of content in there. So there you go. Oh, where were we? France can't afford to pay pensions? Yeah, it's going to keep getting increasingly rolled back. Like all these safety nets that existed in these European countries, like, universal healthcare, pensions, etc., all these like worker-oriented benefits, they're all going to get slowly rolled back. Just watch. Like a lot of them are already starting to be. But over the next, couple of years, decades, you'll see them get increasingly rolled back as full neoliberal economic policies take hold and attempt to privatize everything and run everything for profit while sabotaging anything in the public sphere. Right, from Ukraine? Well, it's good to know that you guys still have cheap education there. How stupid are Trump supporters? I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. There's essentially, Trump supporters boil down into three categories. You get like, essentially the very wealthy and the very racist. For those people, Trump is essentially serving their direct goals, right? The people who only care about being racist, Trump is a good president of them. The people who care only about, protecting their wealth, and they're already very wealthy, tens of millions of dollars. They're already like, they're already fully on board the fascist train. Fortunately, these groups are effectively the smallest groups in any country, and they are the most easily suppressed. They rely heavily on misleading the second group, which is the largest group by far. Well, one of the larger groups. One of the two larger groups. And the second group is people who are economically impacted by neoliberal policies, but they are not given another option. Like, they know, like, to use the U.S. as an example, they know the Democrat policies are failing. They know the Democrat policies don't work. So when they hear Trump speak, they're listening to more the drain the swamp and less the MAGA. Like that first group, that fully fascist group, the super wealthy and the super racist, the reactionary classes, the reactionary and the capital classes who just want fascism. As I said, those people essentially need to be suppressed. They need to be destroyed effectively as a group. Like, that's all you can really do with them. There's no teaching them. There's no educating them. Like, their class interests must be suppressed. The second group, as I said, that larger group, is the amount of people who would be in favor of a more equitable economic system, but they're just not being presented any option. They're bombarded constantly with propaganda about how unions are bad or anything even remotely left of center is bad. And they've kind of fully internalized it at this point. But they know that, the neoliberal policies are not working for them either. They're like, these neoliberal policies are failing. I can't afford rent. I can't afford food. And they're desperate. They're fucking desperate. So when someone comes on along and says, with that false populist, I'm going to shake up the system shit, like Trump did and other, false populists like Boris Johnson or whatnot, did, those people don't ultimately help that second group, but that second group is being duped. That's the group you can save. That's the group you can educate. That's the group where if they understood more of history, economy, and political theory, that's the group that can be saved. That's the group that you can win over to your side. Those are the people you want to try to communicate with. And Group C is basically the for the lulz, like, clown, crowd, who, the kind of people who voted for Trump just because they thought it was funny. These people are like, the same kind of people who wanted to have a beer with George Bush because they thought, he was like, felt like a bro kind of person. They're not interested in any policy, whatever. They're usually like, middle class flyover country, kind of like, dead end lives, like, kind of thing. These people you just need to distract. You don't actually need to fight them like you need to fight the first group. Like, you will have to fight the racists at some point. You will have to fight the fascists at some point, right? How that fight manifests, it depends entirely on how things actually play out. It doesn't necessarily have to be violent. But that third group, basically, the first group needs to be dominated, the second group needs to be deprogrammed, and this third group needs to be distracted. And that's essentially how you need to break things down when dealing with Trump supporters, is to realize it's not just one group. There's like 3 groups under an umbrella, and only one of these groups is truly beyond saving. China real estate prices? Check government-sponsored housing prices, Melantos. I'm not talking about what little, private apartments and whatnot exist. I'm talking about, I graduate from college as a Chinese student. I want my first apartment. I go to the government and I'm like, yo, I finished college. I'd like to move into this city. What do you got available? I'm talking about those prices. Those prices are rock bottom. Like, as someone said earlier, like $100, $200 a month. All right, I'm replying to some older messages, but yeah, let me scroll down a bit. You don't know how organized workers were repressed by KGB in basements? All right, dude, that's literally just pure propaganda. That's literally, like, pure propaganda. Like, source, please? That's not the fucking CIA? Like, it was a fundamental workers' movement. It was a fundamental workers' movement. Liberating the Russian people from the oppressive Tsarist regime. Nobody liked the fucking Tsar. Nobody liked the fucking Tsar. You didn't see any of the stuff I was talking about? What do you mean? I was talking about communism? Okay, like, stop using the C word. Communism does not exist in reality anywhere on the planet. It has never existed anywhere on the planet. It has never even been attempted or thought about being attempted, because the people who know about these things know what it actually means. Okay? These parties call themselves communist because they call it by what they're attempting. Their end goal is communism, but that means their end goal, like, literally even hundreds of years from now, kind of thing. Like, in the far future. They're being honest about their end target, of what they're ultimately working to achieve. If American parties were honest about what their end goals were, the Democrats or the Republicans would be the fascist party of America, and the Americans would be, the diet fascist party of America. Like, that's what we would have if the parties were being honest. Instead, they put names like Democratic and Republican, despite neither of them caring about democracy or the Republic. But yeah, Enteresis, you need to learn more. I'm very much getting the vibe that the only thing you know about these revolutions and any of that history is, some propaganda that you've received from sources that were, had a lot of incentive to propagandize this kind of thing, usually because they're being paid to. But yeah. But I'm not. This entire time I've been talking, I haven't even been talking about those things specifically. I'm merely talking about the systems that govern us and the incentives that they provide, and how it shapes society. For France, there is a transfer of wealth from working people to non-working retirees, which only gets worse. Yeah. which also gets worse as they're democratically become more retirees. Well, the part of the reason is the demographics are getting worse is because the birth rates are lower. I don't know what France's birth rate is. France. Yeah, France is down to 1.56. Most Western countries are below 2.0. I don't think there's a lot of Western countries that are actually above 2.0 at this point. And 2.0 is the replacement rate. But people are not having children because they don't have the money or the time. These are economic factors. The amount of time and money you have is based on your economic success. Right? It is directly related to your economic success and nothing else. Well, I guess maybe also your health, but, you know, that if you're born with some chronic illnesses that are taking up all your time, that's a whole other conversation. No, we're talking about real world Interesis. I stick to facts. Okay, all right. If that's how you, if these are the comments you're gonna make, I'm just taking the gloves off. You don't know anything about Russia. You don't know anything about China. You don't know any history. You are doing nothing but regurgitating, you know, American State Department propaganda, like calling Z an emperor, Stalin a Tsar. Like, come on. You don't know anything about how these countries were structured. You don't know anything about how they functioned. Like, here on this channel, I stick exclusively to facts. I stick exclusively to verified history and verified facts. So I'm telling you right now, that's enough. You are very heavily propagandized. You can either choose to acknowledge that and try to educate yourself on the actual history of what happened, or you can stick your head back in the sand. But if those are the comments you're going to make, then there's no, you know, yeah. You made a request to be added? What, a song request? Did I miss one? What did you request? If you requested a song, I don't see it. Oh yeah. You don't need to let me know here if you're making a request on Discord. Yeah, I'll take care of that after the stream. Yeah. Dems being diet fascist is so adequate. Yeah. Yeah, and they just move to the right, and they eventually just get outflanked by the right themselves. Like this is what keeps happening. The neoliberals consistently move to the right, and you know. They eventually get outflanked by the party that's further to the right of them. That's one of the ways they lose. One of the many ways they lose. We still live? Yeah. For now. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Every time. It's always a Gusano or a Kulak crotch goblin or something. I swear to God. Wait, but the communists came and took away my grandma's farm and their ponies and everything. Like, oh my God. Wealthy is owner of estate and farm, so he was a kulak. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to educate the rest of chat real quick on a little bit of history. Okay, I'm going to educate them on a little bit of history. Because, you know, clearly Interesis doesn't know his own history. And, you know, I'm going to go ahead and teach you. Okay, so the Tsar's rule was pretty fucking brutal. Nobody liked the Tsar. Okay, nobody liked the Tsar. Russia, pre-revolution, pre the Russian Revolution, was effectively a feudal state with a king. The Tsar was effectively a king, and it basically had a ton of feudal lords. And these feudal lords owned lots and lots of land, lots of animals, lots of farms, lots of crops. And the workers had to work on these feudal farms, these you know, little fiefdoms for you know, virtually no pay whatsoever, virtually no reward whatsoever. Basically, they're living in poverty while the feudal lords are living as kings. That's what happened. This high level of wealth inequality, this high level of uneven distribution in Russia is what eventually led to the Russian Revolution. It's what eventually led to the people getting pissed off at the Tsar, pissed off at the inequality, pissed off at the pogroms. The Tsar was actually also continuously running, pogroms and whatnot against ethnic minorities, including the Jewish population in Russia at the time. And so when Lenin took power during the Russian Revolution, one of the big parts of the Russian Revolution was taking the farms, the means of production, and putting them in the hands of the people, taking them away from the feudal lords, who were still allowed to live, at least initially. They were still allowed to exist, just, you only get to keep just your house. You get to keep just your house and, a handful of animals instead of, to feed yourself. Basically, God, I can't even speak. Proletizing them. Proletarianizing them. I'm not sure which is the right conjugation there. And creating a more equal system. That's effectively what happened. So when you say, oh, my grandfather, you have no idea how much of a cell phone that actually is, man. You're basically admitting that you're the grandson of kulaks, of this feudal lord class, and that you're pissed that the workers rose up and took away your little fucking kingdom so that you couldn't live in riches while the workers lived in poverty. Okay? Not to mention that the socialist revolution had no problem letting these people live and keep small farms, and they were going to allow them to keep existing until, of course, they started butchering their animals, etc., which led to the famine, but that's a whole nother fucking story that we can get into some other time. But yeah, you are heavily, heavily propagandized, my brother. And you can either stick your head in the sand and acknowledge the history. And, just because that's who your grandparents were doesn't mean that's who you have to be. People. There are plenty of people in the United States whose grandparents, and ancestors owned slaves and benefited from slavery. That doesn't mean that's who they have to be today. But if they go around saying, my grandparents did nothing wrong, then they shouldn't be treated any different than their grandparents were to begin with, honestly. U.S. Ukraine liked monarchy? That's why USSR hated so much? What the fuck are you talking about? Ukraine was was the second largest state and the most fervent supporter of the USSR after the Russians. They were overrepresented in Russian government or in Soviet government for a very long period of time. Something like 6 million Ukrainians fought against the Nazis in World War II. Something like 6 million. It's some insane number. Not in the hands of people, stealing them in the own hands so people get richer? What, Lenin? You're calling Lenin a thug. Why is that a cell phone? If you can't understand why that's a cell phone, Melon, you need to learn some history. I understand you're, outside of the Western influence, so you have a slightly different perspective in seeing things. But a lot of the times, I swear to God, you sound so fucking American. You sound so American sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Wenson, you're absolutely on point right now, dude. You're absolutely very on point, yeah. Yeah, he had a class interest. He was part of the Kulak class. He had a class interest directly in opposition to the working class, directly in opposition to the peasants. His interest was in keeping the peasants poor. The peasants didn't want to be fucking poor anymore. I'm sorry, if you're running a company and your workers rise up against you, you probably weren't running that company very well. Specifically mean Russian Civil War? No. Okay, then I'm not sure what you're referring to there. The Ukraine liked monarchy? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You know, speaking exclusively about the history of the Soviet Union. First of all, Ukraine wasn't a goddamn state before the Russian Revolution. All right? For those of you who aren't aware of this, Ukraine, the word Ukraine literally means borderlands. It officially referred to as the borderlands of the Russian Empire. That's where the name comes from. Like, Ukraine was made a state by Lenin, in the wake of the Russian Revolution, because he thought that that area should be its own nation, and joining the Soviet Union should be voluntary. So he gave them a state, and gave every state in the Union had the option to withdraw if they felt it no longer suited their needs. Yeah, same with Belarus. Yeah, but yeah, like nobody liked the Tsar. Nobody in Ukraine. Nobody in fucking Russia. Only the kulaks, basically. I'm not assuming some propaganda that you were a slave owner. I am literally going by your words. You literally said your father, great-grandfather was a kulak. You literally openly stated it, dude. If you were really rich, owning like farms and lots of farmland and animals pre-Russian Revolution, there's only one class you fall into. There's only one group. The kulak group, man. What did you walk in on? Russian Revolution. Very relevant to Factorio. The biters are going to rise up against us one day. I didn't own lots of farms. I mean, they only went after the big ones, dude. They only went after the big ones. They're not going around, like, confiscating mom-and-pop farms. They were giving mom-and-pop's farms. That was the whole point, was to move the farmland out of feudal lord hands and into the hands of the people. That was the entire point. And you can have your criticisms about how messy it was, or, things that were done perfectly or things were not done perfectly, etc. Because, like, nothing in these kinds of transitions is ever fucking perfect. That's for goddamn sure. Nothing is ever perfect when it comes to big changes like that. But, like, to deny the basic facts here just shows complete historical, like, ignorance. Like, I'm not demonizing you, dude. I'm not demonizing you, unless you think your grandparents did nothing wrong. In which case, I'm trying to educate... I'm still not demonizing you. I'm trying to educate you about the history of that area, because whoever fucking taught you the history was clearly very, very biased in the facts they decided to, regurgitate. What makes you sure the people in Russia didn't like the Tsar back then? The fucking revolution? What do you mean? what do you mean so sure they didn't like the Tsar? The revolution. Do you have any idea how high the level of oppression has to be? And how angry the people have to be before there's a fucking revolution? You have to be really fucking bad. You have to be, like, at keeping your people happy. You have to be really, really fucking... You have to be a real asshole. You have to be a real bastard. Most people, like, even... Most countries, even well after they have passed the conditions for a revolution, the material conditions necessary for revolution, still take a very long time to revolt, if they even ever do. A revolution is a scary fucking thing, man. It's a scary fucking thing. Like, mass unrest, violence, like, fucking, like, uncertainty... Like, it's the biggest undertaking a society can possibly take. It's not something that happens overnight. It's not something that can ever happen from the top down. It always happens from the ground up. It's something, Holy fucking music lineup. Highly relevant song if we're talking about the Soviet Union and the Russian Revolution. Highly relevant. Well... somewhat relevant. This is a couple decades later, but Yeah. The working class was not stolen of everything. Like, come on, man. Like, I think I already replied to that. I have no interest in a 100-year-old event. Yeah, you should, though. You should, though. The last 100 years of European history. Just gotta enjoy the lyrics here for a minute. But yeah, you should learn everything about how our current world is shaped. Really is defined by the last 100 years. A bit more than that, if you want to be precise. Our modern world is shaped by what happened since the Industrial Revolution. But it was really shaped by what happened in the past 100 years. The same forces that were present nearly 100 years ago are still present. The same material conditions exist. It's not over. It's not over. Yeah, this is like the only Sabaton song I really like. What's going on? We're having a little conversation. I'm almost done with the stream. We sometimes do a little discussion toward the end of streams, and yeah, it kind of happened today. But yeah, we're done with Factorio today. I've already discussed the FFF. I'm only gonna be on for another like 15 minutes or so we're not gonna get started on the red green today. Just letting it run in the background. But yeah, we kind of got into the serious stuff. Many people like this art. The method of controlling such states as if only the society or the problems with false alert officials. Yeah, but that only works for so long. That only works for so long. If the material conditions for the peasantry and the proletariat deteriorate enough, there is nothing that can stop a revolution. And that's what happened. Chat link. What did you link? Okay, first of all, I don't use Wikipedia articles for historical references. You should never use a fucking Wikipedia article. First of all, Wikipedia tries to pretend like there's something called Stalinism. There is no such thing called Stalinism. Just the way there's no such thing as Bidenism, or Trumpism, or Bushism. These people don't have their own ideologies. Okay? So no fucking... This is why I don't whitelist Wikipedia to begin with. The only reason I brought these pages up was because I was trying to tell you that these existed. And on these, because they're, you know, inherently less political, tend to be more accurate. But I would not, you know, you can read these elsewhere as well. Dodge versus Ford Motor into the Taft-Hartley Act. But yeah, I mean, I did discuss this already. I did say collectivization was not as clean as it possibly could have been, but it, you know, wasn't entirely the fault of the Bolsheviks. It wasn't entirely their fault. Like, they had to deal with a lot of kulak resistance. Like, go find out why, like, you know, basically shortly after the Russian Revolution, the number of, like, sheep and, like, goats and cattle and horses and all that were basically cut in half. Because the kulaks were slaughtering their livestock rather than surrender them. They were basically saying, like, you know what? You know, we're not going to give this, we're not going to give the, land and our property to the Bolsheviks, we're just going to destroy it instead. And that was, like, one of the biggest factors that led to the famine. But yeah, no fucking Wikipedia articles. Especially when I already addressed them. Yeah, Weiser, like, I tried to address it as clearly and as politely as I could, but, you know, it's up to him. The thing with, like, teaching stuff, the thing with teaching people is you have to understand that there's something as like 100% propagandized, 100% propagandization exists. Like being fully propagandized isn't a thing. Like there is such a thing as the meter hitting 100 being completely full. If you think that your narrative is truth and all other historical evidence is propaganda, no matter how much historical evidence that disproves your narrative and how little evidence there is that supports your narrative, you're basically fully propagandized. You can't reach those people. You can't reach those people. You have to see the crack for yourself. And this goes through everything. You know, this is actually something I talked about in the bit of the channel as well, is that when talking to people, you know, you have to realize that, like, you know, some people are just not open-minded. Some people are very closed-minded. And I hope Enterus is not one of them. But as I said, I've been as clear as I can in discussing all this in the past, like, you know, 20, 30 minutes or whatever the fuck it's been. I've talked about the history, you know, sticking to the facts only as thoroughly as I could. I can't do a much better job than what I did. So you can either accept the facts, accept the real history, or you can just stick your head in the sand singing la la la, I'm right, everybody else is wrong. Music from EU4? I don't know EU4. Hong Kong is a great example of this. Of what? But yeah, Hong Kong and Taiwan and Macau are a whole nother conversation. We got to stick to one fucking region at a time. I can't. I've had these conversations before where we wind up bouncing around too much and it gets chaotic. Told that we were end of the history. You know what the funny thing about that, Thu? You know about all that Fukuyama bullshit? Is Fukuyama has since said, like, okay, maybe I was wrong. History is still going. And not only that, but Fukuyama has said that North Korea was justified in seeking nuclear weapons. Like, it's really fucking funny to watch him just kind of like be like, oh yeah, I guess we were kind of wrong about everything. Even though he was held up to such a degree, right? He was held up on such a pedestal because he told the capitalists and the liberals what they wanted to hear. Which is that, you know, this is it. This is the end of things. No, this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning of history, my friends. No, opposite, Lucky One. Complete opposite. Like, I know you mean well with that comment. I know you mean well. But it's the exact opposite of what you just said. Revolutions are always led by a minority which directs the fury and the rage of the working classes. A minority is never able to heat up the working classes. Mao did not heat up the peasantry. Lenin did not heat up, you know, the peasantry in Russia. Castro did not heat up the peasantry in Cuba. The peasantry were already fucking pissed. The peasantry were already furious. These leaders only gave them direction. They only gave them direction and showed them that there was a better way. And by the way, for the record, you know, since we're talking about leaders' ideologies, you know, we talk about some of them. Castro, for example, wasn't even a socialist or a communist or anything like that when he took power. Like, Cuba's initial revolution started as, you know, an economic nationalist kind of thing. You know, we want to control Cuba for the good of Cubans, instead of having been controlled by the American fascist puppet dictator Batista. And, but later, as he learned more about the ideology, he was like, you know what, I really fucking agree with this. Yo soy comunista. So, and eventually, you know, fully embraced it. But it did not start like that. This idea that, you know, you've got a bunch of angry, you know, Marxists running around, like, pissing people off. That's not how things work. That's not how things worked at all. The Cuban Revolution, I highly recommend listening to Blowback Season 2. Again, I linked this in the Discord channel. But I highly recommend listening to Blowback Season 2, especially before shit goes down in Cuba. Because shit's probably going to go down in Cuba sometime in the next couple months. Like, we thought it might have been gone down by now, but everything's so indecisive. And so it's going to be good to understand the history of Cuba before, you know, shit hits the fan there. And, but yeah, that'll give you a good overview of what happened in Cuba. And, like, one of the key facts about it, like I always like to remind people of, is the Cuban Revolution was down to, like, 12 people at one point. Like, 12 or 13, I can't remember. It was, like, basically Castro Che and, like, a dozen other people hiding in the fucking, you know, in the mountains, I forget what they're called, in like the south of the country, you know, being hunted by Batista squads. They had no popular support. They had no popular support. They were fully marginalized. There were 12 fucking people. 12! 12! And they were like, we're going to fucking lead a revolution. And they did. Why? Because they went around to the peasantry and they got their support. They got their support. They said, hey, you know, we're against Batista and we're looking to, you know, overthrow him. Are you with us? And just about, they didn't have to fucking propagandize anyone. They didn't have to indoctrinate anyone. They just had to demonstrate that they were, like, interested in a different system than what Batista was offering. And that was all that was needed. These revolutionary movements capture the revolutionary energy of the masses and direct them in a productive direction. They don't stir people up. Any Factorio today? We talked about it a good bit, the FFF and shit. But yeah, then we got spicy. Is it your opinion that the Bolshevik Revolution was a good thing? The USSR was better for Russia and arguably, you know, just about all the constituent countries than what came before it or what came after it. And if you can't see that, then you're just denying history at this point. The Bolshevik, like, I don't judge I don't judge revolutions. You know, I'm going to quote Parenti here a bit. I'm going to paraphrase Parenti a little bit. You know, you judge these revolutions by what came before. By what came before. It's not like, you know, was it good? Was it bad? Was it better than what came before? Was the USSR better than Tsarist Russia? Objectively, yes. Objectively, yes. Absolutely. And to say any otherwise is to deny history. It's not even an opinion. Only one side of history where all village capital was stolen? Yeah, I mean, as I said, you just need to educate yourself, man. Like, I'm not being hostile with you. I'm trying to reach out to you. I'm extending my hand as far as I can. But you really need to educate yourself on what actually happened in the Russian Revolution. You know, feel free to find your own sources, because they all say the same things. But look at, you know, I mean, just ignore, like, straight-up propagandists by, like, Robert Conquest and, like, Anne Applebaum, obviously. But if you find, like, actual historians, not pop historians, you know, the facts of what happened there are pretty clear. Lucky, the problem with that statement is it's an unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable. The amount of history books, the amount of history I've read, the amount of evidence, like, showing these facts to be true is overwhelming. Like, to rephrase your argument to show you where the holes are. Like, here, let me rephrase what you said. I could just as easily say, could you accept the possibility that your belief that most people disliked slavery is based solely on black people's writings who overthrew them and who had no interest in playing it in a negative light? Maybe we should listen to the white slave owners. Maybe we're just biased. Maybe we're just too pro-black. Maybe we should listen to the white slave owners and hear about what they thought about slavery. No, I look at the economic conditions. I look at the economic conditions of the kulaks. I look at the economic conditions of the Russian peasantry, which were living in just about absolute fucking poverty. Absolute fucking poverty before the Russian Revolution. So, no, I don't accept that possibility. I think that logic is faulty. We look overwhelmingly at the history of things and the evidence that supports it. That's why I keep talking to people. You need to learn history. You need to learn history. You need to learn history. You need to learn actual fucking history. Real history. Not pop history. Not YouTube history. Not meme history. Not real history. You know, you need to read people like Parenti. You need to read actual declassified CIA documents. You need to read actual government documents. Most of what I read is not some news article or is being paraphrased by a third party. I read primary sources. You know, I stick like fucking 100-page documents written in different languages through a translator, and I sit down and read it. That's why I'm so goddamn confident in what I say, is because I've actually read this shit. But of course, no one's read everything. You know, I'm not perfect. I read what I can. But yeah, everything I've said so far, no, I stand by 100% as that being the actual facts, and the weight of history backs me up on it. Some comedian once said you have no idea what will be going if people find out what's going on. Some of the questions are revolution. Yeah. What's that, Carlin, maybe? I don't know. It kind of sounds a little Carlin-y. I miss Carlin so much, man. One of the last truly great comedian in my eyes. And hey, Cryo, sorry. I might have said hey already, but if I didn't, hey. So does Russia or Cuba get more ESPM? I don't think Cuba has the patches to get high SPM. It would have to be Russia. They've got really good, oil deposits, iron, copper, etc. You could definitely scale higher in Russia. Cuba, you just, it's just all water, man. Just all water. Cuba's only 10 million people, by the way. Cuba's only 10 million people. For those of you who don't understand how small that country is, it's 10 million people. There's more people within a 10-mile radius of me than there are of Cuba. There were two revolutions. There was like the earlier failed revolution of like 1909 or whatever. I'm mainly focusing on the 1917 one. The one led by Lenin and the Bolsheviks. That's the important revolution. That's the one you need to... That's the one that really changed things. Yeah, it's incredibly clear what people's support was. The populace was armed. The populace was armed. Okay, that's like the easiest way to tell the difference between a revolution and a coup. Is like, do they have popular support, and is the populace armed? If the populace is armed and they have popular support, then it's a fucking revolution. Right? Thank God your country actually teaches history. Where do you live? I'm curious. Because so few Western countries actually teach good history. Like, so few actually teach good history. Most people don't need to learn history because they can't affect in any way. Yeah. You could not be more wrong, Melantos. You can affect things more than you can think. That attitude is what causes you to not affect things. History only lets us understand the world. The point is to change it. Great man said that. Who recognizes that quote without Googling? Opinion straight from Israel. Yeah, it didn't quite sound like... It sounded like too many words for Carlin, but I couldn't think of what else. Russian SPM kind of sucks. Do the resource they have? Of course it does. Russia could be so much better off. It's why, like I said, the USSR was better than what came before and after it. Like Shock Therapy, if you want a good book to read on that, go read, the same name, Shock Therapy by Naomi Klein. Talks a lot about, the policies of neoliberal shock therapy on Russia. It's what the West tries to do to every country, fully privatize everything, let foreign capital in your country, run everything for profit, especially for foreign profit, foreign capital. It basically turns you into a vassal state without any true self-determination. But that's what they want done to every country. Highly relevant to a current conflict, too, if you actually know the roots of it, but that's a whole other conversation that we are not getting into today, because, yeah, that's a long one. But yeah, Russia is still a capitalist society. It is, effectively a neoliberal capitalist society. That, just like any capitalist society, has high levels of wealth inequality. It's like that graph I showed a bit ago. Did I close it? Yeah, it's like this one. Yeah, here we go. Oh, shit. Click the wrong thing. Yeah, we can close that. Yeah, it's like this. Look at that number, 7x. 7x. Russia has incredibly high wealth inequality. Russians should be living in fucking luxury. If Russia's economy was distributed the same way, like, you know, if they had like an actual leader who ruled in the interests of the people, a non-capitalist leader, Russians would be living in fucking luxury, every last one of them. They have the highest level of mineral wealth and oil wealth in the world because they control the largest amount of territory in the world out of any country. And they control the bulk of Asia. You know, if that massive amount of wealth was used to benefit the people exclusively, like, they would be seeing, like, you know, a quality of life boom the same way China is. But, you know, as it stands, it's not that much different from the U.S. at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, Russia is not that much different from the U.S. at the end of the day. Well, actually, that's a bit, you know, that's a bit harsh. The U.S. is way worse, let's be honest. Hasn't failed. It was two groups doing the same revolution? Yeah. The February Revolution was a successful until the Bolsheviks came over. Take a look at the parties at the State Dumas. Okay. Alright, I mean, I can take your word for it, but, like, what's the point? What's the actual point that we're trying to get at here? But yeah, Russia is state. If we're talking strictly from an economic point of view, Russia is state capitalist, which means they, you know, have a number of their big industries run for the, you know, benefit of the state, as opposed to the U.S., where these big industries are run for the, you know, the benefit of private capital, private individuals. But again, how that money is being spent is a whole other conversation whatsoever, and a little beyond the scope of this conversation, to be quite honest. But yeah, it just goes to show just how, yeah, I mean, even just look at the number here for China. If their country's wealth were distributed equally, the country would be 2 times richer. Like, China does have wealth inequality the same way just about every other country does. And they definitely do have billionaires, which, you know, they're getting less and less every year. China is the only country to execute billionaires, by the way. I feel like that's a very important fact a lot of people don't know. China has executed something like 20 billionaires over the past couple decades. Okay? So they will cap your ass if you step out of line. Jack Ma got what he deserved. He wasn't even executed. Didn't know Germany was that much of an outlier? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Germany has always been, you know... Remember, like, some of the earliest social movements started in Germany. Like, the German Revolution failed. Like, you guys, people forget that. The German Revolution failed. The Germans tried to have a revolution before Hitler, you know, fully ascended to power, because they could see the writing on the wall. They saw the path that things were going. The Germans attempted a revolution. They failed, and they were all killed. You know, Rosa Luxemburg, etc., all dead. Betrayed by the liberals, who sided with the fascists against socialists, as they always do. So liberals will always side with fascists against socialists, because fascism does not threaten capitalism, and socialism does. They just die under mysterious circumstances? Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other conversation, as I said. Germany is an outlier. It used to be the richest country in the EU, but it's in a state of economical decline. And yeah, pretty much. My take wasn't that it wasn't the masses and socialism that caused. Yeah. Then we agree. Then yeah. It was the general unrest. There's only one thing that causes that causes a revolution, and that is deteriorating material conditions amongst the working classes. amongst the people who actually who work for a living, the people who actually build everything, the people that produce everything, the people that farm everything, the people that, package everything, transport everything, those people, the working classes. When their conditions inevitably get worse and worse under capitalism, because the entire point of capitalism is to funnel wealth from the bottom classes to the upper classes, to funnel them from the proletariat to the bourgeoisie. The living conditions of the working class get worse and worse and worse and worse. Eventually, a breaking point is reached, and yeah, either a revolution happens, and or a revolution is stopped or prevented from happening altogether, and fascism takes full hold, and you see the full terroristic power of the state monopoly on violence now unleashed directly against the working class itself in order to keep them in line. Basically, your wages will be slashed, your overtime out, you'll lose overtime pay, you will lose bonuses, working hours will be extended, and if you speak up against it, you'll go to jail, you'll be threatened, worse, etc., etc. And this is all what's happened. This is everything I'm saying right now. This is what's happened in every fascist country. This is what happens in Italy. This is what happens in Germany. This is what's happened in Cuba under Batista. This is what's happened in South Korea, what's happened in Japan, etc., etc., etc. Every country that has been ravaged by fascism always has these factors in common, because that is the point of fascism. The persecuting minorities, that's just the scapegoat. That's just the scapegoat. That's the scapegoat, is finding an excuse, finding someone else to blame for the real flaws in society. False promises of propaganda. And Terrasis, you are the one fully baited by propaganda at this point, brother. Please do some reading. Completely ignorant on China, but couldn't the sheer amount of people explain the more normal averages? No. Yeah. The easiest way to understand China, how China's system is different, is looking at India. China is not a capitalist country. China is a de facto socialist nation. India is a capitalist nation. And in India, you are seeing, incredibly high levels of wealth inequality, even more than, most other developed countries, right? You've got some countries in Africa that are, obviously super undeveloped, ravaged by decades of European colonialism and neocolonialism, etc. That's a whole other conversation. Countries like France and Belgium, they really don't get enough shit for what they did in Africa, over the past 100 years. They really, should be treated the same way that the Germans, that the Nazis are treated, but yeah, that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, India is probably the country most desperately need in terms of some social revolution, by far. India could effectively be, basically one of the most successful and well-off countries in the world. But they need a social revolution, and a cultural one at that, but that's a whole other conversation. Because the whole Hindutva nationalism is starting to become a real problem. It's, been a problem. I know we have some people from the subcontinent in here. They could maybe talk about it more than I know, if they're still around. I know we have at least 3 or so. But, yeah, Hindutva nationalism is kind of becoming the blanket that's smothering everything. It's a big fucking problem. That's Modi's party. But yeah, it just goes to show, you look at, because you have to remember, when China was liberated from Japanese occupation, they were arguably in a worse state than India was after British occupation. Both these countries got fucked by Western powers doing, occupation, genocide, exploitation, etc., etc., etc. 20 plus million the Japanese killed in China. Many more than that the British killed in India. These countries were, again, Japan really, speaking of countries that don't get enough shit, Japan doesn't get enough shit for what it did in China. If you learn the history of Japan in, what they did in Korea, in China, and so on, even Taiwan, you will look at World War II in a very, very different light, I'll say that much. a very, very different light. Like, Japan is the reason that so many things in Asia are in East Asia are as fucked up as they are today. Japan is the reason there are two Koreas. Japan is partially the reason why Taiwan is not part of China. Partially. That's a whole nother conversation. You know, and so on. Like, the Japanese were no different from the Nazis during that era, and the current state of Japan is a whole other fucking conversation as well, because it's, yeah. If you know anything about, like, actual modern Japan, you know, not just, like, the weeb propaganda shit, then, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, but I need to end the stream soon, man. We can't get into Japan now. We can't get into Japan. It's just that window construction in Russia is notoriously bad. It's listening to some AI radio propaganda news. Yeah. I mean, that's what scares me the most. That's what scares me the most about AI, is how easy it is to generate propaganda with it, and how easy it is for people to fall for it. Like, there's already, like, YouTubers who do nothing but generate racist propaganda. They literally use AI to generate, like, racist incidents, you know, to make reactionaries angry, and then they post it all over, and people fucking fall for it. That, to me, is the scariest part, is the degree it's being used for radicalization and into fascism and fascist-adjacent ideologies. General stance is that no revolution is carried out by the masses. I completely disagree with that. I 100% disagree with that. All revolutions are carried out by the masses. The Vanguard Party, that's what we're talking. If we're getting into political theory here and how these things actually function, the Vanguard Party is what it's called. The party that leads the revolution. That is merely, you know, that which provides direction. The revolution is happening no matter what. The question is how that gets directed. But just like, you know, the CCCP was the Vanguard Party of the USSR, and the CPC is the Vanguard Party of China, and so on. Vanguard parties are different from other political parties. It won't happen, as the less money they have is enough to survive easily from India here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know Kerala has a socialist government, but there's only so much you can do in a federalized state where you're still subservient to the, you know, the federal capitalist government, right? Like, India's federal government is capitalist, but they have some local governments that operate in a socialist manner. But yeah, I know Kerala is doing a bit better because of that, but their hands are tied. It's kind of like the same thing with Mamdani in New York. You know, even if he has all the right policies, and, you know, he's got some good ones, he's not perfect, that's for sure. His hands are ultimately tied compared to how much he can truly do to achieve his aims, because he just doesn't have the level of power necessary for real systemic change. Yeah, caste system is a problem too, yeah. But yeah, it's the Hindutva nationalism that I've been clued into a bit lately that has been, I've been clued into it for a while, I'll be honest. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that concerns me the most there, because that has the potential to spiral out of control and to plunge India purely into fascism at that point. The anti-Muslim bigotry in India is already insane. It's already insane. It's absolutely fucking insane. The number of sock puppet accounts that have been, like, spewing anti-Muslim, like, you know, propaganda with regards to Israel and Palestine that have later been exposed to be from India it's kind of crazy how many there have been. It's like, they're not even directly invested into it. They're just doing it for the love of the game. It's fucking wild. Like, it doesn't directly affect them at all. As a Belgian, you'd be surprised that talking with their own history classes to actually do talk shit. Well, that's good, yeah. That's good. That's encouraging to hear. Because my experience with dealing with a lot of, like, people from European countries, especially Eastern European countries, is I definitely get the impression that they tend to whitewash or omit a lot of the bad things that their countries did in the past. Japan is very bad about that. Obviously not a European country, but Japan is notoriously bad about that. Like, Japanese aren't taught anything about what Japan did in World War II with Unit 731, rape of Nanking, 20 million killed. They aren't taught any of it. They're taught that that stuff is just Chinese propaganda. So yeah, Japan. There's certain countries which, in terms of cultural consciousness, and historical awareness, we like to shit on Europe and the U.S. a lot because, well, most of us are from there. But there are definitely some countries that are in some very dangerous states right now in terms of how they could progress. And India and Japan definitely are in like the top 3 of countries that have potential to turn very sour, but, are not quite there yet, right? Calling Japan a Western power? I mean, it was a Western power post-World War II. I had a feeling somebody was going to mention that, but I was referring to it, in terms of the Western umbrella. But yeah. Obviously, it wasn't a Western power pre-World War II. Post-World War II, it's a de facto Western power for sure. But, I was just kind of hoping you guys understood what I meant. Yeah, Philippines. Dude, I don't understand the Philippines. Like, the U.S. fucks them so hard. It fucks them so hard. Like, the CIA even ran anti-vax campaigns in the Philippines in order to propagandize the Filipinos against the Chinese vaccines. There's nothing wrong with the Chinese vaccines. In fact, hell, at this point, I'd probably trust the Chinese ones more than the goddamn American ones. But, like, the CIA literally propagandized them against that. The way that the U.S. just literally shits on the Filipinos constantly, and they still simp for the U.S. and demonize China is just like, ugh. I mean, it's a very small country, so it doesn't have it's not going to have the potential impact, were it to go south that, say, India or Japan would. But yeah, it's tragic, man. It's fucking tragic. It's insane how, like, fucked up that is. Yeah, Taiwan not being part of China was directly, about the Kuomintang and the aftermath of the Chinese Civil War, but that's a whole other conversation entirely. Japan is the best macadamia. Like, dude, anime is some great fascist propaganda. Anime is great fascist propaganda, man. Like, it really has blinded a lot of people to what the reality of Japan actually is. But Japan and South Korea are effectively late-stage fascism states. If you look at it from an economic point of view, they are the definition of late-stage fascism. One where fascism has effectively already firmly taken hold. Corporate culture is completely dominant. Just watch the video. Watch the video. The Parenti video. The Parenti video I linked earlier about, like, how fascism serves capitalism. Watch that, apply it to Japan. You'll see exactly what I mean. It's very clear. It's nice for you. Well, that's great. That's great. I'm glad you're making enough money. It's the same thing with South Korea. If you're making a lot of money, it's a great place to live in because, you need a lot of money to survive there. But if you're making enough money to get by, that's great. But, yeah. Why do you think they export anime dramas to clean up? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as I said, it's great propaganda, man. One of the most successful propaganda efforts in the world. Especially when you get shit like Attack on Titan or like, these other shows that are like Godzilla about like, oh, Japan's being attacked by the big evil monster. It's like, motherfucker, Japan was the big evil monster. Japan's not protecting itself from Godzilla. Japan was Godzilla. They were the ones doing the terror. They were the ones being the Titans. 20 million people dead in China. 20 million. And very few people know that. Done by the Japanese occupation. The conditions of which led almost directly to the Chinese Revolution as well. Because the Chinese were like, fuck, our government can't protect us from the Japanese. We need a new goddamn government. Now, before anyone corrects me on this, yes, technically, it was a combination of Mao's forces and the KMT that drove off the Japanese. But yeah, right after that, Mao's forces were like, yeah, we're done with the KMT. And they took over from there. And the KMT fled to Taiwan. And that's why you have the one country, two systems bullshit right now. Is because the U.S. immediately flooded Taiwan with massive, massive amounts of currency and investment so that they would serve Western interests. Basically, we bought Taiwan. And a lot of that investment, went to TSMC and whatnot. Anyway, Germans are the most unreasonably nationalistic. Convincing them Russia policy under Matt is hard. Dude, Europeans in general are like it. Europeans in general, like, people make fun of, the America, fuck yeah, like, flag-wearing crowd and all that. But in reality, I mean, those people do exist. But those people are a very, very, very tiny minority, even amongst the right wing in America, right? Like, we're talking like maybe 1 to 2% of the population is actually like that full-on nationalistic, stuff. Like, Europeans are so much more. Like, I always feel like I have to tiptoe a bit when talking about certain countries in Europe. Because if I, like, if someone's in chat and they're from X country and I start talking about that country's history and the bad things they did, like, they're just fucking unfollow or something. Like, Europeans are so much more nationalistic than Americans. It's actually insane. It's actually insane how much nationalistic, especially Eastern Europeans, I found very, very nationalistic. It's a bit of an obstacle to actually communicating with them sometimes. I've seen it many times. If you define Western power as the practice of colonialism and imperialism, yeah, but like, I mean, I probably shouldn't have used that word there, but I was speaking quickly. I mean, it's small compared to, like, India, right? Like, that's what I was talking about, but yeah. Yeah, guys, let's not get hung up on the Western thing. As I said, I probably shouldn't have used the term there. But I just, it slipped because, Japan is a modern Western power, right? Interesis, okay, I'll read this. Collectivization was a policy implemented in both the Soviet Union and China. I mean, because not to the same degree in China, though. China did not have the kulak issue that the Soviet Union did. China was just full-on peasants. China was like full-on subsistence farmers, even up to like the 70s and shit. It's just peasants who own a farm and they just grow what they need to eat and that's it. Like, China did not have like a comprehensive like kulak system the way the USSR did. And it did not face significant resistance from peasants. It faced significant resistance from the kulaks. And of course the people who felt they benefited from kulak rule, that tiny section of peasants. But, we're talking about like 1%, 2% of the peasant population. You're talking some incredibly tiny percent. You're basically saying like, I can just swap some words out and say like, slavery the abolition of slavery often faced significant resistance from slaveholders and those that benefited. Yeah, of course. The system was unjust. The system had to be changed. The people who benefited from the unjust, system are going to be taken down a peg. That has to happen, right? You can't, like, because the system, and the thing is, they're not confiscating their wealth. As I said, they never started with confiscating their wealth. They said you can keep your houses, you can keep your livestock, you can keep your personal stuff. You just can't keep the fucking land. You just can't keep the fucking land. The people need to be allowed to, like, own their own means of production. And in Pakistan, yeah, but like, there is no time. The thing with large populations is it serves as an accelerating factor. Countries with smaller populations progress more slowly than countries with large populations. If you have a very large population in the right system, progress can happen at like light fucking speed, as you're seeing in like a country like China now, which at this point is like decades ahead of like any other country on the world in every fucking department except one department, and they're catching up on that one extremely quickly. Like, literally every other measurable metric, they are light years ahead of everybody else at this point. But yeah, that's why India, like, is potentially a bit scarier on that front, because that many people essentially embracing some form of Hindu fascism would be terrifying both for the people of India and the surrounding countries. But that's, that's essentially what the ruling party, the BJP and Modi, are pushing. That is their party. Like, Hindu nationalism, Hindutva is the name for it. Oh, the Zen and peace bullshit? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Wenson. Yeah, that's a good anecdote. Yeah, Japan was so racist and committed atrocities so horrible against the Chinese that there was at least one case of a group of Nazis intervening on behalf of the Chinese, a group of Nazis who were stationed in China, intervening on behalf of the Chinese civilians to save them from the Japanese. I'm glad you don't have as many firearms. I don't really think it makes that much difference at the end of the day, though. Capitalism wants mass immigration? Not exactly. The phrase mass immigration is always a racist dog whistle, implying that all these hordes of like foreigners are coming. Capitalism aims to maintain a reserve army of labor. It's a very important concept that you should familiarize yourself with. That is to say, capitalism is never looking to eliminate poverty. Capitalism wants to always maintain a section of the populace that is out of work, desperate, etc., etc. Not even necessarily homeless, but essentially desperate. Because what that does is it means that if another group decides to go on strike, then there's scabs to replace them, who are so desperate that, they're willing to work for anything. If there was no reserve army of labor, if there were actually, if everybody was meaningfully employed, everybody had a job, then strikes would have tremendous amounts of power, right? Like, you get your couple hundred employees for your company together and you all band together and they're like, we're striking for better wages. Then the company, you have a lot more power, like infinitely more power, because there is nobody to replace you. You say, we've had enough, we want better wages, they basically have to kowtow to your demand. The reserve army of labor is what helps maintain, the poverty and maintain the system as is without letting it evolve to something better. Immigration helps that reserve army of labor, and more importantly, it provides a scapegoat, because that reserve army of labor would exist with those immigrants or not. Like, it's going to exist regardless, especially with automation, taking more and more and more jobs, and now the threat of AI taking even more and more jobs. There's going to be less and less jobs needed in order to keep things running for society. So what happens to the people who just can't find work? Well, the libertarians and the Austrian economists say those people should just die off. That's basically how they say the world. But yeah, the reason immigration is always kept up, and I'm going to say just immigration, not just mass immigration, is in part because it provides a scapegoat. It lets you point to, it's the whole foreigner took your cookie meme, right? Like, I've probably show this every other stream. Where is it? Give me just the image. There we go. That one. The foreigner took your cookie. Now, imagine if this guy wasn't there. Imagine if the foreigner wasn't there and it was just these two. If it was just these two, you would see how much you're being robbed. You would understand how much you're being robbed. You would say, like, what? He gets 100 cookies, I get 1? Fuck this bullshit. Because who's making the cookies here? This is the guy making the cookies. This is the guy making the fucking cookies. These guys are making the cookies. And they've got you blaming another guy who's just working for a cookie instead of the guy hoarding all of them. That's part of why immigration is kept up. And if you'll notice, immigration in socialist countries is actually much more strict than in capitalist countries. So the whole lefties want mass immigration is completely false. Liberals are not left. Liberals are right-wing. Actual people on the left take a more reasonable and measured approach to things. This goes back to, remember when I was talking about the second group of Trump supporters? The people that go right because they think they're given no other choice? The people who would go left if they knew what left actually is? But that's the point of liberals, both in the US and of other countries, is to occupy the space taken up by an actual left-wing party and give left a bad name. That's the entire point of liberalism, is to give left, the word left, a bad name. They're not left. Liberal's not left. Liberalism is a right-wing party. Bernie Sanders is right-wing. Okay? You know, all these fucking, left-wing Democrats. Joe Biden is right-wing. They're all to the right of center. Because you don't understand how much the Overton window has shifted. And the point of the shift is to establish liberalism as the furthest left policies that are acceptable, but it's not even left. It's just slightly it's just slightly less right. Do I have my Overton window thing? I really need to organize these, man. Get, I have too many files and, like, nothing's labeled. It's all just generic file names. Gotta sit down and rename everything here. Let me see if I can just find it real quick. Oh, there's one, like, good graphic that I had, but, like, I can't find it real quick. Oh, here, this one. This is the one. This is what happens when the Overton window shifts. You have what was originally the left. Let me make it a little bigger. You have originally what was the left, the center, and the right. Then it shifts. The center is now in the middle of where the right used to be, and the center is now called the left. And then it just keeps shifting and shifting in here. Here, we're over here in the US. This is where we're here. People think this is what left is. No, left begins over here. Left begins once you cross the center. There is only one thing that defines the center that ever has. God, I love this song. Yeah, hold on. Like, I'm still replying to this comment because this was just so out there. Yeah, okay, so that was me replying to this. What the fuck do you mean by this? Big capitalist giant America destroys all fascist states? America is the #1 supporter of fascist states in the world. America frequently overthrows democracies to implement fascist dictators. You know, there's a very relevant conflict going on right now that has its roots in, in the American government overthrowing the democracy. I wrote about this extensively in the Discord channel. The roots of the Iranian conflict is the Americans, well, the British specifically, but with American support, the West, I should just say, overthrew Iran's democratically elected leader to implement a fascist, the Shah, who served Western interests. The West has never overthrown fascism once. Not once. The West overthrows democracies and burgeoning socialist states to implement fascist dictators. Fascism serves capitalism. Fascism serves the U.S. We'll talk about the Great Leap Forward some other time, man. We gotta do, I gotta keep it to, one thing at a time. There's too much to discuss, we could... as I said, I've been trying to avoid bouncing around. They're making DDR5? Yeah, that's good. That's good. I hadn't heard they were making DDR5 yet, but... China's also making cars. Not great so far. And Terrasis, please, please, please get out of your propaganda bubble, dude. Please get out of your propaganda bubble. Chinese cars are the best in the world right now. They're undisputed the best in the world. They're the highest quality and incredibly low price. The Ford CEO literally went on record saying, if Chinese cars ever come to the US, we're done. We're done. We go under immediately. China literally makes the best cars in the world. You thinking they're not great so far? I don't know where you're getting your information, but you are in a bubble, my dude. You are in a bubble and you need to get the fuck out. Literally everything you say is either completely wrong or heavily colored by propaganda. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to educate you, bro. You really need to get out of that bubble. If you think China is making shitty cars, you have no clue what's been going on. Anyway. Exactly. Nocta, yeah, exactly. You're right. That's the point. They want to keep these immigrants, they want to create a permanent underclass. They want to create an underclass of exploitable, disposable labor. Like, you talk about, like, say, Canada or something, and all the people complaining about all the Indian immigrants who are all there legally. Let's make that perfectly clear. Nobody is boating from fucking India to Canada in a homemade dinghy. Alright? They're coming by plane with passports and green cards and visas, etc., etc. They're being brought in deliberately by the Canadian government to help create a permanent underclass of exploitable labor. And you've got people who are so fucking racist, they're getting angry at the immigrants who are just trying to get a better life instead of getting angry at the policies and the systems that are creating this. Get angry at the fucking system. The immigrants aren't the ones issuing green cards, it's you. But the point is to create a permanently depressed underclass that's heavily exploitable. That's the point. Not all Nazis were 100 comic books. I mean, yeah, but, like, I'm not really interested in, finding the few good Nazis, As far as I'm concerned, the good Germans were the ones who took arms against the Nazis. The good Germans were the ones that resisted, not the ones that donned the uniform and then maybe, saved a couple people here while, like, shooting 100 others elsewhere. The good ones are the ones who actively fought back. Not to be condescending, but I have ever been to China? I haven't been to China yet, but I really want to visit. I really would like to visit someday. But that has no bearing on anything here. I haven't been to Nazi Germany either, but that doesn't mean I can't know anything about it. It's a bit of a logical fallacy, if you're trying to bring that up as a point. Show us the culture war versus class war? Which one? Sorry? I don't care what you call it, I still have to live with depressed wages because capitalism is in full control. I completely agree with that statement. We're totally agreed there. And if you want to fight against that mechanism, is you get railroaded by lefties. Who do you think is a lefty? Who do you think is a lefty? As I said, if you think liberals are lefties, I gave a pretty long sermon on that. I don't know how much clearer to make it. If Bernie was on the right, who was on the left in the U.S.? Nobody. Nobody. There are no left-wing U.S. politicians. They've all been suppressed. I mean, I can name people. PSL, Claudia de la Cruz, and Karina Garcia. They're definitely left of center. But you probably don't even know those names because they've been completely suppressed. Car quality in China is questionable. Every bit of evidence I've seen is completely opposite to what you just said, Ironbound. Everything I've seen regarding it has, like, been, high quality. All American party? Yeah, the European Overton window is not as fucked as the Americans. Like, the Europeans still have some resemblance of this. I think the Europeans are, like, a little closer here. They're, like, in between these two. Or they might have, like, a couple left of center, but they're, like, very marginalized. And most of their left-wing parties are, like, here. But yeah, US is basically this at this point. That's the point in Fendo, though. It's because of capitalist deterioration, and again, it's capitalist policies that are bringing those in. It would help if you said which country you're in, so I could, like, specialize if I know a bit about it. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that's not just because foreigners. That's everywhere. Like, just about all of that applies to where I live too. Like, housing is way worse, traffic is way worse, crime I don't think is that much worse. Schooling is way worse, etc. Everything you just said is true here where I live too. And it sure as fuck isn't, the Hispanic population here that's causing that. The West overthrew apartheid in South Africa? The West declared Nelson Mandela a terrorist. Like, they declared Nelson Mandela a terrorist until, like, I don't know, 2004 or some shit like that. Yeah, like the Chinese car thing is like, there's certain things I understand that I'm going to mention that like it's going to prompt a bit of debate, and there's certain things I'm going to mention where it's like these are the facts, and if you don't understand that, you literally just need to go do research. Like the Russian Revolution stuff I talked earlier being a popular revolution, that's not up for debate. Chinese cars being some of the best cars and the cheapest cars you can buy in the world right now is not up for debate anymore. The amount of evidence showing that is beyond overwhelming. And as I said, including comments by American CEOs, including the CEO of Ford, who has literally stated, if Chinese companies come to the US, Ford is gone. Okay, I really need to get food. Blah, blah, blah. Caleb Maupin? Who the fuck is Caleb Maupin? Are you trying to tell me that's where you got your information? Caleb Maupin? I think they have fake feminism and fake leftism. Okay, I need to, like, ban the word leftism. Like, you don't speak of rightism. You don't use the word rightism. Don't use the word leftism. Talk about the ideology. Leftism is a meaningless term. Liberals call themselves left. They're not left. Half the fucking U.S. thinks, or 90% of the... 99% of the US thinks liberals are left. They're not fucking left. Just because they call them something doesn't mean they are it. It doesn't matter how many people think it's true. It doesn't matter how many people think the world is fucking flat. They're wrong. They're wrong. Driven both cheap and expensive. Even the cheap cars are miles better. Yeah. I mean, I could definitely use a new car, but I don't want to buy an American car. I'm hoping that someday the Chinese restrictions get lifted and I can get a Chinese vehicle, but I don't want to buy a fucking American car. Was per definition a terrorist? No serious person disputes that? Okay, we're not getting into that right now. American cars are huge? Yeah. Yeah, well, some are, yeah. The real struggle here is to keep the universal health system funded after the next election, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what I said. Like, these neoliberal policies, they just want to cannibalize everything in the public sector now. Naomi Klein had a really good analogy for this. The woman who wrote the shock doctrine book about, what happened to Russia post fall of the Soviet Union, when the Russian birth rate or the Russian life expectancy crashed from like 65 to 55, the sharpest drop in life expectancy ever seen in world history. Not directly responsible, without a famine or something being directly responsible. But yeah, she had a really good analogy, was that, like, we're at the stage of neoliberal economic policies where it's all about chopping off pieces of the octopus. Like, the government's an octopus that has all these arms, and they just want to chop off pieces and privatize them and run them for profit and then run them into the ground. And they just want to chop off one arm after another. And we're basically at the point in the US where there's nothing left of the octopus but the head. Where the government essentially doesn't do much more than really just the military, and not a whole lot else. The U.S. military is the largest employer of people in the U.S., followed by Walmart is the number 2, I believe. And yeah, there's nothing left to chop off. So that's they keep trying to chop off the head. But in all these other countries, especially these European social democracies, welfare democracies, whatever the fuck you want to call them, I don't care. Call them tulips for all I give a shit. Those neoliberal economic policies are still going in full tilt. They just haven't gotten to the point where they fully cannibalized everything yet. But yeah, they will constantly push austerity on you, constantly say we don't have the money. They'll never raise taxes on the rich. They will never, more importantly, stand up to American capital, which has a significant part in keeping your countries poor and declining. And they will just keep chopping things up, saying like, "Oh, we can't afford healthcare, we can't afford education, we can't afford schools, we can't afford the X, Y, and Z, etc., etc." It's the inevitable neoliberal death spiral because they're unwilling, unable to change the core structure of the system, which is to have money flow from the working class to the ruling class. So you're saying it's fakely propped up? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like House of Cards shit going on right now across the Western world. There is a lot, that's for sure. All the rich Chinese drive driven by German code is more of a status maker. Yeah, it's probably a status, but I'm always very careful when I use words like all. Which country are you from again, Nocta? I'm fucking blanking out again. There's like, when you say they're trying to dismantle the national healthcare in my country, I'm like, this could apply to like 3 or 4 different countries. There's a lot of them that they're trying to dismantle. Like, I know in Britain they're trying to dismantle it, etc. Yeah. I wouldn't stream late. I didn't want to. I need to end. Like now. Brazil, yeah. Yeah, but that's part of the point, 9-inch heels. That's part of the point. By breaking how people see things, they can never see things clearly. Like, if you only view, like, if you're in the US and you only ever view things as Democrats and Republicans, and think Democrats are as far left as you go and Republicans are as far right as you go, and that's the end of the world, you are fully captured. You're cattle. You're cattle at that point. You're sheep. You're in the bubble. You're captured. You're cooked. You're completely cooked. You'll never see things for what they are. You have to break out of that bubble and understand like how your view has been manipulated. But the problem is the arrogance. The problem is the arrogance of Westerners. They're so fucking arrogant. They think they can't be lied to. They think propaganda is what happens to other people. They think, oh no, if I saw propaganda, I would not fall for it because I'm me and I'm so fucking smart. Which is why they fall for it every time. They fall for it every time because of that arrogance. The same thing they think that protects them from the propaganda is what causes them to fall for it every goddamn time. Because the idea that, like, they could have been lied to and they need to do more digging. The idea that they're filled to the brim with unquestioned and unchallenged lies. And they're not going to learn anything about anything until they have a reckoning with that programming, It's a hurdle. It's a hurdle. It's why I always say, like, you can't break somebody out of the bubble by yelling at them. There's nothing you can tell people. It's the same thing as, like, is it similar with religion? It's almost identical to religion. If somebody's super, super fucking ultra religious and super, super ultra convinced that God exists and everything is just, oh, that's made by God. Everything's made by God. Evolution is just God's work in action. God this, God that. Just God all the way down. God is defined by scientific ignorance. You're never going to reach them because they've already, like, ontologically decided that God is good and God is real. They have to see the crack before everything comes crashing down, and it's the same thing here. There's nothing I can say or do to reach people that haven't seen the cracks in the bubble. You have to learn that yourself. By thinking critically, by seeing the contradictions and the lies that are told to you. That's how it happened for me. I kept saying, things. The Western media contradicts each other all the time. You don't even have to consult anything else. You just, you can literally counter New York Times articles with other New York Times articles from the past. Western media contradicts itself constantly. They just don't expect you to ever do any digging to put all the pieces up on a board and see how they connect. They rely on you being ignorant, rely on you thinking that, all of this is too complicated, it's too beyond me. They're like, just keep my head down, spin the hamster wheel. Remember, it looks like a ladder. Oh, I forgot about the Star Trek thing. I guess we moved a bit away from that. But yeah, you remember when I was talking about Star Trek? Like, going off the hamster wheel thing? If you stay on the wheel and never see the wheel from the side, it looks like a ladder when you're on it. You think you're going somewhere, you think you're climbing up, but you're not. You're just going in circles. But yeah, this kind of dovetails into the Star Trek thing, and I really wish I had finished saying this like an hour ago when I was originally talking about it. But now, guess better late than never. Better than me remembering 10 minutes after the stream and kicking myself. But like Star Trek ships in Star Trek, the humans don't represent Star Trek in Star Trek at all. This was true even from the beginning, even in the OG Star Trek. They really built on it in the later series, but even in the OG Star Trek, because if you look at a Star Trek ship, from dead on, if you look at it from the side, it looks like a ship. But if you look at it on the dead on, what does it look like? If you look at it dead on, what does it look like? It looks like a flying saucer, doesn't it? They specifically designed them to look, like flying saucers if you see one head on. Right? You see the saucer section, you imagine it's a bit foggy, and you see one in the distance, you see the saucer section, and you see the engine lights from the warp nacelles. Like here. Yeah. Like, if you look at these ships, like, if it's coming right at you, like, it looks like a flying saucer with a couple flashing lights, right? The ships are specifically designed to look like what we think flying saucers look like if you look at them from a specific point of view. This is something about a Star Trek that I think very few people realize. But building on it, humans are not represented by Star Trek. Humanity is not represented by humans in Star Trek. Modern humanity is represented by the Ferengi. The Ferengi in DS9. That hyper-monetized society that, has monetized everything and worships money. That's humanity in Star Trek. Go watch Deep Space Nine if you've never seen it. It's a great show and the best Star Trek, for sure. DS9 was more about religion? Not really. DS9 was about a shitload of things. I will say, like, the whole, like, wormhole alien thing and that arc I did not care for at the end of the series. But yeah, the first several seasons, no, very good. A few things I wanted to reply to. Real quick. The propaganda tells me I'm smart, yeah. Have to say I would vote for you. I appreciate it, but yeah, I think one of the big issues we have right now is that we need to realize is that voting doesn't really change anything. Like, you would vote for me, but, like, if I spoke like this, I would never be allowed to get near the levers of power. The furthest you can get is maybe a mayor. That's it. After that, you would be completely railroaded by the establishment. I mean, look how they railroaded, like, Bernie and Zoran. Like, Zoran pulled through, but the Democratic Party was fully against Zoran. And Zoran is part of the Democratic Party. He's just a little too far left for them. I'm further left than Zoran. Like, so, yeah. But that doesn't really matter. I feel like you're too much of an idealist. If you think I'm an idealist, you have understood nothing, Malintos. You understand nothing about what I've been saying. Like, literally, not a single word has gone through, if that's your comment. It's just gone in, it just bounced off your skull. I am the opposite of an idealist. I am the complete polar opposite of an idealist. I am a materialist. I do material analysis on things. I look at what's actually real. I look at the real conditions. The flow of goods. The quality of life. That kind of thing. The demand for resources. Like, I like, literally, what there's a term for the kind of analysis I do. I talked about it in the Discord channel a good bit, but, like, if you want to know more. But I do a material analysis. I am the complete polar opposite of an idealist. You are the idealist, my friend. All your solutions require people having functioning brain cells, which we know for a fact is not a thing, never be a thing. I mean, nobody said, like... I mean, this goes back to what I was talking about, the Cuban Revolution and shit like that. You don't have to fucking educate everybody. Like, not everybody needs to be, like, fully historically literate. But there's a baseline, you know, where things certainly help, but it's not mandatory. Like, as I said, like, you know, yeah. I think increasing global mobility would be good. Unfortunately, traveling, living, and many is mainly for people already wealthy. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, borders exist for workers. Borders exist to divide the working class. Like, the borders between nations literally exist to divide the working class and make them more easily controlled. Capital doesn't pay any attention to borders. The wealthy can go wherever they want, buy whoever they want, you know, travel anytime. Capital knows no borders. The borders exist for me and you. But yeah. That's a whole nother conversation. I wish someone would warp my nostalgia. The Ferengi are hilarious, yeah. Prime Directive was bullshit. Of course it was bullshit. That was one of the points of the show. Was that, you know, pure idealism doesn't hold up when confronted with material reality all the time. Hey, TJ, yeah, we're about to end here. I should have ended like half an hour ago. They split aspects of humanity, all kinds of factions? Yeah, for sure. But modern humanity is absolutely, you know, the grind set type mentality people. You know, the Melantosses of the world who think they're earning enough money and just want to earn more money and don't care about anything else. Yeah, they're the Ferengi, for sure. No, I don't know if I would agree with you having the... Are we talking about high financial mobility or global mobility? I think you guys might be talking about two different mobilities here. You're a VOD frog down? No, don't worry. Tonight's should be nice and good. Got nothing but FFF coverage into nothing but, you know, fucking geopolitics again. I've done nothing but talk for 6 hours straight. I've done, like, nothing in game besides planting a few trees. But my point, Melon, is they don't have to be. Yeah, so you're just an ultra liberal. Like, I want to be perfectly clear, Melantos, like, that kind of ideology is a lot fucking closer to fascism than you realize. Like, when they start repressing the poor, when they start repressing the minorities, if you just kind of turn the other way, and who said you're against it? Who said you're against fascism? Alright, you're just trolling me at this point. Go to bed. Just go to bed. You're trolling me at that point. If you're like, I fully understand what fascism is, and I think I'm okay with it because I think I'll be better off. First of all, you won't be better off. It'll come for you eventually. They'll come for your salary eventually. They'll slash your working conditions too. This is the problem. Melon, you are so fucking American sometimes. Like, despite, like, not being brought up with a Western education, I swear to God, sometimes you are the most American chatter I have. Like, with that maximum selfishness thing is kind of what I hear from Americans. But here's the thing. It doesn't work. It doesn't work! Fascism doesn't work! It's never worked! It has never increased the quality of the lives of the working class ever. Fascism exists to preserve the profits of the capital at the expense of the working class, using scapegoats. That's the definition. That's what it actually functions as. You know? There's not one country, there's not one fucking country that has gone through fascism and left and exited it for the better. Just not one. You can't name one, man. Like, you should see what happened to the working class in Germany. They don't teach you it in school. Like, wages were slashed. Overtime was you know, made mandatory, and then even no extra pay for overtime. Unions were abolished. Etc. There were massive corporate subsidies for corporations. Corporate profits skyrocketed. Because that's the point. That's the point. That's the entire point. Is preserving the current system of capital at the expense of the working class. It is fascism is capitalism no longer pretending to be nice. And neoliberalism is the other side of that coin. It's the other side of the capitalism coin. Neoliberalism is capital trying to pretend it's nice, trying to pretend that it cares about the working conditions of the working class. It always fails because it is unable to extract concessions from capital because it holds no leverage over it. You know, without unions being able to strike and shit like that, or call for general strikes, which are the strongest tools available in neoliberal, you know, quote-unquote democracies, which have been completely gutted in the U.S., you have no ability. You have no ability. You know, you can go up to the capitalist and go, please, Mr. Bourgeoisie, the poor little proletariat wants a little more crumbs for their universal health care. And if they say no, the neoliberals just come back with their heads down and, you know, shrug their shoulders going, we tried. And that's the end of that. That's exactly what we saw with Obama. Will I play Elden Ring Tarnished Edition? I've never played Elden Ring. You know, Ball? Thanks. I appreciate it. It takes a lot of effort to get to this point, I guess. But you don't have to put in that level of effort. That's what I'm trying to, like, tell you. You know, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. But yeah, I do put in, like, a lot of... I do read a lot to get to where we are. Neoliberalism is not fascism? Correct. Neoliberalism is... I mean, you can describe it as two sides of the same coin of capitalism. You could also describe it... I prefer to describe it as the mask that fascism wears, because it's always fascist underneath. That's where this saying, you know, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds comes from. Because as soon as the system is put under any pressure whatsoever, these people, like, quickly turn to fascism in order to preserve the system. But yeah, neoliberalism is not fascism per se. It's what I just described. Neoliberalism is the working class attempting to extract concessions from the ruling class, you know, without any, you know, using legal methods, which just get destroyed over time. The current system is not stable, though. You just contradicted yourself, Kara. You just contradicted yourself. Capitalism, the current system is not fucking stable. It goes into bubbles and busts all the time. Every 15 years or so, you know. It's been afloat for as long as possible. We're reaching the end. There's a reason this is called, like, late stage capitalism, is for what we're in. The final stages of capitalism. This is what we get when it's been afloat as long as possible. Neoliberalism has failed. You're basically just saying you're a hardcore neoliberal. You're an ultra liberal, basically. Nah, there's not decades. Maybe 1 decade at most, something like that. And then, you know, but things will keep declining. The thing with declining and collapses is they're not immediate, they're not sudden. It's a gradual process that happens over a long period of time. Like, the collapse isn't something that happens slowly. It's already happening. It's already happened, in a way. You know, there's nothing you can do now to stop the decline, aside from changing the system itself. But the system is fully geared to fight anything that changes that. I wish Elon was a pinata. There is no simple answer by having a strict rule. It requires captains, exploration captains, Abner, to, Wait, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh, you're talking about the Prime Directive. Okay, you guys are on Star Trek stuff. That's the point, though, Ivan. That's like the entire point of the Prime Directive as a plot device. It's to create that contradiction. Like, it serves a narrative purpose. Freedom cities? You mean corporate towns? Bringing back corporate towns? Guys, like, do we remember what corporate towns were in the beginning of last century? Do we remember that? Yeah, company towns? Yeah, company towns. Sorry, not corporate town. Yeah, there's nothing new here. And there's a reason they don't exist anymore. Like, having a corporation essentially have, like, full control over every aspect of your life never ends well. Every crash worsens the conditions? Yes, and every crash is good for the ruling class because they can buy up assets on the cheap. Every crash serves the increased concentration of wealth. Every crash accelerates monopolies, and so on. And hey, Coco. Yeah, West Virginia, Blair Mountain, all the coal strikes, etc., etc. Like, if you're not familiar with the history of coal mining in, the Appalachian area and whatnot, Virginia and so on, and the strikes and the bombs that the U.S. government dropped on them. Remember, the first bombs dropped on American soil were dropped by the American government on American workers who were striking for better working conditions. Never forget that. This country was founded in blood, has been bathed in blood, and is soaked in blood. Has been soaked in blood for its entire existence. Hans Rosling? No. No, I'm not familiar with him. Okay. 10 reasons we're wrong about the world and why things are better than you think. This just sounds... Okay, dude. Yeah. I'm looking at the Amazon page right now, and it's like... One of the most important books I've ever read, An Indispensable Guide to Thinking Clearly About the World, by Bill Gates. Another quote about, from Melinda Gates. Another quote from Barack Obama. Yeah, okay, so it just glazes capitalism, basically, right? Yeah, he basically just glazes capitalism, tries to shove everything that's bad about it under the rug. And, people like this get propped up very heavily by the system. Because, they say what they want they say what they want to say. They say what the ruling class wants to hear. Right? That nothing's wrong, that everything's fine, that, you're just overthinking it and worrying too much. No. This looks like absolute slop. This looks like absolute slop. Yeah, I mean, like, fucking Bill Gates and Barack Obama promoting it should be, like, the biggest red flags, honestly. If a billionaire is speaking well about your book, yeah, it's probably just glazing, like, capitalism. Yeah. Look like garbage. My novice assembly line? Which one? There's, multiple. Right? Which assembly line are you talking about? So yeah, that's my answer, Adri. I'm sorry. I've read too many books that were just, I've read too much Austrian economic shit, like a lot of it being requested by other people, where they're like, the entire ideology is basically just glazing capitalism. A real interesting way to, a real quick way to understand where a lot of these, like, one-off book writers and so much come from is to, like, look at what they advocate for. Like to basically say, like, what are they advocating for? Are they advocating, what changes in the system are they advocating for? And they will never, ever, 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 ever speak ill of capitalism, never, ever acknowledge any fundamental problems with the system itself. It'll always be offloaded to, individual bad actors, the incredibly disproven great man theory kind of bullshit. And, and or, just straight up blaming the poor themselves, which is what happens a lot with this Austrian bullshit. Can you look at purple? Yeah, I can show you purple real fast. It's over here. Well, you can see it's kind of big. One of the primary material mechanisms used by capitalists and agitated and impoverished the working class is mass immigration. As I said, I don't like the word mass immigration because it's always a racist dog whistle. Are there any actual leftists that want to dismantle this mechanism? Of course. But it's the actual leftists. I told you guys, stop using the word leftist. The people who are actually left of center, yeah, are not looking to maintain a reserve army of labor. But they're also looking to change the system fundamentally. Because, as I said, there's not some magical fucking balance, guys! Like, which minority is it next? Like, pick whatever minority you hate most in your country. You fucking, you know, deport them, exile them, genocide them. Who's next? Who's next? Who are you going to blame next when things don't improve? You know? Who are you going to blame after that? Which one after that? Eventually you run out of people of different skin color, and you're going to blame people of your own skin color that just think slightly differently, and that's exactly what happened in fucking every fascist country, including Nazi Germany. Yeah, thank you, exactly. You know, first they came for the communists. I did not speak up because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak up because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak up because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak up because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me. And there was nobody left to speak up for me. That's the Niemöller poem. That's the Niemöller quote. And that poem omits a lot of groups. It completely omits, you know, the Roma. You know, it completely omits, you know, the Gypsies, as people fucking refer to them. It completely, omits them. They were straight up genocided. They didn't even keep track. They kept track of how many Jews they killed. They didn't even keep track of the Roma. They were just straight up killed, period. Like, we're not even going to keep count. That wasn't count. They went after, you know, people like gays and lesbians and that shit too. They went after those groups. But the part that people don't fucking remember or, you know, or were never taught, Niemöller, the guy who wrote the poem, supported the Nazis. He was a German nationalist. He supported them, and he opposed socialism. He opposed communism. So he was fine with all those people being, you know, taken care of. And then they eventually came for him. Because, you know, he was like too religious or some shit. Because he was part of the church or some shit. That's when they eventually came for him. Fascism is a self-destructive, suicidal ideology because it doesn't fundamentally fucking address the problems that are causing all the problems in your society. It doesn't address the root of it. It just, you know, goes after a scapegoat. Gets rid of that scapegoat. It has to pick another scapegoat over and over and over. There's not some magical fucking number where it's like, oh, if we exactly remove the immigrants from your country, everything's magically going to be fucking okay because the wealth is suddenly being magically distributed in an even manner. That's not what fucking happens. That's not what's going to happen. That's not what's ever happened. It just keeps cannibalizing things, and the working class is further and further and further suppressed. Anyone who speaks out against the problems with the system is exiled, silenced, jailed, or murdered. And eventually, if fascism runs its course long enough, you end up with a country, you know, where the working class is completely suppressed, where they have no more rights, where there are no strong organizing anymore, and their material conditions, you know, continue to degrade. They can't afford to have kids anymore. The population starts declining, and the suicide rate starts skyrocketing. This happens every fucking time. Every goddamn time. Any country that remains fascist for any like reasonable amount of time. There's not some magical fucking number of like, you know, our country minus like this group is successful. Because that's not what was causing the goddamn problems to begin with. And it's important to understand that. Because this whole thing of like, oh, we want fascism to preserve our culture, to preserve our country, preserve it. It's not going to preserve it, it's going to destroy it. It's going to destroy it. As it always has. It's worse than the Project Hail Mary rant, because this one's true. Alright, I gotta give you some credit for that one, that was good. Hey, the Project Hail Mary rant was good too, though. I stand by that one. Is immigration not a problem? My point is it goes far deeper than immigration. Like in the U.S., we have issues with current infrastructure because we're not building more houses. We're not building more cities. We don't build cities. We try to fit everybody in the same fucking existing cities. When's the last time a city was founded? You know, in the U.S. Like, China figured it out. China figured it the fuck out. They're like, we need to house everybody. We're going to find some nice location, by a river, by an ocean, or wherever the fuck, you know, that's good to build, like, a city, and we're just going to build a goddamn city from scratch. But the West cannot do it because doing that's not profitable to begin with. It's not fucking profitable to just build that much to begin with. You have to get somebody has to be making money. Somebody has to be getting rich. And right now in the West, the group that wants housing to be an investment has much more power than the groups that want houses to be for living in. You know, that's why we have no fucking houses. That's why there's nowhere to live. That's why the prices of everything is skyrocketing. You have to address the root causes of the system. If you think the problem with your country is fucking immigrants, congratulations. You're like 90% of the way to being a fascist. And my only question to you is, who's next? Who's next? After that group is gone, who's next? Name one country that purged some ethnic group and magically experienced some economic miracle. Because there ain't fucking one. There ain't. Not a single fucking one. Because that was never the goddamn problem to begin with. You're blaming the powerless for all the problems caused by those in power. Wake the fuck up. Ah. Ghost cities don't exist, Cryo. Like, come on, we're still doing the ghost city propaganda in 2026? This propaganda's been dead for like 10 years. All those ghost cities, they're full. Ghost cities was literally US propaganda to make it sound like China was building houses being a bad thing. They planned ahead. They planned ahead. You know, when you build a city from scratch, people don't immediately move in. It takes time. Go look up all those ghost cities now. Like, they're pretty much filled with people. Germany? What's the question with Germany? Scroll down to the furnace part. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The only infrastructure that can be owned by immigrants is an integration apparatus, which is often meant on metaphorical skeleton crew. Is that apparatus is a necessary investment? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. Why does immigration happen? Because of wealth inequality and frequent exploiting of the third world. See, that's the other part. All these countries that bitch about immigration and the countries that those people are coming from, those people are fleeing those countries because you destroyed them. Because you bombed them, or you were complicit in bombing them. Oh, I didn't bomb them. Like, it's the Americans that bombed them. If you're, like, in Australia, you know, Germany, UK, any of these countries, you know, Poland, that directly supports the U.S., you have blood on your hands, too. You know, you destroyed their countries. You created the refugee crisis. You created refugees. You go to these countries, you destroy them, and you get angry when these people leave their destroyed countries and try to find somewhere better to live. Like, maybe stop bombing the fucking Middle East. Maybe stop doing neocolonialism in Africa. France is still funding terrorists in Africa to fight against, you know, the Mali and Burkina Faso and all those regimes. All those governments. You know, because they dared to kick the French out. Their sin was to kick the French out. And end the decades-long neocolonialism process. When fascists run out of domestic enemy, they go to war for Lebensraum? Yeah, that's the other part of fascism being suicidal. I talked about fascism being suicidal in the sense that it destroys your culture, it destroys your economy, and it essentially, like, you know, completely, like, just makes everything shit. It's like Reaganism on absolute steroids, because Reaganism is essentially diet fascism. Reaganism was essentially trying to do as much fascism as they can without actual violence. You know, that was, or at least the violence normally employed by fascism. What would be my solution? I mean, I think the solutions are obvious, but, you know, I'm not sure what the question is. I'm not here to tell you, you know, what to think or what to do. I'm here to inform you. You know. I provide the information. You can figure out your own ideology on your own. I specifically don't tell people what to think. I agree with the counter analysis. How much we have so much well tied up in massive bank agreements paying users because the entire financial system is designed to be as convoluted and as obtuse as possible. Well, you talk to anyone, you talk to a physicist, they try to explain physics the best they can, and they simplify things, and they're like a good physicist can make complex concepts easy to understand. Same with a biologist, etc., etc. You talk to an economist, it's just lots of hand-waving, it's complicated, because they don't fundamentally understand the system itself, because the system is designed to obfuscate its true purpose. Its true purpose, because the only purpose is to transfer wealth from the working class to the ruling class. To take money from the poor and give it to the rich. It's not Robin Hood, it's Robin the Hood. Capitalism stopped expanding pretty much when machinery became good and they needed to found a town and mine in Norvane. I'm not sure what you mean there. Like, extraction still goes on, neo-colonialism, etc. still goes on. You still need raw resources. China building so many apartments is GDP boosting? Who gives a fuck about GDP? GDP is, like, kind of a useless metric. But yeah, they're building a lot, yeah. Real quick, grown-ups need to tell grown-ups, yeah, that bombing houses and building houses lead to vastly different outcomes, yeah. Stop bombing schools and start building them. Poland wants to station 15k American soldiers? God. Like, I don't know, like, as an American, I'm always just, like, completely shell-shocked when I hear about, like, Europeans and European countries, like, glazing America. It's just like, how? Like, how is American propaganda, like, stronger in Europe than it is in America, even? Like, I feel like Americans, like, I will, like, talk to Europeans who genuinely think, like, the U.S. is, a source for good in the world or some shit like that. That the U.S. is a good force, there's Gleba, in the world. And I'll be like, even most Americans don't think that. like, how do you fucking... How do you believe this? Oh. So much for not telling people what to think? Sorry, what did I say that was telling people what to think? That you shouldn't glaze America? I don't fucking know, man. Want Americans to be at their means so Russia's scared of killing? Russia has killed plenty of Americans who have fought in Ukraine. Yeah, there's been lots of Americans who fought in Ukraine. And died for it. But yeah, I mean... That whole situation is a whole other story, and I'm definitely not getting into it at 6 in the morning, Or military shit and people are afraid of Russia? Yeah, that's the fucking problem. I think that's actually going to be the undoing of, like, a lot of the Europe safety nets and whatnot, and a lot of sovereignty. Is they've managed to convince you that, like, Russia wants to, like, invade all the way up to fucking Spain or some bullshit. And that's the excuse they're gonna give to you as they cut everything. We can't afford, healthcare anymore. We need to fund our military because the spooky Russians are gonna invade us. And bullshit like that, yeah. I have never heard... What the fuck is the Suwalki Gap? I have never heard them saying they're gonna take the Suwalki Gap. Are you just ass-talking again? Is this just standard melon toss ass-talking? Yeah, there is no chance that happens. The Suwalki Gap? What? Are you fucking high? Whoops. This? Yeah, bro. Whatever you're smoking, give me some of that shit, because it's strong shit. It's stronger than what I got. Holy. What, they want people stationed in Belarus? Or Russia is what? Going to annex Belarus and annex Lithuania and Ukraine? Putin says this every day. I've never heard him say that, and I feel like I've listened to way more of his shit than I would care to listen to. But, you know, and for the sake of knowing what the facts are, you know, I have to listen to it. Yeah, it's bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit. I'm with Borscht on this one. Guys, they're not going to invade like 3 different fucking countries to take some random meaningless terrain. Like, come on. Russia already has base rights? Okay, I mean, if they're stationed in Belarus, Belarus and Russia are allied. If Belarus has given, you know, Belarus is well within its rights to allow American soldiers to be, or American Russian soldiers to be stationed there. But yeah. They've been under Germany, and now they're trying to be under US. You're not wrong. I don't even know, man. I don't know how else to deal with that propaganda other than just to say, because it's so comedically false. It's so hilariously false. It's so ahistorical and immaterial. It's not even funny. It doesn't match any geopolitical reality. No one with even the slightest fucking brain is going to say something like that. Even someone like Mearsheimer would laugh in your face, literally laugh in your face, if you told him something like that. Like, yeah, I don't buy it. Belarus and Russia already union state? No, not really. They're allied in the same way, you know, Germany and France are allied. That's it. No, Russia is not going to push in. Okay, I'm not getting into the Ukraine war. I'm not. Well, I'm just going to say one last thing, and that's it. Russia is not going to push any further than the territory it currently has, you know, for the most part. Okay, they're there for the eastern parts, the Russian-speaking parts. That's why they've been holding the line there for God knows how long. But like I don't want to get into the Ukraine war and like what all caused it and, you know, everything, because it's a very, very long conversation. The last time I talked about it on stream, it took me 5 hours to cover everything. Because I like to be really thorough. We'll do it someday. But yeah, the fear-mongering about the Russians invading across all of Europe, you know, is complete fucking, you know, propaganda spread by European governments in order to enact more austerity. That's the whole point. They want to enact more austerity policies. So the spoopy Russians, you know, rolling in from the east is what they're, you know, scaring you with. I've never seen Putin actually say that, Melon. I'll take a look at it, like, after the stream, but I've literally never seen a word about that. Could you summarize why Ukraine doesn't give up that portion? It's gonna lead to a lot more questions. This is the thing about this goddamn thing, like, any answer I give is just going to lead to like 10 more questions, but why Ukraine doesn't give up that portion? You'd have to ask, I mean, Zelensky's probably dead the moment he does that. Zelensky is probably just fucking toast. And the capital interests that influence the area have no problem, you know, fully depleting Ukraine's population to weaken Russia as much as they can. You know, to the last Ukrainian taken very literally. Why am I at Silwaukee? Because we were talking about this shit. There is no way Russia goes over Ukraine. I think there's a universe where they take a bit more territory than they currently have, but there's a limit to how far west they would go. And they definitely are seeking to end the war. They have put out many offers for peace. that just involved them, keeping the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and then everything else. Like they put out like a super generous one, um, last year, like in early 2025. That I was like, I didn't even think they would offer something so generous. It was like Donetsk and Luhansk already only, and they wouldn't take any of that. And the Russian forces are like this or something right now. I'm not being super precise here. You can find a map later. But they had taken way more than that territory, and they were like, we will fall back to here if we can just end this conflict. And Ukraine still denied that. And I was like, that's the most generous offer you're ever going to get. I didn't think they would ever make an offer that generous. Usually they were demanding, like slightly more territory than that. But like, yeah. Like there's some shit where it's like it's enshrined in Ukrainian law now to not give up any territorial concessions, but that's just immaterial at this point. But yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother conversation, man. As I said, I don't want to get too deeply into that. Because it's complicated. And I would have to start at the beginning. Russia doesn't want land, they want control over all East Europe. That's just objectively false. They want a secure western border. They want to secure a western border and stable nations on their western border. But yeah, this is what I meant. Everything I say about this right now, it's just going to lead to 10 more questions. And we'll be here for the next 5 hours. I'm from the US. I'm from California. Username Toxot, you don't know what you're talking about? Oh yeah, and you totally do, dude. You're the wizened one who said like 2 messages all stream. Yeah, you clearly know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's like Deep State and some other ones, yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know very, very precisely what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is why I didn't want to get into it. It's because if we get into it, we're gonna have to get into all of it, and that's a much longer conversation. Yeah. Nobody here knows what they're talking about. Can we get a short lecture on the geopolitical situation? If I ever, like, cover Ukraine and something, it'll probably be in a dedicated stream. Like, I'm probably not going to do it, like, tacked on to the end of the Factorio stream like we did today. It'll be something that I do in, like, a dedicated stream. But, I stick to the facts exclusively as much as I can. The facts are not always popular. But yeah, I love how the people who say I don't know what I'm talking about don't have anything else to say in chat. So yeah, just coming in chat being like, you're wrong! I don't like what he has to say! I don't have the US perspective. You think I represent the average American? You think the average American talks like me? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Do you actually think that the average American thinks like I do? Bro, nobody in this country thinks like I do. No, I mean, that's what it is, Chemis, yeah. It's a lot of people who are just new, who are just stumbling in. They hear one thing that they disagree with, and they just go like, no, it's wrong! But they don't know anything. I'm not being dogmatic at all, because I'm not following a goddamn ideology. I'm not following ideology. Holy shit, guys. Like, the idealism comment in this, I'm not following any fucking ideology. I'm just doing material analysis. I'm doing the opposite of dogma. I'm literally doing a material analysis of what is there to be gained and lost. The interests and concerns of the parties involved. That's what we look at. What is my background? I mean, I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer that plays video games and talks about geopolitics occasionally. My educational background was in physics and cinema. Yeah, I did both, so... Anyway. Yeah, we can get into this mess some other time. But yeah. Everything that... the one thing I will say, everything regarding this war is like 100 times messier than people realize. It's so fucking messy. It's... Like, like what ultimately is fueling all of it is... I think it's one of the hardest things to dig through in terms of, like, hitting bedrock. You know, finding what the actual truth is. It takes... I think it's one of the hardest things. But yeah. Would be nice, dude? Yeah. Yeah, I might do it sometime. I don't know. At some point, like, I feel like we need to talk about it. It's one of the, you know, major things that I haven't talked about on stream in a while, but... People are very emotional. People are very emotional. Especially Europeans and Eastern Europeans are very, very emotional when it comes to talking about this conflict. And that is the biggest obstacle when talking about things rationally. It's a lot easier for people to talk about something like Israel and Palestine than Ukraine and Russia. Because Israel and Palestine is a lot more removed from everybody, right? Like as I said, we're mainly Americans and Western Europeans and other Westerners here. Overwhelmingly, like 90%. And that definitely heavily colors the perspective, you know, of chat. Okay, it's past 6. Me find raid. If you have one last quick question, you can try to hit me. Yeah, but I mean, the question is, are you actually directly affected? That's the thing. Or do you just think you are? You're getting mucked. This war will change your country. It seems there is no hope. I don't know what your current stance is, Cryo. But yeah, like... I don't know. I've actually done a lot of reading about what's going on over the past couple months, and even I've been a little kind of shocked by just how bad things are. Even though we knew this was going to happen, the degree to it is kind of tragic, honestly. Call Poland Central Europe and you will be banned next week because we are totally 100% Eastern. Schrodinger's Poland. Eastern when it needs to be, Western when it needs to be, right? Something like that. Any territorial, nobody will agree? Yeah, I mean, so the war will continue then. I'm from Ukraine, already dead inside. I'm really sorry to hear that, but yeah. I know how hard it is, and I know how messy it is, and as I said, like, my heart definitely goes out to the people dealing with this bullshit. But yeah, anyway, have a good night, guys. Sleep well. We can cover this some other time.